Fooled by Randomness is a book that people recommend a lot of money. In this book, Nassim Nicholas describes the role of the locked brainwaves. The particular thing of this book shows how we misrepresent our success or failure. It is therefore helpful because it helps us to identify the bias that connects with the risk probability and luck in the real world. Taleb makes fun comments on people in this book that take their knowledge too seriously. Work in 27 languages. There have been more than 1 million readers. This mostly live in New York. Let's try to understand this book by page. This book is the result of the thinking of a person on one hand who tries to understand the uncertainty and avoid the deception of randomness, and on the other hand, a man who is the beauty of aesthetics, who love the literature and who is ready to become unclean from polished, refined, original, and tasteful nonsense. I can't escape from becoming a flower of randomness, but I control him so much I can give me a solution. This handwriting is removed from the heart directly. It is a personal ace that explores the thinking, strangles, and observances of the Taleb. Those who are trying to understand risking. It is not a psychotropic report, but an essay written in a fun way that should be read to enjoy. In the past few years, it has been written a lot on what our bias roles play in it. When I wrote the first edition of this book, I created two roles. First, then could not disassemble what I have either of the personal experience or that I have developed independently. Secondly, no matter what I did not understand that I can write on it without an effort. Whatever he wrote was boring and like work. I deleted it. I also removed paragraphs that seemed to be taken from the library, such as scientific name or references. I just used the same course that I came to naturally in my memories, and I read my personalities very much. I like the way to raise the wizard of others in random manner now, and I believe that we should speak only if we talk to silence. This rules is the same today, but sometimes there are compromises. I have added some endnotes to this new edition by coming to the pressure of friends and readers that are connected with the relative literature. I've also added new thoughts, especially in chapter 11, due to which the book is increased by 1/3. I want this book to be organic, speak to the trader's language, reflecting, adding to the winner and my personal evolution, not to take new ideas, write a separate book. A strange thing is that I thought much about some of the sexes after the publication, especially on two topics. How does the world see as much as random? And the second, fat tails. This is an extreme form of uncertainty that gives rise to large unexacted events in the world. These events play a big role in expelling the world, but still we seem strange as we seem to be the ones that seem to be the ones. In this new edition, I am a student of unsurprising and restructured. I am more about how people become ridiculous from randomness. Another thing I realized, I started looking for life in a new way after writing my book. There are two different worlds. One who is in reality and one who seems to be a practicable world because of the thinking of people. A simple thing came to understand that past events always seem less random as they were. This is called the hindsight bias. When I hear people talk about their past, I feel that he's just being created his story, that his mind is made due to hindsight bias. It became so unbearable after a point that I saw people with economics and finance live in a crazy world. Like, the truth hurts, especially when people are saying they are telling about their ways of thinking and not about the truth they are talking about. In today's morning, dentist's office took Newspeak magazine and read the article about a business leader. The journalist was referring to his timing moves, but I read the article instead of that, began to analyze the bias of the journalist. Why most journalists don't understand that they don't know as much as they think. The scientists had already proof that experts don't learn from their old mistakes. So, the whole life can make practice wrong, yet they will feel that the next time they will be right. I think that the most instant asset I must do is the protect and develop is the deep activity inside me. My motto is my real work to snatch those who want to snatch themselves, and your knowledge take a lot of seriously. Developing intellectual insecurity in your mind is a strange goal in return to confidence, and it is not easy to follow. For this, we have to delete the intellectual server from our thinking that has come to our system from the past time. A reader who made my pen initiative after reading my book. He gave me a way to re-explore the French East and introspector mountain of 16th century. The contrast between him and Descartes pulled me, and it came to understand how we thought to find the service of the deity lost. While Mount's approach was more natural, we tied our mind to the model with Descartes' formal thinking. While the style of the mountain was vague and formal but based on critical thinking. Half of the millennium, i.e., 500 years later, the mountain, which was expert in analyzing itself and stayed insecure. Perfect role model for a modern thinker. From the top, there was a different level of courage in the mountain. Being skeptical demands courage, but analyzing yourself, facing yourself, and accepting your drawbacks is another great courage. Another big curse. Scientists are now beginning to assume that nature has designed us to make ourselves unclean. There are several ways to understand probability and risk. Probability holds different pilings in different fields. This book is understood not by probability quantitative but qualitative and literary approach. So I've warned of staying away from the professor of economics and says he understands that he has some special knowledge that is powerful, while it doesn't really happen. This book from David Hume's Problem of Induction or General and fans of Aristotle inspire is not from the gambling theory. Probability here means applying this skepticism and no engineering techniques. Probability is not just the name of the dice's odds or complex calculations. Probability means real executing that our knowledge is limited and developing ways to handle ignorance. Probability in the real world is not a mathematical problem. Mother Nature won't tell you how many the holes are in the rally table, and nor does it present in the style of the problems textbook will. This book has a core idea of probability that could be the alternative outcomes. I took my entire career to fight against the quantitative use of life probability. Chapter 13 and 14 that is about skepticism and stoicism, I feel the most important. But most people do not like chapter 11, which shows miscalculations of probability. This is the book's slowest original chapter in which I compressed the literature written on probability bias. We probability in science, especially physics, have a little understanding, but there is nothing to do with social sciences like economics. Whether you claim extras, I've done the minimum usage of my mathematical trader. Working in the market is just an integration. This book is not a guide to market randomness, just like Elite is not a military manual. Only 3 chapters of 14 are finance-based. Market is a special case of randomness. But this is the most interesting, as the big role of the lock is. If I have a taxidermist, i.e. animal skins, the book is very small. If the filler or chocolate labels have a translator. What is the lock in finance is that one does not understand. But most people think that they have understood. That's what the market world gives us the greatest scope of understanding the bias. I've used in the market's e-gaps illustrative way. As a cardiologist is talking to a dinner table, some people have a confusion in understanding the message of this book. As our brain does not easily understand the probabilistic shades, he oversimplifying everything or goes into modes with nothing. It's hard to understand that I'm saying that the world isn't as random as we understand, and not everything is completely random. I often get to hear that the locksp is a skeptic, the communist who thinks everything is random, and the people who are successful are just lucky. The effect of fooled by randomness spoiled me even in a famous Cambridge Union debate. I said most city hotshots are mostly large financial people, lucky flowers. But the people did not mean it taken. All city hotshots are lucky flowers. This sem confusion skepticism is in understanding the nihilism. People begin to understand the arrogance of your Verence Bessaic. Yes, the moons just get the same that prepares. Reaching a hard time, wearing a white and clean shirt, applying a dreint, all of this help. It's essential, but just that's not guaranteed. The same applies to persistence, i.e. Lagan, Dr. Zenas, i.e. dare, and persistence. It's all necessary, very important, but no lottery without taking a lottery ticket can't win. Does this mean that the real regeneration of the work to go to the store is skills is Kansas, but he works in highly random environments? Like dentistry, dentist's work provides more matters, but random factors have a greater effect in a place like finance. I'm not saying that your grandmother taught about work ethics is wrong, but most of the successes are just because of a too big spot. Due to the windows of opportunity, career may be over if one is not caught as. So when you have a chance, we must hold. Think that good quality brings success. It seems right to hear, but this does not mean that every person is intelligent, hardworking, and determination. That's the logical spread that very intelligent people do. The market has a twist. A lot of books give advices by telling the habit of millennials. An incorrect book, The Millennial Next Door, that I have discs in chapter 8. Writer-author wrote a more useless book, The Millennial Mind. He saw data of 1,000 millionaires and saw that most were not very intelligent in childhood. It worked out that it is not just hard to take from the intelligence of the witch. This does not mean that there is no role of chance. My intent says that if the millionaires' averages occur as soon as possible, it means that the lock played a big role. The lock gets all the units. Whether your skills are anything, that others saw that millennials have persistence, perseverance, and hard work common traits. But he didn't see that not just become a millionaire from hard work. Many unassumable enterprisers are also persistent and hardworking. This is a textbook case of a direct logic of naive empiricism. He saw the common traits of millennials and said that all of them are those with risk-taking. But their risk-taking is also essential for failures, not just for success. If this study is done on the bankrupt people, then the same results. They also have risk-taking commons. I said many people that you have written in the book. Data graphs, charts, tables, time series, etc. The book is a series of logical thought experiments, not an economics term paper. Logic does not need comparative verification. Journalists and some of the economists do without the use logic of statistics. That is a mistake. But the reverse is not right. Logic can also run without statics. I don't have to test if I say there's a roll of lock in my neighbor's saxes. A simple Russian slate appreciation is quite. Just show me so that my neighbor is a genius who is the thirst. One more, there may also be alterative expulsion. My approach is that I will create a group in which people will be of average intelligence and then show how some of them can become random. This does not mean that Warren Buffett is not talented. But if a large group of many random investors is made, one of the benefits of a bounty is almost guaranteed. Just because of the lock. I was also surprised to see that in this book, despite being so forward-lived against media journalism, I was TV and radio from North America and Europe called on the show. At a Las Vegas radio station, the recent interviewer and I were running two different conversations simultaneously. Dialogue of the perfect Bayhead leg. I did not save me and I did this interview. Awkward thing is to use the press to spread the message of the press. I felt like a fraud in giving such a useless sound bites, but I also enjoyed. Perhaps I was called because the interviewers of the mainstream media had not read my book. There is no time to read books. On the other hand, those who were with non-profit media read the book well and were satisfied from my message. I have some fun incidents. Someone told AFEM TV show that the Taleb says the stock analyst is just with random forecasters. He thought I'll come to discuss my ideas on their shows, but the condition was that I would earn 3 stocks. To show your experience. I did not attend this show. He could find the chance of a tremendous penetrating, plus random 3 stocks choose and create a good sounding expression for them. On a second TV show I spoke, people think there's a story behind everything. While this does not happen, I was speaking about the randomness of the stock market and the logical explanation fitted from behind people. The anchor immediately swayed in the middle. Today a story about the Cisco was observed in the morning. What do you say on it? I've just been holding my head. Best of all that I was called for a fiscal radio show on a 1-hour disconnection, but the show starts a few minutes ago. I was uttered not to discuss the idea of this book. Just talk about trading. There was another chance to prank, but I wasn't a prescription. I took the exit before the show starts. Most journalists do not take things as seriously. After all, media journalism is an entertainment business, not to find the truth. Especially in radio and TV it is even more. The real trick is to stay away from the people who don't have to keep themselves in mind. Just as George will, whose disconnection chapter will be in 2. Another problem was that interpretation of media always goes wrong. People began to understand that it says that the market is random. This means that the market is going to fall and made me unwinding dome practicer. But black swan events can be absolutely unpretentious and large-looking events bad. Media journalism is not as much structure as one shows. Some just run behind sensational sound bites. But there are some people who think about real messages. My NPR of Kojo and Annie BBC Robin Lastic PBS's Robert Skly and W. NYC. S. Brian Lahr. Upon a simple observation, non-profit journalist who does not just write for views or money. It consists of a separate intellectual category. The quality of the disconnection was exactly the photo of the studio's luxury. The larger and brighter the studio as the useless disconnection. The studio of W. NYC was so old and even old and broken that I felt I am in a small place of Kazakhstan. But first time Brian Lahr, most genuine efforts were the perfect order to understand. A last comment, I put my book style as the first edition. Idiosynchronic, isolated, removing. Homeosm, good to bad. I am human and can make mistakes. No need to hide if my flows is part of my personality. We should not change our real voice when writing a book, as the photo does not wear fake wigs or borrow any other nose. Almost all book editors change sentence structure and text organization after reading drafts. Let us know. I ignored almost all of them, and later found that the readers didn't need too much of them. The fact is that injecting into a text, including the real personality mistakes of the ether, makes the handwriting alive. Does book industry also travel to expert problems where waste rules are created? I understood one thing after 500,000 reader. Books are not written for book editors. Acknowledgement, this book helped me get out of intellectual isolation. Full time is an advantage of not being an academic. You remain independent and avoid board process. But there is a loss of it. Stay isolated. I made a friendship with many interested people because of the first edition, and some of the discuss on the dinner become friends. I had a chance to go deeper on some of the topics for the second time. Also, this book brought me closer to my dream life. Discs and debts forced me to think in a new way. I think I should pay a book favor. One thing is showing the contents. Interaction with intelligent people and discussion is more productive than just sitting in the library. Human beings can be the case that our nature remains that new ideas grow from interacting with others. My life became divided into 2 parts, before flowering and after flowering. The first edition of the edition is now the more valid, but for new friends and mentors I have to add new thanks too. My first meeting happened from Robert Scheller when we sat together in a breakfast panel disconnection. I didn't know that I'd eat all the fruits of their plate. They also drink coffee and water. Just muffins and boring food left for them. Perhaps they did not notice too. I didn't know the personalities to Scheller when writing the first edition. So when I interacted with them, she was appreciated by her simplicity and for. There can be a lot of people who have a vision. It did not put me before. Later, Schiller took me a bookstore in New Haves. He showed me a book named Flatland, which is a scientific parable that he read in school time. He told me I had my book also keep short personal and a non-veal. He tried to refuse to write a second edition, and I forced them to write a second edition of the original exuberance. I think I win both orders. Books also follow bubble dynamics, bubbles such as heavier. The updated edition of the assisting book over a new book holds the chance to be more accessible. Other additives begin to last more than the first edition due to network effects. As the releases or trends increase with time our physicist and crash theorist Didier Sarnet explained me the logicality. We appreciated that book publishers who survey information flow do not understand this simple point. Most of this book was reiterating with a tremendous energy. This energy came due to the too intensive dinner conversation with Daniel Kahneman in Italy. I saw that his work is much deeper than the ration choice and uncertainty. I thought they shifted the world of economics to the focus wrong place, as their noble metal removes tension from his real discovery. Economics can be boring, but the work of the Ehrman is very important. I repeatedly thought that it's not just because it's an imprecisionist. Those who think of experience rather because their work can put a deeper insight over human thinking and happiness. Understanding happiness is a real intellectual round. Terry Burnham is a biologist and evolutionary economist. I had a lot of discrepancies with them. He is the author of the book named Pisces Genes, which is a simple introduction of evolutionary psychology. Awkward coincidence was that she came out the best friend of my childhood friend Jamal Badge. Jamal Buzz is the man who was my sounding board in my first introspections on randomness. Peter McBurn invoked me in the artificial intelligence community. AI is a field that mixes philosophy, cognitive neuroscience, mathematics, economics, and logic. I had very long email conversions on my rationality third with him. Michael Swartz, who was one of my viewers. A perfect modern is intellectual. What is it? Matter does. Everything is used to read. Talking with them was like a real intellectual disconnection that was free from academic pressure. Ranswamy Andrish and Lester Siegel showed me that if we can confuse randomness from performance, the performance defense is more difficult. Malcolm G. Elwell delivered me to some of the new literatures written on the intent and self-knowledge pay. Art Devaney, who works on non-linearities and rear events. He wrote me in his first letter, I despise textbooks. Seeing people life and joy can also be done with serious thinking. William Sterling showed that Renman's elignary causes creates in economic development. He liked a link between constrained knowledge near institution like skepticism and knowledge monopolized government and universities. Jeff Berg, which is a Hollywood agent. He gave me new insights about the uncertainty of the media industry, and Dinner Discs with Jack Squee, which are one of the most thoughtful people on the problem of randomness. He thinks me deep force. Why not so smart if you are so rich? How does the effect of a story randomness fall on social packing order, social hierarchy, and jailcy? Try to show the throughs of two different impact of hidden rear events. How fast can modern life change except perhaps dentistry to a strange accounting method? Alternative history world with a probabilistic view in an analysis of the intellectual fraud is a French man whose bathing sigils was exactly fixed. What can you learn from the understanding of his randomness? Trains are not made to understand the journalist's renaments. Borrowed irons avoid the wisely borrowed. Whatever big ideas have come to Renmans is against conventional thinking, correction, and understanding of intellectuality. The difference between it. A mathematical meditation on third history. How to understand random historical events by using Monte Carlo simulation as a metaphoric grouper. Role of randomness and artificial history. Edge ease, beauty. New and young things generally toxic is. Send your history professor to the basic class of sampling theory. 4. Random is nonsense and scientific intellectuals. The conference of artificial thinking and strict logical thinking by further extinguishing the Monte Carlo generator. Science wars have now come to the business world. A new angle of being an aesthetic aesthetic lover. The fun of becoming a flower from randomness. 5. Can also serve the lowest fit. Can evolution become ridiculous from randomness? Case study of two rear events. Connection between rear events and evolution. How Darwinism and evolution are misunderstood outside the biological world. Life is not continuous. How flower can become from evolution, randomness, and an introduction of the project of induction. 6. Scoutness and asymmetry. The introduction of scoutness is how limited it is outside of Bull and Bayer's actual piling zoology. How a naughty child can break the structure of randomness. Epistemic opacity knowledge obscure introduction one step before the induction problem of induction chromodynamics of swans. The science of the colors of the gooses is a philosophic angle of the Solons Warren. Victor Netterhofer taught me Esism. I added the diction in it. It is not a scientific to take seriously to science. Soros's Poppers support 18th Street and the bookstore Pascal's Wesser at plenty of millennials next door. Why should people living on a 3 separate exams park venue be so low? The true truth of the millennial next door is its clothes very thin and the overcrowding crowd of experts increases. Buying 9. Why is it easy to sell egg fry? Certain other technical extensions of the survivorship bias have a distribution streak of coincidence in life, but can also be captured. Birth paradox Schulten Stackabez and journalists and grew. Restructurers with work ethics can find anything in any data. Why do dogs sometimes not stray? 10 always losers get everything. Non-linearities of life. Non-linear viciousness of life. Non-direct toughness. Rich and famous after Vine Air shift acquiring the evils of people. Microsoft's Bill Gates probably don't be the best of your field, but do not tell him. Keeping the pits hungry. 11 Randomness and our mind we are probability blind. Why can't you see your vaccination a mix of Paris and Bahamas? Narrow Tula probably never ski in the Alps. Don't ask more questions than bureaucrat. A brain made in Brooklyn. We need Napoleon. Scientists bend in front of King of Sweden, and there may be an angle of journalistic pollution that you have died so far. 12 Jury the habit of pigeons and pigeons closed in the cage. Juari's takes have been filled with my life. I am the largest flower. That's all the difference I know. Dealing with your genetic unfitness. I will not find chocolate boxes under my trading desk. 13 Karn room arrives. Probability and skepticism. Cato dissenter fired the Karn from the room. Mosio de Narpois do not remember their old thinking. Avoid the psychist. Watch the idea as a wedding. The same Robert Empton who put me into the map. Science is available from the municipal to the municipal. Music 14 bass left with Antony. Montlin's death stoicism is not just a rise at a tud, but is the illusion of a victory of the human being against randomness. How easy it is to look for a hierarchy and a randomness, and personal Lenin's proleg is to show and explain the book lock as it is not a lock, i.e. it is still, and in a bruder sense, understanding randomness as it is not random, i.e. determinism that everything is fixed. This lucky flower shows the concept of the lucky stupor, a person who has got disproportionate uneven lock, but he himself is another. The idea of the resurrection of the resurrection. This condensation also looks in areas that are not exposed, as it is the most obvious in science but business world. It is widely spread in politics. The president of a country when he says that he had his recovery of the jobs crisis and came the inflation due to his previous leader. So he is also an exam for ignoring a randomness. We are still very close to those of the same ancestors who were wandering in the plains of savannas. Our bellies more superstitched. Even today's time is more. Just as a primitive man has a day of nose, then reigned and took an electronic complex technique to see how rains were called. We do the same today. We connect the economic protective to the rate cut of the Federal Reserve, add a company's access to its new president. Bookstores are filled with the biography of people who tell how they made big in life. But right time and right place as the simple phrase vends all of these components. This condensation looks just in every field, not in business. A literature professor finds a very profound picing in a coincidence, and a provad feels in finding patterns and anomalies in an economist random data. Even if I seem to be left, it would have to say that there is much prone in ignoring the difference between literary mind randomness and meaning hooked. Meaning the habit of seeing as a careful plot message to a randomly rage in a random way. But this thing there is no big loss. Because art was never considered a tool to find the truth, but it was considered a way to avoid the truth or make him more sequent. Symbolism is a symbolism that is born from this weakness. The habit of getting randomness accepted. We begin to give the random shapes meaning. We seem to see human figures in ink blots, ink spots. I saw moths in the clouds. It was said that Arthur Rim was a symbolic poet of 19th century. This interpretation leaves their poetic now by going to Gia, East Africa given, where a Christian Lebanese slave dealer used to torture them. They got syphilis. A shank was cut due to gangon. He left poetry at the age of just 19 and died without any name in a hospital ward of Marseille in his 30s. But it was too late. The European intellectuals had developed an irritable test for symbolism. We are paying the price today, in the form of psychoanalysis and other wasteful things. The problem is that some people take this game a lot of seriously. Get them money to find unnecessary picing in things. I love literature and poetry, but their teachers and critics are allergic. Once the French poet Paul Valéry heard that the critique was analyzing his poetry, he was never thought by Valéry who found Pisces, and the critic uttered that all this was in her all nest. Generally, we underestimate the role of randomness in everything. It seems a little thing, unless an expert is made of flour of this thing. Recently, randomness have started understanding in science. The speed of being an instrument is greatly increased, but as well as the noise has increased. Probability theory is a new guest in mathematics, and the practical application does not do the almost exist. In addition, we also find that the curse is not a noble quality but the underestimation of the randomness. Economic risk-takers are mostly victims of overconfidence and over-optimism. Their risk is caused by the fullness of taking randomness. There are a lot of differentiations. The basic theme of this is that we randomness let's consider the skill. Should you also pay attention to the ASIT case when there is no randomness but we understand randomness? I have two answers. I don't worry about undocumented patterns. We already have the habit of finding a lot of complex patterns. Finding symbols at the bottom of the hand line, Turkish coffee cups, etc. The second fault cost is also important. In my eyes, if the randomness is skilled, it is more harmful. The bad information is worse than the information. A world in which people consider the lock the most commonly used is the market, and this is the world in which I have spent much time in my life. The market is a perfect laboratory to understand the difference between randomness and skills. The most confusion here is, and the disadvantage is also the most. We think that a trader is very talented. There is no enterprising visionary, but 99.9% of their past performance was just a chance and nothing. Ask a successful investor for his success. He will give a very deep and convincing expression, but most of this are deliberate illusions. Descotchen. We call charlatanism fraud. 19. A cartoon character of century pot bailed Tond with the bourgeoisie rich Major Pradhan took a large sword. His double intent was two motives: to protect one from the enemies of the Republic and attack it if the Republic is removed from its way. At the same time, there are two motives of this book: defending a science as it is like a light beam in the noise of randomness, and attacking the second sightist when he wanders through his way. Most of the catastrophe is due to that the visual scientist does not have an innate congenital understanding of standard or critical thinking. Their incapability in handling probability in social sciences is also a huge problem. I have seen a lot of snake oil deceitful salesmen working in the field of unsurprising that veneer of scientists is worn, especially in economics. The largest flowers of randomness we'll find in these people. We are unresponsively fled, but it's just bad for those who utopian thinks. Idealist. Today's thinking too polarized is divided into two opposite vicences. The first utopian viz is to change the human being. A side is the English professor of your college who is the people who write books that are better. Thinking is associated with Rousseau, Godwin, Condorcet, Thomas Paine, and some economists. This is the value that human beings have a ration. We can become a better human race by removing cultural instruments. Just tell the person correctly how to live and it will change. Like obesity cure, just tell people that they should be healthy, and it is impossible to change the second treasury. On the other hand, there are people who believe that human beings are fluid and will always remain fluid. So the first step is to expand that we are limited. People of this thinking come to Karl Popper, Friedrich Hack, Milton Friedman, Adam Smith, Herbert Simon, Amos T.W. Sky, Daniel Kahneman, and George Soros. Distress hack of proper surgency and Friedman governments on Shack Smith Mans do Simon Bounce rationality and Tarski and common jest and heuristics were the most neglected philo-travel Charles Sanders peers that a century quickly became born. He gave the concept of psychotropic disability that was a ganast of PayPal infability irreversibleness. We are flood and no need to fix these flaws. Our minds that don't become full of randomness and are the cast and fats that are full of randomness. Just have a solution to work around the flaws or try to fix them. I hate most of the people who teach moralizers ethics. These people always have these effective ways follow blindly. I didn't understand today why these people have distrust on such useless methods. Advies assumes that the human's cognitive mind keeps control over his emotional mind, but modern behavioral science shows that it is complete wrong. My budge Bob Yeager, who made traders from philosophy professor, says that the world is not in two people. The first one who thinks that simple clear cuts are lancers, and the second one who thinks that simplification is deniers. Their heroes are Wittgenstein and their Willem Dakar. I like this defense as the biggest problem of randomness is this. People take on false determinism. As much as you think of the cape that simple stupid, you will be mistaken. This book is in 3 parts. Introspection self-inspector of first part Solon's warring. Rear events black sauce electronic nature. The nature of the grip. Thinking about the history of appearance and appearance. The second part of the probability bias I faced in my career life in which I make flowers even today. Third part my personal struggle with its biological tendencies. The Stoicism and small practical techniques help in life. The first people of rationality's edge used small tricks to handle their flaws. Today, he is a tricks udal. We must learn from the elderly. Part 1 Solar's Warning. The King Croesus of Lydia was considered the richest man of his time. Even today, rich edge Croesus is used for a very rich man in Romance language. It is said that once the Greek Lilaclet Salan met the Croesus. Salan was famous for its dignity, reserve, straight morals, humility, fragility, irony, intelligence, and currencies. For pride, restraint, morality, delicacy, simplicity, intelligence, courage. But they do not see the threshold and elegance of the crosses, the hobbies to see the horror once the heroine or the admiration. The crosses are very careful that even so big guests were not impressing their wealth. He tried to revoke the words of some compliments fortunate from Salan. He asked Salan if he has ever seen another person happy. Salan has given a man's experience that a noble life fought in G and battlefield. When the crosses and exits were sought, Salan also spoke of people living short-lived life. Croesus got angry and asked directly, "Wouldn't I be considered the world's most happy man?" Salan responded to a lot of troubles in every human life. So we should not boast about the happiness of our today. Happiness of a human being cannot be for his last day, as the future is uncertain. The deity of the dignity lasted is really happy to keep guaranteed. The baseball coach Yogi Berra said Salan's thing in a simple manner. It ain't over until it's over, or another informal way to it at over until the fat lady sinks. This version of Yogi Berra is not only true, but the meeting of the cross and the Salan was a historical event that was actually the result of the imagery. It can't be found both at the same time. This part focuses on a basic concept, potential to change in the course of time of any resolution. We can become flowers from the influence of the first daughter of Fert Jupiter. Salan understood that the things that came from the lock can go from the lock, and also unexacted and rapid. It is also true and is even more instant. The thing that is made without a lock is stronger than the effects of redominance. Salan was the intent of another thing, a problem that science has been trying to solve for the last 3 centuries. This problem is called the problem of the induction. In this book I call it as a black swan or rear event. Salanic and linked problem understood that I speak askunes issue. There is no sense of how often a person is happy, if the cost of failing once is unbearable. Later the crosses lost a battle. The hands of the Persia king Cyrus. He shouted loudly when he was preparing to burn alive. Salan, you are right. It's also a story but still interesting. Cyrus became curious by listening to this unsurpassed shout and asked the crosses. Cross pointed out about Solomon's warring. Cyrus was so impressed that he gave in the cross life. He thought that if the variety of crosses today turned on such a rebound, then it can happen to me tomorrow. The people of that time were to think. Chapter 1 F You are so rich, why grant you so smart? How does the effect of a story randomness fall on social picking order and jealousy? Try to show the throughs of 2 different etudes. Impact of the hidden rear events. How fast the modern life can change the app, probably dentistry. Nerlip becomes a crazy fan of trading after watching a strange scene. This is a spring day when she is a Chicago mercantile the exchange was visiting. A red convertible Porsche that was running manifold faster than city speed limits suddenly stopped in front of the gate of the exchange. There was an incision from the tire as a pig is being harvested alive. An athletic man came out of him who was in his 30s and who seemed to be as a complete demented mad. The face of it was red. He ran toward the steps of direct building as a tiger is pursuing it. He crossed the car double, the engine left on, because of which the rear traffic horns began to escape. Wearing a yellow jacket, after a minute the clerk from a bore came out. Yellow jacket was just a reserve for the clerk. He did not care about the entire traffic jam. Just relax. The car lifted up and moved to the underground garage as it works daily. The narrow tulip on that day is called as a surgeon of lightning as the coupe de fodder in French. This life remains for me, he shouted in enthusiasm. In his mind, the life of the trader and the second possible life of the choices began to move. The image of the life of academia came into his mind. A cool office, red secretary business image came. The world of trading in front of a Dow office, slow thinkers and the semi-slow thinkers who speak the entire sentence. The infiction that the veteran began from the scene did not leave the pursuance of narrow more than a half-decade. He believed that any legal processing in this deposit could not have a trader like Zero Board. Even if he never performs pirate high-sea piracy, he is not as exciting trading. Nero's nature was unpredictable. Sometimes she sophisticated and quiet like the church historian talks. Sometimes, like a Chicago pit trader, verbally becomes abusive and intent. He could close the deal of millions of dollars without thinking a second. But between 2 appetizers and the restoratives are so congested that the waiter also gets tired. Nero took undergraduate degrees from Cambridge University to ant literature and mathematics. then joined the PhD program in statisticals in University of Chicago. He compiled all the prerequisites coursework and also eliminated the major part of his doctoral research. But suddenly he switched the subject and the philosophy department was frozen. He spoke the movement of temporary. His thesis director became very disturbed. He left him that he would return back to statisticals by going between the philologs. But Nero complicated in his thesis philosophy. But it was not a condensing philosophy with Derrida's styling, but it was on the methodology of statistical and fans that what is his application in social sciences. Actually, it was like a mathematical statistics thesis. It was just a little bit and was written in double length. People say that philosophy can't sail to humans, but Nero did not leave this cause. He left as the philosophy cannot enter the human being. At the very beginning, he began to be in vain. Burstyle began to remember the warnings of his statisticals professor, and then once a day it began to feel like a single work. He was writing small details of his first written papers and new papers. One day he left academia. Academic debt began to be boring. Specialty when the issue of those debates is the same mining and invisible. He had an action, but problem was that he had already chosen academia because he had a problem from the flatness and submission of corporate approval. Once he saw a sign of the trader at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange that has been participating behind a tiger. He immediately took a trained position. There are Chicago Mercantile Exchanges, a large trading floor where traders shout and deal with gestures. There was a prestigious but eccentric local trader. He took his mathematical equipment Sol from Nero and in turn its sickest style trading taught. Nero began to motivate the energy and environment of that place. He quickly became a self-employed trader. Then a day he was tired of standing in the crowd and tearing his voice. He decided that he would now shift upstairs, i.e. trading with the desk. She shifted the New York area and took jobs in an investment house. Narrow quantitative financial products became specialist in numerical financial products. A golden phase of his work came. He became the fames and in the demand in the market to come. New York and London's investment firms began to offer huge guaranteed bonuses. He spent 2 years between two cities. Large meetings were attended and worn expensive suits. But Nero suddenly hides. He understood the right to go back to his anonymity. The stardom of the Wall Street did not match with its template. Organization and power appetite should be to remain a hot trader that was not in Nero. He was just in trading to enjoy, and the administration and management work in his fund did not come. Conference rooms were the epicenter of Bordeaux in his mind, and businessmen was not just about talking to average businessmen. Nero was allergic to the terms of business talk, and not just because of the aesthetic regeneration. Game plans like Frege, bottom line, how to gate deer from hare, the provided functions, ever mission. All of this were an annoying noisy in his mind. All these frescoes were faltered in both clarity and depth. He didn't understand exactly that people speak to fill up the false senses silence or even a real purpose of these meetings occurs. But he had disassembled that he did not become part of it. Nero's social circle was very wide, but did not have businessmen. I could make the gentleman ignore differently. Nero switched a career and proprietary trading went into independent trading. Traders in this field work like an independent entity. They have a certain capital allocation and can trade without any interference. The bus and resumes company should verify executives. Proprietary means traders use their capital of the company. 7% to 12% of the profit generated in the end of the year. A propriety trader has all the benefits of self-application, but there is no hassle to handle business's mundane boring details. Work when you want to. When you want to travel and do the personal work. There was a paradise for intellectuals like Nero that doesn't like manual work and that unscheduled meditation enjoy. Too different in this line for the last 10 years working with trading forms. One thing is the more conservative one traded than Nero's trading methods. He had good ears and huge ears, but never came true bad ears. She gradually made a stable financial cushion as her annual income stood at $300 million on leak peak from 300,000. If the average was seen, then his post was the tax annual saving 500 U, meaning average earned $1 million, the half of which goes into his savings. In 1993, a bad ear came to her office, felt like an outsider. If the other traders were making great, then their allocated capital was significantly reduced. It was realized that he has been undisposed in the firm. He took a second firm on the same job, some workspace which was friendly for him. In the fall season of 1994, all of the traders who had been performing their eggs were crashed together. It was the time of the worldwide bond market crash that came due to a random policy change of the Federal Reserve. People who were heroes in 1993 from the market since 1994 get out and are now working random. The mobility rate of this business is very high. Why did Niro not get richer? Because his trading style and personality was opposite from risk-taking. His objective benefit was not to maximize Rather, it was to be unaware that they don't lose any trading machine. If it's blow up, it's back to university or non-trading life. The university's boring life's major flash begins in his mind whenever he feels taking more risk. One quiet hallway, a academic desk, a waste paper revise and keep yourself awakened by a bad coffee. It was not the boring world of the library. I just need a long trading life. It was his mantra. Nero has seen many traders get blue-ups and he never wants to come to that position. The language of trading involves a clear piling of blue-ups. Don't just loosen money, but do so much that you get out of business forever. As a doctor may lose his license or become a loser, Nero always cuts its losses on a predefined limit. He never sells NCD options that put him in the risk of unlimited losses. He placed a fixed limit of his maximum loss $1 million. Whether any trade's probability is anything, it doesn't risk above this limit. This risk version does not make as much money as it makes other Wall Street traders because of risk avoidance. Masters of the universe type traders who have different mindsets from Nero. The firms that worked with him, generally of his style traders lowered allocate. As another trader John will see further, the nature of Nero is that he does not have any problems with minor losses. I like to take small losses. He says I just need that my wilters are big. They never want to come to the exposure of the rare events that allow traders to blow at a moment such as market panic and sun crushes. He wants to take advantage of these events. When people ask him why does not lose making trades hold, so he always responds to it that the most fearful trader had trained by Steve from Chicago. But this is not true. Actual reason is the training of its probability and its innate skepticism. Why Nero is not as rich as other traders. Another resonance of it is his escapism. They never invest anywhere other than their fund's treasury bonds. This is why he missed the full advantage of the bull market. It is said that if the market bull is fast, it can be a beer, a slowdown and a trap. Nero always scam an investment to stock market as he sees, and he can never buy stocks. His friends who made money from the stock market increased their net worth, but Nero cash flow was rich. But his assets were not inflated as the value of the treasury bonds does not change much. He supports himself from technology startups that are cash flow negatives. But the craze of people in which makes a hype. Startup founders get rich in their stock value, but their wellness is a kind of dependent on the market's randomness. Nero's deference was that there was no depend on its wealth bull market, so it doesn't have to take care of the fair market. His net worth is based on his investments but on his cash accountings. Savings for him is a thing in which the risk should not be taken. So he invests in treasury bonds that US governs and governance never defaults as he can complete his obligations by printing his currency. Today he is 39 years old and has been in trading business for 14 years. He financials himself can set value. The medium maturity treasury bonds in its personal portfolio has a saver million. No tension of the future. It's liked by propriety trading because it doesn't demand much time like high-paying jobs. This is a job that is perfectly compatible from its non-middle class work ethic. He believes that there is nothing from work. If you're just hard, the most hard-working people are most vulnerable. Trading is the brain. People just hard work, he sinks into randomness. This is the same defense that is established between noise and signal. Nero has so free time that he can explore his personal interest. He is a vicious reader. He spends in a very time gym and museums. The schedule of the lawyer or doctor for him is impossible. She had so much time to travel to the University of the Statistical Department, his supplement to doctorate. He completed a harder science doctorate by reiterating his first thesis into the concierge term. Today he i.e. the mathematics department of New York University teaches a half-semester seminar every year. History of Probabilistic Thinking is a very unique and popular course that caters to the exclusive graduate students. He has saved so much that he can put his current life as future as well. There is also a backup plan if the market is collapsed. He will start writing science literary essays which will have themes of probability and indeterminism. But only if the market is closed, there is no option. Nero believes that if a person takes into account the risk of hard work and discipline, he can innovate a comfortable life and also with very high probability. But then it's all randomness. Either human beings take a very big deal in an unconsidered manner or they are extraordinary luck. Mild success comes from talent and effort. Wild success is the result of pure randomness. Nero's probabilistic thinking probably came due to a dramatic event. One thing he never told anyone: if an observer sees very carefully, then he sees it. A strange sea excitation and unnatural drive can be seen. It is not as simple as its life is seen. There is a secret inside it, and the secret will be revived when it comes to time. In most part of 1990, there was another big house in front of Nero's house, John's. John was a high-yield trader, but his style was completely different from Nero. If a man is just a small professional convergence, he understands that his brain was as sharp as an aerobics instructor. But there was no war in the physique. If there is any blind, he could see that John's financial association looks much better than narrow. Or at least John felt the need to show this. He had 2 high-end German cars parked in his drive, one of her and another wife, and 2 more convertibles from above, one of which was a collectible Ferrari. Nero was so far running the same old Volkswagen Cabriolet that he was running a Distort first. John and Nero's wives could only be considered one of the health club levels, but Nero's wife felt very uncomfortable with John's wife. He likes it seems that he is not just doing the show off but also trying to show him unconscious. Nero was a man of making traders rich. He saw many people trying to become soothy with new money, such as wine collectors or opera salters. But Nero's wife had seen less of the new rich people who have ever suffered poverty and now have made the hidden gum a flashy appearance. Nero says it's a great price to be a trader when money is taken on people who are not ready to occur. One day classic music listeners are called sadly that Vivaldi's 4 scenes refined music is, and she makes her the symbol of a couched life without understanding. But Nero's wife was the biggest struggle that she had to look at it every day. Every other day his neighbor keeps his new interior designer compliments in front of him. John and his wife off their library show without any shame that was filled with leather-bound books. John's wife just read the People magazine, but untouched American in his bookshelf clays were placed. He always discouraged the exotic locations of his vacancies. Without knowing where he is in the place of synchronous, she doesn't know what the sickly island is in the continent. Nero's wife was a good exam for human nature. He spoke to himself that he should not replace John's wife, but the inside felt a condition. A large diamond ring, which made the logic and regeneration useless in front of a monster's house and a sports car collection. Nero was also feeling a strange duality. On one hand, he hated John as he was all some reproaches that weren't natural and didn't want to become. But at the same time, social pressure began to affect its brain. And the truth is that Nero was the only secretly so accessible wealth experience. Intellectual concept does not control personal gels. Every day he saw that the house in front of him was becoming bigger and with new acclaims, and the discourse inside him was also growing. Nero did not even think that he would be able to get access to personal and intellectual levels, but now it seemed that she missed an opportunity somewhere done. Nero's value began to fall when traders like John were new in the hierarchy of Walmart. Nero didn't matter earlier, but now John, his house and his curse began to wander in his mind. If John is far away, it doesn't seem to be so bad, but John was his neighbor and was in front of him every day. Nero made a big mistake. He started talking to John and began to appear a strange order of power greeneric from that conversation. Nero remembers that Marshall Priest's book is one of the Search of Lost Time. The character Swan was also in the same resolution. Soyan was a caustist art dealer who could easily talk with British prince and aristocracies, but when he was between middle-class social climbers, he had to prove himself. In the same way, Nero could go to long walks with a Nobel Prize-level cystist and she found the slightest aquatic her conversations. A very famous billionaire speculator called him to take the opinion on the derivative's value. But Nero's irony was that she was an overpaid New Jersey with New Jersey heck with Georgie accent was trying to win Aguar respect. I show my intellectual superiority in front of John for my body language if I replace Nero. But Nero was very good. John Nasso Nero was as well as approximated and was not as intelligent as he had a good appraising. But that's not just as much as street smart. Nero saw real street smart people in Chicago's trading pits that were perfect and spontaneous thinkers. But in John, he did not look at him. Nero was sure that John was an overconfident shallow tickar, the upper-thinking man who just got suspicion as he never exapted his vanity. But sometimes Nero did not suppress his jealousy. Doubt came in his mind. Is this John's assessment an objective analysis? Or she was just thinking because John has shown her indirectly. Perhaps Nero was not a best trader. Probably if he had pushed much or tried to the right uparchy so he could make more money. He took his time to think, in article learning and reading complex papers. Perhaps he had to enter into the high L business, where she could shine between John, like shallow thinkers. Nero resorted to psychology to convince his prisoner. Psychologists say that people will mostly prefer that they earn $0,000 when earning $0,000 around them. Instead, make it $0,000 when earning $0,000 around them. Economics scheme in economics, everything picking orders game. But as much as the analysis is, Nero could not stop his financial position from being seen in the abuslat term. Nero, with John, felt that even as much as he would do intellectual training, is just a person who would like to see less earner than others. Nero had a small hope that perhaps John is just a lucky man. Nero probably won't have to leave his starter in Sun's small castle. One day John will be sentenced to his mistakes because John was a big hit and he was taking the risk that he could not see himself. He had a fairly small experience of the market and he was not so deep thinker to learn by reading histories. Nero's brain comes with a question. How is he making so much money if John's mind is so useless? Junk Bun's business probability and oats to understand. And what do people know about oats? Traders use quantitative tools that give them an analysis of the odds that are wrong with Nero. High-eld method sleeper on a railway track as is. One day will come a fast train and will crush you. You will earn money for months and lure everything in the same day. It has been done in 1987, 1989, 1992, 1998. Nero saw how option sellers are making big profits a day and the next day security guards take them off from the exchange floor. Then no one takes his name. John's big house was just a loan. One day he will sell luxury cars in the showroom of a New Jersey. The new rich people who will feel comfortable in his company. Nero will never be blew up. His small house, those who are filled with 4,000 books have their own. No market crash can do anything. Every loss limited is. Their traders will never be in danger. Nero was a lure at John's sight. He also has an overachieved and self-obsessed loser. John thought Nero was in a maturity business, a market that was dying. It was said that the prop traders are dying. People understand that it is the world's most smart people, but it's complete outdated. Finally, Nero's thinking proved right in September 1998. A morning when she goes to work he saw John in his front yard. John was drinking a cigarette that he never did. She did not even wear a business suit. He looked more than ever before. His visual swagger was missing. Nero has understood John fire, but what he did not know is that John had not just lost his job but most of his life savings. John's Lasse's detailed chapter will come in 5. Nero has a little shame for his healings. It is a natural human feeling that gives happiness to others, but there is no sign of being a good person, and it brings the bad luck. Nero is also a slightly weak superstitious, but he did not suppress his feelings. His happiness was not due to the fact that John came back to his real reality, but because Nero's strategies and bylaws had now seemed to be suddenly valid. Now he could raise the investors' money on his track record as it could never happen with him. If this event occurs again, he is even more in Nero's favorite. Nero received happiness from another regeneration. She said so many years ago, not compromises from your strategy, whether it was a pressure to become an alpha male, and now it won't have to do it on its trading style. Just because some people are making randomness and market bicycles wrong, can we judge a person's suspicion with his raw performance or his personal wealth? Sometimes, but not always. We'll see there will be quite businessmen in the market at any time, outstanding track record just like randomly thrown stoppers. The most interesting thing is that many people who the least skilled are the most rich, but he will never assume that he has a big role of luck in his success. Lucky flowers never think that it is just as powerful because of the luck. Because if he believes he is not lucky flowers, he will do such things as he has delivered money genuinely. When they're getting a success after one, they'll have so serotonin or any other similar substance release in their mind that they'll also begin to understand the genius themselves. Our hormonal system does not know that successes have been caused by randomness or real due to ability. If you look carefully, all this will look in their poses. A profitable trader will always run in a single straight and confined manner. In a dominant style, he will always talk more than a losing trader. The scientist has seen that serotonin is a neurotransmitter that controls a large part of our human behavior. It crochets a positive feedback loop, a virtual bicycle, but if there is a short blow of randomness, it can go to reverse motion and become a vicious bicycle. Funny an experiment that if they are injected serotonin, they begin to climb up in the packing order, i.e. status ranking, and even more serotonin releases in their brains when he goes up in hierarchy. This bicycle runs until it reaches a breaking point. After that, this bicycle reverses and their downfall starts. Improvisation in a human personal performance, whether it is caused by randomness or by real talent, increases its serotonin level and increases it makes a leadership quality develop inside it. He is on a roll. Her body language changes. He feels more relaxed, confident, and impressive. People begin to understand her credibles, just as she was sure she was in the morning. No randomness will be considered a factor at this point. As long as randomness again does not give your blow and downfall spiral does not start, no one can hide his emotions easily. Behavioral scientist believes that people don't just cause their skills rather than their superficial impression that he put on others. It is a biological phenomena called social ion, but the Hesterites put this into the illusion of thinking from the hindsight bias behind. They tried to explain the results of leaders from tackle skills, right education, or any other theological regeneration. Another strange thing is observed that a deep connection of the leadership is from the psychopathology of a type. Those who are non-blinking, overconfident, and insensitive are more followers attract. Many times people ask me in social settings, today's trading day was profitable. If my dad is there, he responds immediately. Never ask a guy that he is from Spart. If he is, he tells himself. And if you don't, you are making a joke. You don't have to ask if a trader is profitable. He will look in his gestures and ways of walking. Those who are in trading business can easily tell who is making money and who is losing. Head traders in a second. Let's see which analyst is struggling. Their face probably do not tell something as people try to control their facial expressions. But the way they walk, the phone lifting style and the small hesitation tells the real reason. The serotonin almost of the morning John fire took over. It will probably be another chemical that will discover the scientists in the next one to said. A Chicago taxi driver tells me a day that he can easily tell who is a trader profitable and who is not. He the Chicago Board of Trade that picked up traders from a future exchange. He had noticed one thing. Traders who are making money look fiscally puffed up. Floor. I felt very interesting and funny. How a taxi driver detects it all so quickly. Later, I got the answer from evolutionary psychology. It says a human body language is a natural signal of its performance. At the same time, the sign of an animal is visible. This signal is a biological mechanism that winners makes easily visible a lot of work in mating and social hierarchy. End of this chapter due with a hint that will prepare groundwork for the next disconnection. Concept of the age resistance of randomness. Remember that narrow can be considered prosperous, but not very rich as per the standards of your time. But according to a strange accounting method that we will see in the next chapter, narrow is very rich. Because she has taken so much less risk in her trading career that she has a very low outcomes disastrous can. Narrow also did not face the downfall as John, because of John's test. This means that Narrow is a well-known human being in accordance with the probability wealth accounting method. Narrow always protects from the rear event. If she has to relive her professional life 1,000,000 times, she has a very low time bad luck effect. But there is a very short time extreme good luck due to its conservatism, meaning her professional life is like a stable predicatious life, like a Reliance clock repairman. Here's just about her professional life. No, of his volatile private life. A dentist is richer than a rock star if the expected wealth is seen. That's too much. A dentist who drills 8 hours of teeth every day has a financial life predictable, while a rock star or a speculator that increases the price of impressionist paintings or an enterpriser who collects private jets has one in much uncertainty. If we analyze a professional, we just need it, not to see people who are happy. We must see all those who entered into that field, whether it's awful or not. We will make this point through and deeply analyze of the survivorship bias. But in part 1 we will see this in the context of the age resistance of randomness. Take a simple exam of two neighbors. John Doe, a jetter cleaning worker who won the New Jersey lottery and shifted to a rich neighborhood. John Doe is a modest ordinary level dentist that is drilling 8 hours of teeth every day from 35 years. If you have to relive your life thousands of times, your outcomings will be quite prompted. If his insurance is right, then there will be no big loss. In the best case, he will drill the teeth of New York's Park Avenue residences, and in the worst case, he will drill the teeth of the trailer park in a small deserted town. If he has taken a degree from a prestigious dental school, then his life's outcomings will be even natural and stable. Now if John Day revives his life 1,000,000 times, then almost every time he lives a generator. A part of your salary stays in the lottery tickets. In just one case, he wins the lottery just once in 1,000,000. What we disclaimed here seems to be a madness to most people, as probability for them means just things that happen in the future. The probability of the event that has been taken once for them becomes 100%, i.e. the sustainability. I have done the discuss on this topic for many, and many people disguise me by saying that I'm condensing myth and reality, but whose time he can be more powerful than reality. We also saw this in the case of Solon's Waring. A good sweetie can teach us more experience than plain reality. Followed by Randomness Part 2 Chapter 2 A Strange Accounting Method. Alternative history is a probabilistic perspective, intellectual fraud, and a French man's randomness wisdom whose bathing schedule was always fixed. How journalists are trained to keep away from understanding randomness. The aware borrowed wisdom, the wiseness of the borrowing. Whatever the great idea has come about, randomness has always been against of conventional thinking. The difference between the ease of understanding curtness and intellectuality. I start with a simple thing. Judging the performance in any field cannot be done only from its resume. Whether it is war, politics, medicine, or investments, the right way to judge it is that there is an analysis of its different possible outcomings, that what happens if the history is a little different play out. To such alternative course of events, alternative history is called. The quality of a deceased cannot be judged only on the basis of its outcoming, but only those who have failed. Those who are happy always give credit of their accounts to make their own deciduous. This exercise is the only opinion that a politician tells the media after he comes from his office. I had taken the right dissipation. Journalists give the reaction of a fake sympathy for them that is more digested, and as every obvious thing is that the theory is also followed in practice. It's not easy to do. Alternative history is a best example Russian roulette to understand. Let's say a strange billionaire offers you $1,000,000 that you play Russian roulette. Meaning is just a tablet in a revolver and there are 6 chambers. You have to press the trigger by placing it on your head. A new history will be generated every time the trigger is pressed. The total 6 possible history and 5 of which you will become rich and 1 will be your death. Causes of dying in a strange but original way. The price is that real life has just one history observance, and if one wins, the media will compliment it. He will understand a financial genius. The same journalist who compliments the Forbes 500 billionaires without thinking. After taking 18 years of experience on Wall Street, I've seen how executives get rid of random results without understanding what the real generator of success was. Let's say if the Russian railswinner became a role model for his family and friends. Those who do not have 5 alternative history observes also act. A sensible person thinks a little bit can remove logical convulsions. And the man who will play this Russian roulette again and again will die one day. If a 25-year-old boy played a Russian roulette every year, then his 50-year-old chance will be the almost zero. But if the thousands of people play this game, then some lucky people will survive. He will also be filled with extreme riches and a big cemetery with those invalid ones. This exam for me is more than an intellectual exercise. I lost a friend during Lebanese war when we were teenagers. He played this game in real life, there appeared, and the same became his last story. I came to the interest in the literature when I read an account of Graham Greene in which he told that he played the Russian roulette to finish his childhood bored. I thought that if he had pressed a wrong trigger, his nests are never written. If you ask an accountant what is the difference between $10 million of a dentist and a Russian roulette winner, so he will say no difference. Money is so money. But in my mind it's both money qualitatively is different. There is a dependent on a randomness and the second effort and skill pay. A next door neighbor will also see both the beans. But if you think of logical, there is a great gap between them. It is also a mathematical extension of which is the concept of alternative accounting. We will introduce Monte Carlo engine in the next chapter, in which this logic fits into a systemic formula. But here's mathematics just to show an exam. It is not to take any of the engineering or practical calculations, meaning us actual do not have a non-alternative history calculator. Just understand their attributes. Mathematics is not just a number of games. This is a way to think, and probability is a qualitative subject. The concept of alternative history has already been discussable in different disciplines. In the philosophy, physics, and economics 3, it is converge on the same idea, risk and uncertainty. The sustainability means that the most alternative will be in the history and the unsurprising means which will be in the lowest. This concept in philosophy very already getting discussed. The beginning of Lebanese is from the possible worlds theory. Infinite possible worlds was in the heart of God according to Leibniz, but he just selected one in which I am reading now and you're listening. The rest that are non-sectored words remain just as a positivity. It is also a study in a branch of the logic. Some properties are valid in every possible world and some just in one world. It is also used in the language philosophy in the name of idea possible worlds syntax. The work of Saul Crape like philologs comes. This concept in physics comes as the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. In 1957, Hugh Everest had given the theory that universe splits into different branches at every single decision point. There are many parallel universes that mean. This means I am a traitor in an alternative universe and I am just dust in another alternative universe. There is a different world for every single position. Exploitation of a kind of infinite parallel universe. Similar concept study in economics done, just by different name. Kenneth Arrow and Gara Debu gave the concept of the states of nature that models the uncertainty to uncertainty. This method is called state-space approach, which is the core of new classical economics and mathematical finance. This is a simplified version of the scenario analysis that contains the type of analyzing if it occurs. Collect a sample of sales forecast of a fertilizer factory. If there are different demand scenarios in different worlds and the analysis program their impact is. Real life is more dangerous than Russian rally. The first reduces this fetal pill. Malignant a revolver consisting of 6 chambers, but not thousands of chambers. If you have pressed 100 times the trigger and nothing happened, you begin to think that the risk exists does not do. This false sense of security, false security eliminates everything a day. That's what the concept chapter will come into use. We'll ask one problem. It is connected to the problem of induction, a question that keeps some thinkers awake overnight. Another psychological bias in it comes he is the denegation of history. People who think with others will not be with them. Russian Rally is a defined game in which the risk looks clear. Any person who knows multiplication and division can remove its probability. But the barrel of reality in real life does not see the gun's hose of reality. People who see wealth generation do not see their risk generator. Always look immersive. Luger's Mever. The game looks so easy that people start playing without thinking. Scientists also, unless they have a barrel of aquatic reality, their models will not be able to predict anything. If you don't worry about an abstract degenerate to people, he will ignore you. For the things that have not been so far, it seems to be an imagery for them. Think you design a package to protect investors from a rear event, an insurance plan that can save them. Investors will complain you if nothing is bad. You have our money was vested. An investor exposed me to that. I apologized to him as his money became protected from a disaster. I did not do this. But there are some people in the world who are grateful that they were saved from a risk. Whether it's in risk reality, the degree of resistance from randomness is an abstract concept. Its logic counter is intuitive contradictory and its results are non-observable that do not appear. But I'm more interested in this concept I'm going to. For personal resonances that will not tell you now. My way to think is probabilistic. Probability sees what could happen and how a man judges his observances. If you've been trying to dissipate on this topic with an accountant, forget. There is only a number for him. If he is interested in probability, he is in another perfection and maybe a costly mistake on your tax return. We do not see the rowlet barrel of reality, but some people try to understand it. It should be a special mindset. I've seen thousands of people come in my perfection, a field that is much dependent on randomness. Those who keep a little psychotropic training put a little more effort in understanding randomness. The way to think for many is like a second nature. Temporal properties like, but let's note that it's not just because of the scientific training. The aware of coziness. Do not condense the cause and effect. Probably this happens because people who have a large part of their lives are of scientific research dedicates for a natural intellectual curiosity. He asks for the question of himself and takes the habit of introspecting everything. Those who are forced to leave their studies have a special way to think. As Nero's case began to interest her scientific studies, she bored minute Raycon details and petty movements. A PhD thesis is difficult to supplement if there is no excessive intellectual curiosity inside you. But if you don't have much naturalization, creating a scientific career is almost impossible. A total of a subtle defense also occurs in the minds of the mathematics and the cystists. A pure mathematician has one in abstraction. Just a scientist in the world inside his mind finds things in the outside world. There is a curiosity inside her how real world works. But some people tend to be over-obsessed with randomness. Those of quantum mechanics that just begin to live in the alternative history and ignore a single reality. Some traders also introspect randomness in an unexacted manner. Once I was dinner at once of a restore of Tripka. A trader with me was Lauren Rose. He was reading an early draft of this book. We flipped the coin which will pay the dinner bill. I took the bill. I'm going to speak thank you, but then stopped. He said I have paid a probabilistically half bill. This is a default mindset of randomness. A normal person does not think of it. Two extreme categories, in my eyes, contains dividends. The first one that never adapts to randomness and the second one who gets tortured with randomness. Most of the business-oriented people were lying in the trading rooms when I set Wall Street in 1980. It was people who did not introspection, with a perfect flat thinking. He was always hunting randomness, but he didn't understand. Their failure rate was very high. And when the financial instruments are complex, it began to fail even faster. Complex products like exotic options that had counter-intents that were payoffs against common thinking. This business-oriented people cannot handle it and gradually disappeared from the market. As many MBS of 1980 I see on Wall Street, it will probably not be in discipline risking today as people ignoring randomness are sure to hunt for a day randomness. In the 1990s, new people came to the trading rooms that were built over the rich and interesting background. The atmosphere of trading has already been ingressed. For me MBA get rid of things. Many scientists who were passionate in their field and had the same of money. He hired people who think of them. Most people were not PhD. The PhD was still in minority, but still overall culture and values changed. Intellectual depth began to get more tolerance. The rapid development of financial instruments led to the demand of the scientist on Wall Street. This new wave was the dominant background physics. But people of every type of quantitative fields began to appear. New accent began to be heard on the trading floors of New York and London. Most Russian followed by French, Chinese, and Indian. It was said that every plant from Moscow had a Russian mathematical physicist known as Wall Street. But they didn't have such a street smartness to take good seats. If you need a cheaper talent, you could go to JF's airport to a translator. Randomly interview some people who fit the stereotype of the mathematics. By late 1990, a world-class the trend of the scientist student could hire you at the half price of the MBA. As people say, marketing is everything. This people just didn't know how to sell yourself. I had a natural bias in hiring Russian scientists, so it could come to chess. A piano teacher also found in the same process. Secondly, it helped a lot in interview process. When MBA people applied for trading jobs, they wrote advanced disciple skills in their resume. I remember Wharton's MBA career counselor recommended it should be done as it performs intelligent and strategic sound. But MBA people know just basic rules of chess. But let's sell it out. So we took a simple verification method. The time of the interview draws a disc board and speaks to you. The faces of MBA candidates were then worth reading. The failure rate of the scientist was better from MBA people, but just a little bit. He was different from the feller. Many scientists were gyro in practical intelligence, judgment, and social of a successful scientist's skills were not the handles of a doorknob. But there are no such things. Just the average trend shows it. Many were extremely rigorous in the mathematical calculations. But if a real-world problem is found that even a little complicated, the same was freeze, as the letter of the mouth of these was understood, but not his spirit. This is relayed from concepts with two systems of reciting that will come to chapter 11. I remember a Russian friend. He had two minds. For a math who was the perfect genius and the second who everything and who was for and was lonely. There was no power to understand finances. Sometimes a fast-thinking, scientific-minded human is also an energy that is also a street smart. There was no break in the case of a band. Another advantage of the coming of the scientist was that our disciples got the skill approval and the conversations of lunchtime became more interesting. The FASB Standards Financial Accounting Standards Board had the discus of the first MBA and the tax accountants. Their now fluid dynamics philosophy and intellectual subjects began to be discussable. I have to believe. The most interesting part of the physicist who came was not that he could disassemble the physics, but it was that he was interested in every intellectual subject and was confusing with him. As the reader will hardly understand, my opinions about randomness did not give me a smooth relationship with my peers, my colleagues on Wall Street. Many people who look indirectly, but just indirectly in chapters of this book. I'm not going to make my relationship better, but my relationships with those who went through the CB to become my boss remain even more uneven. My two bosses were of perfect nature, contrasts in the hurt rate. My first boss I will call Kenny, a perfect always urban family man. Saturday coaches the morning soccer, barbecue and joy to the backyard with the brother-in-law to the Sunday. A close that you will feel comfortable in giving your savings. And so did he grow very fast in his institution. Even though it has financial derivatives that the name in his firm was not his technical knowledge, but he was so no-nonsense human that understanding my logic was not just a matter of him. Once he scolded me as I didn't take the results of his traders to the serious who were doing good performance during the 1993 European bond bull market. For me, these people were just going to trade with random gunslingers, i.e. pure luck. I tried to explain the concept of the servicing bias. That part will come in too, but useless. Afterwards, all his traders named to have the second interest purse left the market. Snows of including. But Kenny's behavior work was majored and well presented. He was articulate, clean and influential speakers, athletic looks. The same composed seemed, and the most important was a good listener. His personal charm was so strong that he won the conference of the chairman. But I could not give him a response. Specialty because she didn't mean my conversations. Her conservative style was a ticking time bomb. Slow blasting project. Its amount my the second boss John Patris was a moody and hyper-aggressive French man. Blasting in a single blast. Just heal well with those who like truly who are not much. Her subordinates were experts in keeping their employees in equity. But he played the largest role in making me a risk-taker. He was a rare man who just took care of the generator, i.e. the process. No results. He was a voice like Stalin. But those who think sensible people want Tao boring life surprised for. The life of John Patris was perfect. Kenny's acid that wears conservative dark suits and white shirts. Jane Patris was the perfect peacock to look like more. Blue shirts, plaid sports coats, and flared silk pocket squares. There was no scene from the family and it never came to office from the morning. But he took the work with himself to the most viable places. At 3:00 p.m. I had a call from the Aptal nightclub Regines to disassemble the small and eventual details of my risk exposure. Slightly thickening notwithstanding, irresistible was for women. Sometimes the office disappears after lunchtime and could not find it for a while. Perhaps a refuge was that he was a New York French man, the steady bathing habits of which had a regular bathing habit. Once he called me for an event business meeting. When I met him in Paris, he met a strange club that was without any nameplate. Documents were thrown on the table. The champagne was running and two scantily dressed low-clothed girls were massaged. The most valuable thing was including them in convergence. A girl called her constantly ringing mobile phone lifting as she didn't have to interact with us. I'm still surprised to think that Jean Petrus Random had once a risks homes. In his mind, there was always the calculations that could happen. Once he forced me to create an alternative plan if a plane hits the office building, and it's very much before the events of September 2001. When I said I wouldn't worry about the financial condition at that time, he shouted me. The reputation of Jean Petrus was a cylinder runner behind a women and short-tipped boss. But he listened to me and pushed my research on randomness. He taught me how to find invisible risk in portfolios. There was a lot of response to science. One thing I don't forget when I made my doctoral thesis defend. Then after 10 years he suddenly came with a smiling face from behind the room. Kinney climbed the ladder of a financial institution, but in the end he was removed the force. But it did not happen with Jean Petrus. His career was not as stable. It taught me a big lesson. Major financial institutions are never reliable. Many people just want to see the results. Do not want to think about what wasn't done. People of no nonsense and successful in business types believe me out of awkward and understanding. Many people also consider my orders to be offended abusive. But those who understand themselves as masters of the universe, even when the market makes them worse, suddenly they become a dry helpless human being and are going to sign the settlement of leaving a severance agreement job. Realism, i.e. realism, is sometimes punishing, but the probabilistic skepticism is even more degenerate. If you apply a probabilistic glasses in life, the flowers of randomness begin to appear on every side that are stuck in your own perfection. The analysis of a historian becomes difficult to read as the brain immediately the question arises. Hannibal and Hitler were crazy. We know that today the Rome and the Finnish language are not quoted and there is no swastika on the Times Square. But the generals that were as full as possible. Just there was such a defense that he won and now his name is written in history books. Music we see Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar as they wrote to win. But if the history is different, it is also in the list of lost generals. His name is the famous today because he took a lot of risk and won. Way he was intelligent, curious, noble sometimes and his time highly cultured people. But there were also thousands of others who went to the old footnotes of history. I'm not saying they won't win wars. Just being the genius of their straightness is in the gout. My first impression when I read Iliad again was that epic poet did not judge his heroes from riot. Hero can also win and defeat. It all depended on the external factors, as a lord is deciding his fate of his fate. Petrochemicals' hero is not because he made some great intriguing. He died immediately. The hero is because he liked to die, but did not let the singles stay in sulking. Clearly epic poets understood invisible history. Later the philosophy of stasicism also took the handle of randomness and the refined method. Seeing media is an emotional experience for me. I grew up without TV and I was in late 20s when I came to operate TV. A dangerous is the exam that shows the media's problem. A commentator of the name George Will talks to Robert Schiller in a TV interview done. Irregularance name for Schiller public is the fames for best-selling book. But those who understand Renmains and market volatility, for them he is a deep thinker. People like George Will further strangle our common sense and bias in the media. I was told that George Will is a very famous and responsive journalist. But the work of journalism is just looking smart and intelligent. Schiller on the honor is the master of hand randomness. But because his subject counter is intuitive, he doesn't feel as smart as public. George Will told Schiller that if people listen to him, money has been lost because the market has been doubled since then. It seems smart for the argument journalism but is absolutely useless with the science perspective. Schiller answered that there is no big sense of being wrong in a market call. But the answer does not make sense of a normal journalist or audience. Schiller has never uttered himself prophets, nor is it an entertainment market guru on TV. In the words of Yogi Berra, the fat lady has not sang down now. Not Schiller on TV it should come as he cannot talk in sound bites. An irrational market may be more irrational. It's not full to think. Schiller was not incorrect, just because the market grew. I was looking for the same person in George Will who was a huge nightmare in my career. A human who is playing Russian rally dollar for the million and I am preventing it. Only then people like George will come and speak. If it hears you, it becomes a huge loss. It fails to understand the complexity of thinking randomly. Mix this prophecy and forecast. Doing randomness is another exam of fullness. Prophecy is just the game of the lock. Forecast is a systemic analysis process, but the people take a sense of the two and the fault is repeated. The concept of clearly alternative history does not make people understand intuitively, and this is the fun. We're not wired to make probability easier. This book will have discus from every angle on the back. At the moment, it can be said that the brain's risers believe that the mathematical truths do not sit down the logicalities of our mind, especially when it comes to random outcomes. The mostly results counter of probability is intuitive and we'll find a lot in this book. So why do I debut from a journalist whose salary depends on how he sold the masses conventional responses? I remember that whenever a George will type man made me a humiliating feel in public disconnection that the simple and petible was easily disguised. That's why I was right. I assume that as much as arguments simpling, but if an idea cannot fit into media-friendly bite, this does not mean that it is not confused. MBS is taught clarity and symposium. 5-minute manager approach. This fertilizer plant is perfect for making a business plan, but not for highly probabilistic discs. That's why I've seen that MBS doesn't get much take in financial markets, because she's simply 2 steps. And yes, MBA readers won't mind. I'm not happy to take this degree yourself. Try an experiment. Ask a question from Airport JA and 2 different groups. Ask the first group, how many people in your life insurance? Given the currency of the million Tujurit Mongolia, whichever is due to death. Ask another group, how much insurance price you will do if it's just to die in the terrorist attack. What will be more expensive than you do? More people will be willing to pay much money for second insurance, while the first insurance comes inside it. Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky had found this bias detched first. One more in the FEMA's expirature, it has been seen that people die thousands of people in a flood from a California economy. More Lileys believe that a flood in North America scenario, while California also comes in North America. Being a derivative trader, I've seen people ignore abstract risk, but the vivid front-looking risks distort him. Now it's not just a matter of George will type journalist. Rather, there is a bias of the whole media system. Our mind on superficial clues depends. Whenever the risk or probability attempts to understand, and it comes from the clue's mostly emotion, so the response of the risk is not from the logical part of the brain. Another nice exam is Mad Cow Digest. In its dizziness, the media made it diked height. How many people also see Murray maximum estimate in 100s, perform car accidents that contain a number of millions? But news channels won't benefit to report a car accident. News is the job of triggering your events and not showing you the truth. It creates sensationalism. Sensationalize shifts the public and apathy to the wrong place. Real problems like cancer and malnutrition are ignorant in the media as it doesn't seem to be invasive. Malnutrition has become an old story in Africa and Southeast Asia, so he doesn't become a part of the news. If you don't see the news, it's probably your probabilistic understanding beater. Media sensationalism makes a distorted probabilistic map in your mind. Market movements in case of exams on September 11, 2001. 18 months of markets were fluctuations. The last 18 months were not older than the fluctuation, but the people considered it as a lot of volatile as the media tone was that the market is the high of stability and terrorism. Media and journalism is a great problem because the world is becoming complex and our mind is getting training. The more randomness will be full of the things that will simply to simply things. The difference in being correct and understandable. Keep in mind, the conventional irony likes things that can be explained directly, and so much space it is considered a kind of law. I had heard a saying in the French school that I repeatedly missed. Tighten the silly golds clarmet efless moss poor leather winners not mean in easy terms the thing that can be easily thought can also be easily quoted. But when I saw the real world of randomness, it came to sense that this poetic sounding things are mostly wrong. Suggestion of borrowed wisdom lending from outside there may be degeners. I have to make a lot of strangle so that I don't just get stuck in good listening. Einstein said that the common sense is just the collection of the wrong idea that the human being collects until the age of 18. Another thing that is worth remembering should be doubted about what a meeting or media looks smart. If the history is seen, the almost every great idea in science came for the first time when it came to the first time. If someone in 195 tried to convince the journalist of the London Times time may be slow, when someone travels with a speed, the journalist has understood him crazy. Now this is a new invention of the corporate world. Risk manager, one who took care of the company so that he began to play Russian roulette. But it's a matter of understanding that this risk manager's role is for much real risk management, but to provide an impression of risk management. The boat does not move by running the mean cuspes, but in view it may seem that running. The risk manager just commits an illusion to show that all is safe, but really the risk is the same. Many smart people went to risk management as a trader's 10-year survival rate is single digit, while a risk manager's job is 100% safe. Traders continue to come. Risk managers are always live. My work is to go to the end of randomness, so it's abusive that people will not easily understand me. But I have a strange prologue. On one hand, I need people to be a flower of randomness so that I can trade their eggs. On the other hand, I need some people to be so sensible to understand my methods and hire me. Meaning people remain a flower of randomness, but not all. That's the strange fun of my world. Chapter 3 and Mathematical Meditation on History. If you think the stereotype of a pure mathematician Their image then comes to the face of a weakly long and tangled bearded man working on a scattered disk. Sit in the office from a dirty with a small thin shoulder and a small canopy, unaware of the dirt of your place dipped in your world. He has his entire life in a communist regime, and in English one heavy ever Easter talks with European accent. Food grains are stuck in their beard. As time passes, he immerses in more obstructions. American public saw the same character. Unabomber is a mathematician who lived in a hut in a forest. In Acutia, those who used to promote modern technology were killed. Her thesis complex boundaries could not understand until a journalist. Because a complex number is a number that is based on square root of 1. One thing that's just aspires in the world of mathematics. A smart Europe playboy's face comes to the forefront as the name of Monte Carlo, which is entering with a light blink of the Mediterranean air in the casino. He is a good skier, tennis plays, and also specializes in chess and bridge. Runs a shiny sports car, wears a good Italian suit, and talks in such a smooth manner as James Bond has a lost brother. The casino counts smartly cards, puts every single bit with calculations, simultaneous calculated monotony. And when I think of Monte Carlo mathematics, I see the combination of both of them. A Monte Carlo man's practicality without shallowness and a deep intuition of a mathematician without excessive obstruction. I found this mathematics field functional when I started trading. It changed the style of thinking. Whenever the randomness has been questioned, and the mostly examined apples of this book have come from my Monte Carlo generator, which I am introduced in this chapter. Mathematics is simply not a tool for calculation. This is a way to make a meditate, to think. Music. In the previous chapter we spoke of the alternative history. Now let's move a little further and see how to play from an uncertainty. Monte Carlo method. Simple is the way to create an artificial history in terms that are based on the concepts of something. The invisible history has been named as a scientific alternative sample mark. This concept is taken from an advanced field process of probability. Path doesn't just mean an outcoming, but a whole is a journey with time unfolds. Not to see what the net worth of an investor is after a year. It is very important that he will see how shallow he will see in 1 year. Just do not see where the bird will sleep tomorrow night, but also to understand where he will go throughout the day. And what we see is just a positivity, a sample path. We also speak random runs to a random sample path. It's just a way to make a virtual history cry that has a role of uncertainty. But random means everything is based on equal chance. It does not happen. Some of the outcoming signs or some of the outcomes are quite dependent. If you take an exam, the data of your explorer cousin's body temperature that has undergone typhoid fever can be created every single hour of data. Or track the daily price of any of your favorite tech stock for 1 year. The price falls from $20 in a scenario or can reach $15 in each other. Or take another simple exam, a random evolution of $1,000 placed in your pocket in the casino. You have $2 at 12:00 p.m. at a scenario, $200, and in each other there are just $20 savings that will be quite difficult even for the cab. It's not just a calculation tool, it's a way to understand randomness and handle unsurprisingness, and that's the way will help us win against of randomness. Stochastic process is the events that change over time. This process means events that are unfolded with time, events that change over time. Stochastic is a fancy Greek word that is the second name of the simple random. This is a branch of probability that a random event after one study. We can also call a mathematical model of history. One process contains the most instant effect. It involves time. Think if you can replicate a perfect roulette wheel to your attic roof store without helping a carpenter. Computers can write programs that can revolutionize any simulation. It can also be better than a real physical ruffle wheel, as the real wheel can have bias, as if the floor is slightly tangled or has some imbalance in the wheel. Removal of this bias defect for Monte Carlo generator is used. Monte Carlo simulation is like creating a virtual model of anything, a toy that simulates randomness into an alternative version of reality. Monte Carlo simulation is a virtual casino in a manner. Once the condition is set which resemble the real world, and then the simulation of their around possible events is played. Even without the mathematical knowledge, we can create a Monte Carlo simulation that has been playing a 18-year Christian Leban's boy Russian roulette. We can see how many times he will win and how many attests in the age will be written after his Ibkiri. If we put 500 holes in the barrel, the die probability will decrease and what we can see will be inactive. The Monte Carlo simulation was introduced in the Los Alamos laboratory when the problem solvents of Marshall physics for the scientist's nuclear bomb were swollen. By 1980, it became popular in finance, especially in the random world of the assay prize to solve some problems such as Russian roulettes. Monte Carlo simulators do not require, but the real-life problems that are filled with complexity. Monte Carlo is a fairly powerful tool. True mathematicians do not like Monte Carlo methods. It steals the fineness and alliance of the mathematics for them. Mathematicians speak the brute force of this as it is different from the traditional problem solving. Monte Carlo simulator can replace a large portion of mathematical knowledge with computational tricks. Draw a circle inside a square, then leave random bullets like arcade game which have a probability sense to hit every single point. Those who fall inside the bullet circle can be fed with the ratio total bullets. This will give an approximation of the mystical pi to the infinite precision. Yes, this is not an efficient from the analytical method, but can be much intuitive for the brain of some people. Some people understand the concept from visualization more than the mathematical equipment, and I am one of them. I am not a native mathematician. I with a foreign accent to mathematics speak. I am interested in its applications over the mathematical property. Mathematics are interested to innovate the mathematics. I just need a way to solve the problem. If I have to understand one of the units, there is a real-life motivation behind it. Maybe even a little greed. If the mathematics are treated with grammar, the mathematicians look like grammar. But the people who work in finance and physicals are just about to avoid mistakes. Mathematicians do not create Go. Physicists and quants are the same. I just have to explain the point. Whether it came to use the next mathematics. And whenever I met the chance, I use Monte Carlo simulators. It also works and explains better. In this book, I will use Monte Carlo for exams as it is a powerful and easy to understand tool. Mathematics is not just a number of games. This is a way to understand randomness and uncertainty. Probability is a field that is not just a science, but a knowledge pure protects the concept. If we have access to the quality of any knowledge, the factor of randomness must be concealed and there must be a looked at no moon coincidence entered into its construction. Probability and information in science are the same thing in a way. Every person who thinks big has made some extras with probability. Many times an oblation like a sunk. Two of the biggest brain Einsteins and kin started with their intellectual journey probability. Einstein wrote a major paper in 195, the first time in which the registration of random events was seen from the probabilistic perspective. The case is the famous for the politic economy, but he was a probabilist first. But those who understand probability also often fail in their real-life decision-making. The next logical step is followed by probability, especially epistemology, knowledge, memanza, or methodology we will explore a little further in the book. In 1990, as my many quantitative finances were with friends, I also got the obesis from the Monte Carlo engine. I felt like I'm a demiurge which is generating new virtual history. It is exciting to see how much different scenarios discoloration occurs. The biggest advantage of being a quantitative option trader is that 95% of my day is time-free to think, read, and research. Sometimes I reflex into the gym, sometimes sitting on its slopes and on a park bench occasionally. And the biggest thing I am meeting, my attic in the upper floor of my house is like a well-equipped lab. The biggest dividend benefit of computer resolution, I felt that fast processors have come which can generate millions of sample paths in 1 minute. First I was just an ever-equipment solvent and was boring work for me to solve the complicated equipment. But the Monte Carlo engine gave me a tool to pull the tough equipment from a simple way. No problem out of retouch. When my buddies were busy in news stories, central bank accountments and market trends, I have Monte Carlo we use to explore new ideas. Once I came to the interest in evolutionary biology, I created an imagery fast-mutating, fast-changing creature by using Monte Carlo that I named Thrust Globes and saw how it is with climatic changes. I found some unexpected results, some of which we will see in Chapter 5. Then I came the interest in the molecular biology. I simulation randomly occurring cancer cells and saw how their evolution occurs. After that I created a simulation of traders from different types in the market. Idiotic bulls that make money in the market rally and buy more assets until it is ruined in the crash. Imputus bear who is always fairish but not able to serve in the boom. Cosius traders who carefully trade and long-term surveys. My models showed that there is no market cycle survey at all. Bulls win the rally but are ruined in the crash. There was just an exemption that traded options which I called option bear given. Option bears had a large advantage. He could hedge his risk. Safe and easy to sleep free. I had to become the same. I never found the training of formal natural sciences. But because of the Monte Carlo simulation I became an evolutionary thinker. Whenever I see a realized outcome that has actually been, the non-realized behind it cannot think without outcoming. I call this saming under history, which was the concept of a colorful physicist Richard Feynman used in quantum physics. Recovering the history from Monte Carlo repeatedly, I feel like the 1960 and 1970 experiential novelists, such as Alan Robe Grillet. This is the same as a writer writes a chapter, then rewrites the same chapter, trying new positivity in a new sample path like with different plots on. Monte Carlo is not just a mathematical tool. This is a way to think in a new way. Another angle to see the history from Monte Carlo perspective is to spend more time with the history of classic stores like Saul and Inspires. Whether it's a bit changed over the story time, but it's agitated by human nature as learning from history isn't natural for us. It appears from the booms and busts repeatedly occurring in the modern markets. Here I take the history not from theory but from the anecdote stories. Those who look at the history as a large theory-based law such as Hegelian historism so he make a big mistake as he ignoring the factor of randomness. My history of real the task is to give just one of the positives that I can steal new ideas and improve my mental bias. Being a trader, I realize that edge and success are often different. Yet, I want to respect developers of people with intelligence and experience. 2 ways to learn from history. The man does not learn from naturally history by using Monte Carlo's simplifications to read and understand the second future. Children learn from their own mistakes. Hot chick until she burns, avoid touching. That's the same thing with adults. Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky saw how people select risks in medical treatments. I realized I would be missing in medical checkups and preventions. But if a problem occurred, I will overreact in treating it. This is a behavioral bias that just uncovers me, but not every big investor or decision maker. If you think that you'll learn from the mistakes of others to read history books, see Expenditure. The Swiss doctor was diagnosed with an inpatient forgotten amnesia in every 15 minutes. One day, the doctor concealed a pin in hand and handshake from the present. The next time the patient got from him, he shook the hand but did not remember who the doctor is. Our memory works in 2 ways. The first declarative that we remember concise, declarative and other non-declaratives that we react without thinking. Rushka avoidance is quite often stored in memory of another type that we do not miss the conceusally stay. This realization helps me to respect history. The thing is not just that we do not learn from the history of others. We don't learn ourselves. People always think that buying a new gadget like a new house will give them permanent happiness. But when the same thing they had bought before, their excitation was quickly over. We don't learn from our own feelings. All of my buds ignored history were spectacular blow-ups. And to date I didn't see someone who underestimates his history do not fail. Just don't lose money, but lose money in which humans don't make sure that it can happen. Taking a risk is no problem, but when a man is not able to take the risk, the problem is. Those who immersed in stock market crash 1987 or had a common pattern of the 1994 collapse sub of Japan's 1990 meltdown or bond market. He said that this time is different or the market is quite stable and he gave a complicated economy to justify himself. But the history was in front of them. You don't want to learn from it? Every bookstore had past crush books, but they did not read. Not just a big crush. I've seen the options traders make the same mistake. He ignoring seniors. Once the market crashes, one day is pulled out of the exchange. It is like touching a child's hot stove. Everyone thinks that he is special. Not bad with him, but when she crashes, she feels the most shock. Is it shock that white? While every ration human could prompt, history is a powerful tool but just for them who want to learn. If you think this time is different or the market is default this time, just do a job. Take a book of an old market crash and see that people were saying the same. History is repeatable. Just take the character's new role. This point can be disconnected from different angles. Experts use a term historical determinism that assumes that we know when he is becoming a history. We think the people who had a history of the stock market crash of 1929 have understood that it is a historical moment. We will also immediately identify if such events are repatriable. Life seems like an adventure movie in which we already know that something is going to be bigger, but the real world does not run such. In spite of being more responsive, we should learn like not from the history. A new boss replacing the Jane Petrus of the previous chapter. A tactical civil survey that has never been involved in relay productions from Randomness. His background was just writing reports and holding a senior management position. As new boss tried to show old boss sucks. Jane Petrus was sloppy and unprofessional. First he made a formal analysis of our transaction. He saw that traders were trading much more, due to which back office extensions were rising. He wrote a report that just 1% of the transaction came into a signal benefit. The rest were either losses or small earnings. Then he quoted an obvious thing. Why aren't winners much more and less? He had a logic simple. If the profitable trades are doubled, the firm's profit can increase much. And then he asked, why did you not think that people who are taking such a high salary? Afterwards, everything seems obvious. Civil servant was intelligent. But this is the mistake common as we see the history from the same perspective. When we see the past, it seems deterministic as just an outcome appears. We do not have events on the basis of their first facts, but after them the basis of the consensus judge. It's like giving a test that already has an answer. We know that the history proceeds, but we see it back. Psychologists speak this bias to the hindsight bias, i.e., I already knew the effects. If our brains are just made to understand, we have a perfect VCR that drives the history into a accurate chronology. But such thinking slogans are survey and reproduction. So, minds have been optimizing that we can quickly take dissipation. Whether it's left, no. Civil servants called gross mistake to trades loss, as the journalist speaks after a defeat that the election loser was a mistake. But I will repeat this thing again and again. Can't judge a mistake later. At that time, the basis of the invaluable information should have an analysis. Another dangerous effect is that people who predict the pest too accurately also consider themselves to be a future predictor. We never teach us that the world is unpredictable. Ivan Twine the tower's collapse speak obvious in the hindsight. I'm another reason for being in oblation from Salan's opening. My routes are also in the same eastern Mediterranean region where it was stored. My interests have been extreme opulence in the same generation and then extreme poverty experience. People who have been a life study and linear are difficult to understand. Those who are around me probably never faced the big setbacks of history, except Great Depression. And some people do not see the history as deeply as it is. This event of 500 years ago for people of my background is still missing today. When the Constantinople went into the hand of the Turkeys, from the subject of a whole empire became prosperous mining in an Islamic world, but they had a wealth fragile. I remember the picture of my grandfather, a Danified man who was at a time deputy prime minister and his son was also deputy prime minister. But when I saw them he lived in a simple Athens apartment as all his state was ruined in Lebanon's civil war. I understand another thing from my experience. The suffering of poverty exceeds the physical denier. I think it can be much better to die for a human rather than he goes like a janitor. That's why I'm afraid of the financial risk, physical risk. I'm sure that Croix was suffering from over my life to the end of the kingdom. History is something that cannot be punished with an experiment, but still his power is too much. In specialty markets, experimenting in many fields of science is possible, but the history may not have it. But if we look for a long term, history is capable to show every kind of possible scenarios and finally shows the bad man in his place. A line runs a lot in the market. Bad trades will keep you up with. Mathematicians give this concept a fancy name. If the sample size of something is too large, then its result will follow a spatial pattern. If a generator lottery has been won, then if he 1,000 years, then the chance will not be at all that he will win the lottery again and again. A lucky man perhaps in the short term can enjoy the luck, but in the long term he will come to his real place. Those who are invalid but were skillful will come up with eventually. This means every human being is going to return to his real long-term properties. Music breaking news journalist that I don't like at all. The book has already come in, just as George Will's random outcoming way to convince. Now in the next step I will show that Monte Carlo engine taught me distilled thinking. That's just to focus on the matter of work by removing waste things. Journalism and history has the same difference that occurs in noisy and information. If a journalist is really intelligent, he begins to say every day, "Today the market went up," but there is no instant information as it has much randomness. But if a journalist began to say, "His job will go," not only does the journalist become the same as historians are now becoming a journalist. If the edge of an idea is old, then there will be something in it. I don't do it. Solon's warring comes in randomness. While the media culture is compact as it gives messages. That's why I like old books and have more value than new thinking. Whether it's sophisticated, as if I read in news, she is just a magazine like Taylor, Paris Match, Vanity Fair, and The Economist. Because it is more interesting than normal news. If you also see mathematically, the progress does not mean that everything is better. When a new idea comes to the logistics we can find the regeneration of them and the shockings can always be a better strategy is. If one speaks that new things like cars, planes, telephones, computers should support new events. So it's not so much obvious. This is just the result of the view of the winners. The new inventions that have failed are ignored. Just a few people are happy if they take the exam, like actors and writers. The rest of the mostly waiters are. There are also lookers. Every Saturday newspaper has new patents listed that can change life. 99% of them never work. My point is simple. If you have an inventory, the cost is very low if the miss will do. But if you'll be able to examine everything without thinking, you'll be a victim of waste and toxicity. The project of the information is not that it is a useless, but it is a toxic. We will understand the technical signal filtering and movement of the observation frequency. In the next chapters, I'm just saying that an intelligent man should be away from journalism. If a truly valuable thing is in news, it's like needle in a single stake. Meaning removal is almost impossible. People don't understand that the media remains just to sell your attention. There is no word over silence for a journalist. Sometimes when I go to New York by train with 642 in the morning, I get to see a strange thing. People who get lost in the Wall Street Journal as their world has been credged in. This business computers always seemed depressed. as they should be elsewhere. Not to know that the newspapers were depressed due to reading, or depressed people read on newspaper, or those who have their genetic isbit, they are both quality. Reading newspapers and looking sad. At the beginning, when I came into new finance, it was all of me that intellectually offended. I think it's all a worthless thing. There is no pilling a full consulting impossible from such short 6 news. But now I get a strange pleasure in it. I know this people will react on the noisy, and I can take advantage of the same randomness. The people who have overreacted by reading the news, the only ones for me in option trading make. To understand that you have 30 hours of reading the last math news, there is no impact on your investment, nor understanding your world. This is exactly what a health club would like to take a membership, just to do the New Year resolution and think that the next time news will change your thinking. What is the impact on the society of information? This idea, firstly, Robert Shiller took the mathematically. Shiller showed his research paper in 1981 that stock prices that are the value of something like a company's future cash flow is a lot of volatile in the company's conference. Price always overreacts, either goes too high or unnecessary drops. This means that the financial theory that says that the market is satisfied was wrong. The mean markets don't have a perfection. It overreact. When Shiller said this, the rebels of the finance industry began to call him infidel, i.e. religion corrupt. And ironically, this is the same Scheer that last George Will had publicly insulted in the chapter. Shiller's theory's largest critic was Robert C. Merton. Martin said Scheer's method is weak and the market is exactly inefficient. But later the same Merton made a hedge fund's founding partner that took advantage of the market's infancy, meaning that the human being was the biggest supporter of the efficient markets. The same was taking advantage of the inefficiency hacks fund starting. And irony is that Mutton's Hayes fund grew up very bad blue at the Black Swan event. This is the same just as one of the Pope Islam is exempted. Today, news providers have started giving breaking news in new ways. You get instant updates, wireless notifications, alerts, and daily market headlines. But the problem is that the ratio of undistilled, i.e. the raw information, is increasing and the ratio of the distilled is lowering. This means that the noisy is getting higher in the market and reducing the truth. But there is no mechanism that can separate smart journalists and noise providers. Some smart journalists like London's Anna Tolkatsky or New York's Jim Grant and Alan Ebelson or science journalism in Garistics, but media's mainstream journalism mostly is just made to capture the attention. Smart journalist does not get any value in the system as the audience just runs behind the catchy headlines. It's just like a loader doesn't care about the truth. Just make the argument to convincing the Zari. Journalism is just to distrust your attention. The thing that will capture attention is sold. So news has sound bites because no one wants to think of these depths and earns me all the personalities as my provocation, i.e. trading dips on the given information of the same journalist. People understand that if something came in news, then it is the instant. But the real thing is that news is just about to capture your attention. There's nothing to do with your real understanding. Meaning news is profitable business, not a source of knowledge. If you want to become a virtual smart, you should stay as far as possible from news. One, there is no word larger than silence for the journalist. Music, if the distilled thinking is given a clean knowledge concentration, it means that we should prefer them instead of new and more profitable traders who have been surveyed in the market for much time. But the trend of the Wall Street is completely reverse. There are only new, young, and recent successful traders with much preference. I used Monte Carlo symbols and tested different traders in historical market conditions. The result came out that those who just the profit basis were selected, they could not last much time in the market. But the traders who were selected on the basis of the experience and those who were unblown surveys turned out to betters in the long term. Survival of the fittest is a very common term in the finance world, but people do not understand this correctly. When the market condiments change occurs, the rhizome switching occurs, which is fittest, it becomes difficult to predict. But then a pattern from the Bodo servicing that is both of the older people into that events. This is exactly what evolutionary theory says, that the women have a lower edge high, but more than the Celtic men, because they have a proof that their genes are strong. Life insurers for Renaissance Sitley had also noticed that there was a bean insurance premium for a man of 20 years and a man of 50 years. Because once a 40 was done, it meant that it is quite immune from thousands of life. And sensible person listens to Pisces, while a nerd just hears the noisy. In 1915, the Greek poet C.P. Kevefi wrote a poem of Philos. Goddess deity can see the future. Mango man can just listen to the present, but the wise man who is going to be. Meaning that those who listen to the wise people do not hear the common people. With the help of Monte Carlo simulations, we can understand what is the defense of the noise and aquatic information. Take the scenario of a retired dentist for the exam. A dentist is a good investor and the market can earn an extra return of 15% above the treasury bills. but 10% of its returns have an early volatility, meaning 100 times if his performance is tested, 68 times his return will be between 5% and 25% and will be between 95 times his return minus 5% and 35%. This is quite optimistic scenario, and this dentist makes a small trading desk in his home's attic. Now he sees the market every day and checks his performance. The price is that despite a good investor, the performance of every second is just 50.02%. There is a dependent on the moons. If he/she posts his performance every day, then his positive and negative emotions will not balance each other as people feel more than the happiness of natural losses. If he sees his investment returns every year, then he has a chance of being able to be 93%. But if he checks every second, there is only 50.02% chance that he looks somewhat positive. If trying to understand scale and probability, then a year has 93% probability to grow. 77% in 1 minute, in 1 quarter, 67% in 1 day, 54% at 1 hour, 51.3% in 1 minute, 50.17% and 50.02% in 1 second. If he sees live market data on his screen every day, in 8 hours he will feel good 241 times and will feel bad 239 times. It will become 6,688 happy moments and 6,271 sad moments throughout the year. But the problem is that the misery of losses is more intensive than the joy of profits. So if the dentist will observe the minute by minute, he will exercise a big loss, just because he took the noise more seriously. Market noisy and real information difference. It is very important to understand. If you check your investments every second or minute, you'll just go to an emotional roller coaster ride. Checking a lot of frequently can be quite toxic, as every small movement will make you an emotional drain. If you have a good long-term strategy, then it's just best to see occasionally. If you want to become aware, learn to stay away from the noise. If the dentist just check his portfolio every month, it will look a profit in 67% of the cases. This means that he just 4 times negative feeling experience will be happy, and 8 times. But if he sees once a year, in 20 years he will get 19 times positive surprises and only once negative. This is the Zen dentistry. That is the Bean strategy. Only the time frame change of the expression is changing. If we look at the ratio of the market observation, this pattern appears that everyone within 1 year is just 0.7 part noisy for the genuine performance. 2.32 part noise occurs within 1 month. For every single real performance, inside 1 hour 30 parts noise is every 1 real for performance. And inside 1 second there's 1,796 parts noise for every single real performance. The short-term ovulation will mean the more noise and the less real signal will be found. There are 3 components. Only fluctuations appear in the first short-term monitoring, not a virtual returns. Viewing every second or minute will only make the portfolio look shallow, but not overall trends. I always remember that what is looking for is just a combination, not just the return of the variances and returns. Second are emotions designed not to understand randomness. Dentist felt much better when he saw the month statements and feels better if he sees once a year. If you think you can control your feelings, think that some people also think that they can control their heartbeat or hair growth. And the third, I just smile whenever an investor sees live market prices on my mobile. I don't even am from this emotional defense. So I use a simple method. I don't let myself access much information. I like to read a news poster. If an event is really important, I will know the same. That's why I don't read newspaper. Only the deceased list except the obituary section. I sit with the mathematicians and secretaries instead of traders when I am in a trading room. That's why I read The New Yorker instead of the Wall Street Journal's daily addictions. If people see randomness too close, they become victims of emotional burnout. People think that every negative experience will balance a positive experience. That's wrong. Negative feelings bearing is 2.5 times higher in the convection of positive feels. If you're checking something frequently, your stress and negativity will continue to grow. Some of the scary things have been revealed in the study done in the lab. Increases blood pressure from high stress. Chronic stress leads to memory loss. Brain plasticity reduces the ability to adapt new ideas of the brain. The chance of being a brain damage increases. At the moment, there has been no expert studies that directly analyze traders' burnout effect. But seeing extreme randomness on the daily basis can lead to physiological effects of the human being. Economists have not yet understood that positive and negative emotions are different at the biological level. The pattern of decision-making after loss is completely different from the decision after the profit. It's also important to understand that having just money doesn't have a well-being, but a lot of money that travels. If you have an emotional torture in the process of making money, then that wealth is not done. I don't read the daily newspaper, or I ignore the short-term events of the market. Some of my ANA players seemed that I won in a different world. My problem is that I am not a Russian. I can immerse in randomness and emotional torture can feel. So I keep the confusali away from the information. I can only think if I separate myself from the flood of information. A big advantage of my life is that I know my weaknesses. I know I can't control my events by watching news. I know I will be left if I see the market performance every second or every minute. So I recommend silence. This topic will talk on the part 3. Chapter 4 Randomness, Nonsense and Connecting the Scientific Intellectual Monte Carlo Generator to Create Artificial Thinking and Doing It with the No Random Structures of Science Wars Business World. Why, being an aesthetic lover, I like to become a bouquet from Randomness. Our Monte Carlo engine can take us to the area of literature. In today's time, a big defense is being seen in the middle of the scientific intellectual and literary intellectuals known as science wars. One way well-read non-scientists are, and equally well-read scientists on the other hand. This defense first happened in Vienna of 1930, when some physicists disassembled that the big discoveries in science have been so significant that humanities can also claim in the area. The literary thinking can have a very good nonsense. He believed that the thinking should be separated from the rhetoric, i.e. the acharya, just excluding the literature and the poetry as the same is the true place. He brings the rigor in intellectual life the way to remove that a statement can be in just two categories. The first dignative like 2 plus 2 equals 4 that logically out of a clearly defined axiomatic framework. Just as the rules and the other inductives of arithmetic, the approximates that can be verified in some manner. Like experiences, statistics, etc. like rains in Spain or New Yorkers are usually raid. Everything else was just a perfect waste thing. He believed that music can be a better option in place of metaphysics. But the inductive statements sometimes so it may be difficult to give proof of them to become impossible. As we will see in the problem of Black Swan, anaphysicism can also lead to nonsense of a method. If you give someone a wrong confidence, I'll take some chapters to explain this point. The Vienna Circle put it on the responsibility intellectuals that if any statements are given, it will also have to be proved. This period became the base of thinkers' idea like Karl Popper, Letterface, Wittgenstein, Carnap. The impact of his original idea in both philosophy and science important, but they've got to see gradually in the non-philosophical intellectual life. A simple way that we can identify a psychotropic intellectual and literary intellectual differently. It is that a psychic intellectual can identify the written material of the second scientist. Not a literary intellectual differentiate that a line is written by a scientist or a smart talking, i.e. by a cleverly speaking non-scientist. This is clear when the literary intellectuals sciences buzz words like the uncertainty principles, God's themes, parental universes or relativities begin to use incorrectly. It is either an out of context or occasionally in the exact exit piling. The book of a tremendous exotic Alen Sokol of this thing gets into the fashionable nonsense. When I read this book in plain, it was so loud that the other moneymakers were talking about me. If a man puts the same psychotropic references in his paper, a literary intellectual will assume that this material is psychotropic. But for a psychist, science means a rigor of infants that's just to mentor the grand concepts. The scientific rigor can be written in the simple English. Science is a method and rigor that can also appear in the simplest prose. The book Selfish Gene of the, for example, Richard Dawkins does not have a single mathematical equipment, yet his prose looks like he has been translated from the mathematics, but at the same time he is an artistic prose. Randomness can be quite helpful in this case because there's a more interesting way to make a difference between a nonsense speaker and a thinker. Sometimes a text from the Monte Carlo generator can be created that resembles literary discourses, but randomly a scientific text cannot be created. The rhetoric is then randomly created, but not psychotropic knowledge. This is a reverse version of the Turing test. What is Turing test? A brilliant British mathematician, isolated and computer pioneer Alan Turing had a test proposed. We can say that the computer is intelligent if a computer can make a person feel free and force him to understand another person. It should still be true. If a man is spoken of a computer, we know that it is not intelligent, and another person will be considered untidy if he is a human generated, will be considered to be silent. Can it happen that a randomly generated text Jack Darter resembles? Yes, it's a tremendous answer to Ellen Sokol's Holocaust that I had previously done. He wrote a nonsense paper and also made him publish in a prestigious journal. Monte Carlo generators write such text designed for. This post can be fed from the modest text and generate random fresh by using a method variable grammar. Those who look grammatically right do not have any Pisces. It can be written exactly like Jack Darter, Kemal Padilla. Because the thinning of the literary intellectuals is so unclear, he can become ridiculous from randomness. Take an exam. Monash University is a program of speaking Andrew C. in Australia that is the grandfather engine that writes such random papers. I used it, and the centenary generated. The main theme of the work of the Radi is not the thirst but the pre is the thin. Neo-Zetist paradigm insulates that sexual identities hold anence with Arn. The second, many stories show the role to be the observer of the writer. It can be said that if the culture is natural valid, we have to make a choice between dialectic paradigm and neo-conceptual Marxism. The student's culture narrative analysis says that the society holds the paradoxically objective value. Similar random and meaningless sensations can be generated the literary intellectuals that seem to be genuine. Some businesses also come in this category. Just this literary is less stylish than the spikes and uses different vocabulary. You can write randomly a business swatch and check whether the CEO is speaking is valuable or just a well-dressed nonsense. Oh, you can select randomly in 5 freshs and make them a grammatically curt speech of the edition. I read phrases. We take care of our customers' interests. Second, the road ahead. Our biggest assets are our people. Creating value for shareholders. Our vision is our experience is in this field. We offer interactive functions. We are making our positions in this market. We are looking for ways to better serve our customers. Short-term pen is required for long-term gain. We will get a reward in the long run. We play with our strength and innovate weaknesses. Dare and determination will win. We are commuted towards innovation and technology. A happy couple productive is applied. Commitment to excellence, strategic plan our work ethics. You should find new jobs if this spike is very much from your boss's spike. There is a discus on the artificial history and there is no mention of Hegel. Hegel is a thinker whose written texts can be understood only in a fashionable cafe in France or a university's humanities department that are completely different from the real world. Watch an exam that Karl Popper detects, translate, and exposed. The sound is a change in the collection of a spatial condition and is the negation of this condition, an obstruct or an ideal ideality. This change is immediately the negation of the material spatial subsistence that is the real ideality of the spatial gravity and the heat of the cohesion. It is so random that the Monte Carlo generator can also make it a random and not. Yet people call it philosophy and the money of tax borrowers is taxed to fund it. And let's see Hegelian thinking's use as a scientific approach made in history which forms the base of Marxist regimes in New Hegelian thirst. These pseudo-thinkers should be given a basic course of statitis before they are sent to the open world. There are some moments when I like to be made from randomness. I am allergic to nonsense and Werby's faulty words. But when it comes to art and poetry, it eliminates allergies. On one hand, I defend myself a no-nonsense hyper-realist who wants to understand the role of the chance. On the other hand, I've been indulged in my personal superstities. There is no problem. So then where do I draw a boundary? The answer is the aesthetics, beauty. Some of the aesthetic things appeal to our biology directly, whether it came from the random association or is the plain hallucination. Our genes have another nature of being a deeply impact from the phasiness of the language and the abilities. So what do you need to fight it? My inside man who loved poetry and language was first depressed by the concept of exquisite cadrum's amazing carcass poetry exercise, because it contains random poetic and pageantful senses are created. If you just throw a lot of words together, there is a part of them unique and for a hood of a rule of politics. But one cannot rule out that some of the poems are really great. If poetry gives us an aesthetic plaque, then what makes it a difference between it? After the First World, a group of the surrealist poets, ultra-realistic poets that included André Breton, Paul Eluard and his partner, assembled in cafes and made an experiment trio. Modern literary critics believes that exorcism war began due to the need for escape from the post-depression and reality. Every poet on a folded paper writes a predefined part of a sentence without knowing what is written by the first writer. The first man writes an adjunctive, the second one writes a noun, the third one writes a verb, the fourth one and the adjective writes, and the fifth writes a noun. For the first time it has been processed random and collective, make a poetic sentence. The executive cadrevers sheltering the new wine. Impressive is not this negative sounds even more poetic in French. Such random and computerized method has also been written with the very best poetry. But the truth is that poetry was never taken seriously, except is due to its beauty and associations. Whether a poem is made of a random renting Bawadger rubbish or is written by a genius poet, poetry always dips on the beauty of the language. Whether a poignant is generated from the Carlo engine or a blind man in Asia Minor has sang, language is always capable in giving pleasure and solace, pleasure and console. If we have a logical translation, he can lose his power. Boring cheese and no one can be from a translated posery. Language has a powerful proof to serve holy language which did not curate from daily use. The Semitic releasing Jewish Islam and the ancient Christianity understood that Keep the language away from daily rationalization. Translate into the vernacular and protect him from being taxed. The Catholic Church, 40 years ago, translated the services and liturgious religious texts from Latin to local language. Did reliability by Leves reduce? Certainly re-released without coming to an intellectual and scientific test of aesthetic protection. The Greek Orthodox Church also translates the prayers into the classic Arabic that was a completely dead language. My people still pray today by using a mix of Greek Old Church Greek and Konak Arabic Quranic Harbi. Our human nature asks us a shorter readings. Economists often find new ways to escape from reality. Now, let's understand that our thinking doesn't just run by the ration. We need to be rational and scientific when it comes to the survey. The rest of the little things will also go away. But modern life speaks to us. Become more realistic and intellectual in the release and personal heavier, but absolutely random and emotional in finance and investment. Some of my rational buds do not understand why I like the pottery of Mallory Borge and Walter Benjamin. But the same people are stuck in the analysis of TV gurus or the stock of an Annan company just by on the tip of a rich neighbor. Vienna Circle said that Hegelian philosophy is not psychotropic and is inferior than music in the artistic case. I just want to say that Bowler is more than listening to CNN News or George Will. If I have fed the forced pork, then it's the best quality. This is an Irish saying. If I have to be made from randomness, it should be beautiful and heartless. I will clear this point in part 3. Chapter 5 Survival of the Last Fit Can Evolution Be Flower by Reindemni 2 Rear Events on Case Study Rear Events and Evolution Connection How Darwinism and Evolution Non-Biological Often Misunderstand in the World. Life is not continuous. How can evolution be full of randomness? This is a proposition of the project of the induction. I met Carlos in different parties of New York. He is always dressed in the impeccable, but girls find a little curry in front. I try to grab her regularity and remove the secret of her work from her mind. He did buy and sell the emerging market. Beyonds was a good man. I never refused my request, but tense gets. It was difficult to speak English, whether it's not a fluent. It seemed as English speaking is a physical effort that constricts its head and neck muscles and head and neck muscles. All people are not made to speak foreign language. What are emerging market bonds? The emerging market is the form of a political euphemism that defines a country that is not a fully pavilion. These bonds are used by those foreign governments like Russia, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, and Turkey. When the country's economy was down, the bonds were traded in the panties. Then in the early 1990s, investors entered into the markets and gradually began to acquire new and exotic securities by increasing the risk and growth. All countries were making new hotels with US cable news channels and valuable TVs with health clubs, trade mills, and large screens were being planted. Everyone was getting access to the same financial gurus and market entertainments. Bankers invest in their bonds, countrymen use their money to create new hotels so that investors came. The crease of these bonds began to grow at a point. Earlier, it was traded in the pans, then reached the dollar. He made a lot of money. Carlos Supposit came from a petition, a high-class Latin American family that became very close to the 1980 economic tribal. But she showed the British in the undergraduate study, and then Harvey went to a PhD person who became a trend of Latin American petractions. They believed that people with a PhD can protect their economy from the danger of being hands-on of non-PhD people. Carlos was a good student, but a decent for her thesis was not getting a fine thick topic. His advisor did not respite much. He felt unimposed. Finally, Carlos's master's degree to Wall Street done. A New York bank's emerging market desk hired Carlos in 1992. It had everything for success. It came to look at the map to find the countries that issue the broad bonds. He knew what gross domestic product (GDP) is. He felt serious and intelligent. Whether it was a Spanish accent heavy, boxes like to sit in front of their customers. The rest was showing contrast from traders who were less in polish. The market was small when Carlos came to the bank and the undisposed corners of traders' trading floors sitting in, but gradually it became a big and growing part of the revenue of the market bank. Carlos was a generic emerging market trader. The traders seemed to be a group of cosmopolitan petrochemicals coming from different emerging markets. The International Coffee Hour of Walton School gives a feel like fell. The fun thing is that a person trades his birthplace market. Mexicans trade Russian securities in London. Iranians and Greeks specialize in Brazilian bonds. Argentinian Turkish security trades. It is quite possible in the conference of my real trader's experience. Urbans dress it well, art collects, but are not intellectual. It is very conservative, traditional, which is the apostle of the parent's personality as the market is young. The edge of these traders is between 30 to 40. Many people are sitting with the season stamps of Metropolitan Opera. My accordion true traders are quite different. Their dressing is sloppy. He often looks next. His intellectual curiosity overestimates them in dustbins and not from the painting of the French painter on the wall. Carlos became a successful trader economist. Her Latin American countryside had a big network and knew what's happening there. He buys bonds that seem to be irresponsive. Either so he gave a good interest or so he believed that his demand is going to grow in the future, which would cost the immigrant. But if you've seen Carlos's trader say a little wrong. A trader does both buy and sell. He sometimes sells stocks or bonds that he does not have, then later buys back at the bottom price to make profits. This process is called shorting. But Carlos did just buy and did big buy. He believed that he was earning a good risk premium. Because these bonds have an economic value, there was no economic sense of shorting. Carlos' emerging markets inside the bank are considered an expert was. He could immediately give the latest economic figures. Her regular lunches were with the chairman. Trading for him and the economics was the same thing and it was working quite well for him. He received a presentation after one and the finalists he became the hit rater of the emerging market desk. Carlos's performance exposure from 1995 began to be enough. Its capital allocation grew bank steadily, so fast that he was not able to use up to the new risk limits. Carlos's good days just didn't come because she bought the emerging market bonds and their price grew rather because he bought the time and more of the dips. When the prices went down due to the panic, he and accumulated. 1997 could prove bad for him. If she does not buy bonds after a dip of October, it was a confidence booster for the shorter reversals to it. He felt that he is always right. He believed that his economic intent helps him to take the right trading decisions. When the market falls deep, he checks the fundamentals. If fundamentals are strong, he buys and buys. When the market recovers, he lightens his holdings. As of December 1997, her last bonus was seen as an upward sloping line. The Mexican devaluation in 1995 was a small setback, but after that a long rally came. Fast, long deterioration. Sometimes there was dips, but the equivalent bang-up sortality was removed. All worsened in the summer of 1998. His last dip did not convert to a rally. His track record showed just a bad quarter, but he was a very bad quarter. Last year for the bank earned about 80 million. In just a summer, he lost $300 million. What happened? When the market began fall in zone, its sources pointed out that it's just a liquidation that was done by a hedge fund of New Jersey who was running a former W.Hahn professor. He specialized in the fund-managed securities and found the order to down his entire inventory. There were also Russian bonds in the inventory as it forms a diversified portfolio of hedge funds' high-yielding securities. Carlos said when the market began to fall and for purchase of more Russian bonds, her average buy price was $52. There was no real problem in Russia. A New Jersey hedge fund cannot disassemble the future of Russia. He shouted, "Read my lips. It's a liquidation. Whatever his or her facing straightness has to be heard." Music. By the end of June, his 1998 trading revenue fell from 60 million to 20 million. He was angry. He had a calculation that if the market would come back to the first level of the New Jersey sell-off, he would be up to 100 million. He believed to be unavailable. That said, this bonds will never trade below $48. He was just taking a little risk, but potential chance was quite large. July came and marketed and fell. Russian benchmark became reaching $43. Carlos's positions were now in underwater. Now he was 30 million down. His bosses began to be nervous, but she was speaking again and again. Russia would not fail. It's too big to fail. He believed that Russia will have a rag out and benefit the world economy. He repeatedly said that there is no time to sell. It's time to buy. Bonds are trading close to their default value. The price of these bonds will not fall much if the Russian default is made. Who gave this idea? After the discussion from the second traders and the emerging market economist, he took this concluding. He put 500,000 Russian principal bonds of his personal net worth. He told his stockbroker that I would be retiring with these profits. The market was breaking the lines drawn in sand again and again. The limits were breaking. Bonds were trading in $30 by the beginning of August. Between August it reached $20 and Carlos took no action so far. It seemed that the price seen on the screen is irrelevant for his value-bound business. Now Carlos's body began to look at the fatigue of the battle fatigue conflict in language and behavior. They began to be restless. Her composure broke up. In a meeting he shouted, "Stop losses are just for ridicule. I am not going to sell at low price of purchase at high price." When he was successful, he had learned the fun of not immersing market traders. He repeatedly says if we go out after our heavy loss in October 1997, he never meets the excellence 1997 result. He also said from the management, these bonds are now trading on very depressed levels. Those who invest now will get tremendous returns. Carlos disclaims from the market economist for an hour every morning. Everyone was liked. This is the sell of Overdon. Soldier is more than needed. His desk also started lifting losses in the second emerging markets. He also lost money in the domestic Russian ruble bond market. Losses increased, but they managed to. The second banks for million has been heard. He had said that he has done a bit of good performance in the industry's conference, but it was the system of a large crisis. This means that the entire community of traders were following the same strategy. A trader should always do what others are not doing. Russia's principal bonds began to trade below $10 until August's last lost. Carlos's net worth was half. It was removed. His boss, head of trading, also fired. Bank president won. The new position has debuted. The board did not understand that the bank invested so much money in a government that was not able to give its own employee a salary. And the most disturbing thing, Russia was not able to give their armed soldiers a salary. It was a big little thing that emerging market economists forgot into their discretions. It was the result of overanalysis and groupthink. Veteran trader Marty O'Connell calls it a firehouse effect. He had to say that when firemen has much downtime and he just talks to each other, if you live, they begin to remove the same convulsions. When you look out from the outside, it takes exactly the absurd. Psychologists give it a fancy name, but Marty's just talks to her experience. IMF, International Monetary Fund also became unclean from Russia. The ND types of IMF also came into the hands of the Russian government. Russia had cheated in their accounts. But remember that the economists were judged not for their psychotropic reality, but for their intelligent ways goes. But market prices don't become bouquet. Market prices know more than economists and traders. There was a Waitron trader Louis in the disc next to Carlos. Louis always came to a sense of humiliation with emerging market traders. He was Brooklyn-born and read 152-year-old trader who had surveyed every market cycle over the past 30 years. She saw calmly when Carlos was scolding a security guard, such as any captured soldier transported a prisoner to arena. Louis in Brooklyn accent gently said, economics is all market dynamics. Carlos is now out of the market. Even if a history in the future is able to deliver it right, it doesn't matter if it was a waste trader. He is a thoughtful gentleman. An ideal son can become in law, but there are all trades of a bad trader inside it. And this is a big secret of markets. Every time, the richest traders are often the most useless traders. I would call this phenomenon a cross-sectional problem. Any market, the most successful traders in the moment are the same as the mostly that fits best in terms of the latest cycle. This is not accompanied by problem dentists or pianists, as their profession is more immune than the effects of randomness. We have also found John in Chapter 1, neighbor of Nehru. At the age of 35, he was a corporate high-yield bond trader in Wall Street. He had graduated from the Lubin School of Business of Pace University. Only in 7 years he had a strong on Wall Street created a position. Her fast growth was so possible as she jumped from a Wall Street firm to another firm in which she got a tremendous profit-sharing contract. Under that contract, he received 20% of his total profits in the end of every year. Moreover, it was also the ultimate to put your personal money into your trades that were considered a huge privilege. John was not considered an exponential intelligent man, but there was a strong business sense in it. People spoke to him professional. Way talks like a born businessman, never speaks of any unnatural or inert work in every session, never reveals too much emos. If there is a Wall Street, it is also a perfect timing that it looks professional. He always dressed in a perfect classy. Every month London went, where his unit supervised European high-yield trading. He wore a Savile Row tailor high-class custom sewing dark business suit. With Ferragamo tie, it gave a perfect look to be its saxful Wall Street professional. Every time Nero meets him, he is dressed by himself. John's work was high-standing trading. It bought such ripped bonds that gave a return of up to 10%, while the borrowing rate of his firm was just 5.5%. His net revenue was 4.5%. This is called the interest rate differential. It seems small, but through the leverage he could multiply his profits. This model applied in many different countries. Borrows at the local rate there and invests in risky assets. In this way she faces $3 billion created a trading portfolio of value. He had sold US, UK, French and other government bonds futures to hedge his risk. He felt his hedging strategy has been proposing him from the global interest rate fluctuation. John did a foreign quant Henry assist. It was difficult to understand English, but Henry was considered as expert in risk management. John did not come to death. He was the dependent on the complete Henry. He often says his mind and my business sense is just enough. For Henry, John created risk assignments. Whenever John Varad happens, he demands an updated report from Henry. Henry was a graduate student in operations research when John hired him. He was a specialization in computational finance that works to run programs on the most computers. Her salary grew from $7 in 3 years to 600 roses. John's biggest profit didn't just come from the interest rate differential. The price of its holdings also came from the rise. Many other traders were copying their trading strategy from the price of the asset was growing even more. John believed that the methods of calculating his fair value are accurate. A complete department helped him analyze and bond selection. This makes it normal for profits. John was earning a consistently money for his enablers and his profits were doubled every year. A tremendous jump came to his last year. He was allotted to him. He grew more than his exposition. His last bounce check was $1 million, pre-tax, from which $5 million in tax went. John's personal net worth reached $32 million at the age of $35, and by 35 it exceeded $16 million. John's net worth's part came from bonuses, but a great part of his personal portfolio came from the profit. $14 million out of his $16 million he invested in his business. He began to control a portfolio of $50 million by using leverage, of which $36 million he borrowed with the bank. The effect of leverage was that if there is a slight loss, then the compounded it could make a complete wipeout. John's $14 million winded in just a few days and his job went along. As happened with Carlos, John's also came to the summer of downfall 1998, when the meltdown of high-yield bonds began. The market became so volatile that everything he had invested went together to his next. He had stopped working. He became angry at Henry that he did not predict why it could happen. Perhaps there was no bug in the program. John's first reaction, absolutely expected, was he started ignoring the market. He said he would be crazy if he noticed the mood swings of the human market. This means that the market's noisy is the Pisces reverting and will be offset in the opposite direction. It was the same translation that Henry explained it, but this noise grew in the same direction. Just 7 years old as the Bible's bicycle, John's hero, in just 7 days to become a Giro. Now he had become an outside man. The job went and the people do not apply for their calls. A lot of friends the same was trapped in the resolution. John was not able to understand that when he had such an information, so as the perfect track record, there was a backup of the caustic mathematics, then how he failed. Did he ignore the shadowy figure of randomness? John's time to understand what was the manifest. The event was not so big, the market was just a little deeper, but his leverage was too much. The most shocking thing was for him that the probability to be this event, as per his calculations, was just once a trillion year was. Henry called it 10 sigma event. He also doubled the probability. It was only the trillion years. What is John's future? Will he ever recover? Probably never. The thing is not just that he lost money. Good traders know to lose money, but he lost much as he could afford. His personal confidence was completely wiped out. Another refuge that John will never recover, as he was already not a scrumptious trader. He was just a man who was there where everything was him getting in the favorites. She looked and looked at the Atud professional, but there are many who just put in the look. John considered himself ruined, but his net worth is still 1 million more than 99.9% of people in the world. But here's a psychological thing. Growing from 16 million to 1 million isn't as much as $1 million. He was still embarrassed that nowhere he would hit the street from his old friends. John got the chance to get $1 million left. He must be 13 that his net worth was not negative, just emotional damaged. But the case of his enabler was different. John earned $250 million in 7 years for his New York investment banks, but in just a few days he dipped $600 million for his last enabler. Not all emerging markets and high-yield traders like Carlos and John, but those who were the most successful traders, or at least 1992-1998, were the same as those in the bull cycle. Both Carlos and John still have a chance to build a new career, but there are signs that he will not serve after this incident, because if you talk to them, you will immediately understand that it is a cohesive randomness flower. And the biggest thing, he worked in an environment that was completely full of randomness. The most important thing is that their bosses and employers also share the same trades. He has also been out of the permanently market. In this book we will see how this trade takes place. There may be no clear definition, but you can immediately identify when it comes to the trade. Whether the flowers of John and Carlos do whatever, it is randomness stay. Most successful traders do the same mistake. Underestimate randomness. Carlos overestimated the economic bylevs. John trusted statistical models at blindly, but they never saw that the economic trading past was 16. They could be just a coincidence, or maybe even the versus economic analysis was just fitted according to the past that the real element of the recitation hides. Carlos came into a market when economic theory was working, but he never tested what would happen when market entries will go up. Many times come when the economics failed traders, and many times came when the economics traders' work came. US dollar was overpriced in early years of 1980. That was the foreign currency undervalue. Traders who were purchasing foreign currency by using their economics were completed, but after some time, those who were doing the same work became rich. The first people were already busted. This is a random process. Those who are shorting Japanese stocks in 1980, that's what happened. Just a few people could survey that could recover during their, let's say, 1990 chall-ups. There was a group by the end of 1990 called My Traders, but this people began to disappear from the market by one. An executive, Julian Robertson, who was considered a legendary or a lucky investor at a time. He closed his funds in 200. To understand the survivorship bias, we will be clear and clear. But one thing that was doing in the very rigorous use trading of economic analysis is the lowest rigorous exit. A saying, bot traders take dividers from their position before their wife. Loyalty is not good for traders against idea, not only for cystists and others. When loss occurs, traders change their story. The first are traders. When it comes to loss, it becomes a long-term investor. He shifts his identities to every market reversal. Difference between traders and investors is just one thing. Duration of bit and size of position. Long-term investing is perfect. Just it should not mix with short-term trading. But the price occurs when people become a long-term investor after loss. Just because he can delete the sell deceit. These traders did not have any prepared strategies to do if there is a loss. He was just reacting. No act as per the plan. Both for purchase of more bonds when the market falls sharply, but not under any predisposed plan. Middle broad traders hate stop loss. He believes that if a value has become affordable, it became more valuable. He never concealed that he could probably be wrong with the value method. They felt that the market itself is not accommodating their value major. May he be right, but at least he did not even condense this positivity. This can be a proc flot. George Soros has many flocks, but he always reanalyzes his unfavorable outcomes and tests his framework. Traders ignored reality instead of exempting when lost. The price seen on the screen remained no reality for them, just became an abstract value. Their favorite in the Daniel mode was excuse. This is just a liquidation supplement. Price is dropped due to displacement sales. He was repeatedly ignoring the reality of the market. How did such traders become so successful? Because this is another exam of the omniscient bias due to the simple principle of randomness. We often think that a trader is successful because he is good. That's why we'll be on coziness. The result is understood in the vomiting direction. Perhaps he just feels good because he earned money. The financial markets can also make money from randomness. Carlos and John were just in market cycles lucky participants. It wasn't just that he was in the right market. Rather, there was a bias of their trading style that fitted perfectly in the bull market cycle of 1990 to 1998. He was deep bears, and this deep bang strategy was the most efficient in the markets at that time. Traders in which it was a spatial trade the market was dominating. His score was high, and he probably replacing the traders who were beaters. Carlos and John's story shows that bad traders can survey more than good traders in short term and medium term. Now we will take the order to another high level. Rejecting Darwinian self-selection is just a matter of blind or an unclean man. But this concept simplicity has made many hobbies and some professionals into stuck in such a way that they have blindly made it every field started to apply and the same thing happened in the case of economics. Jacques Monod were a famous biologist. He complained a few decades ago that everyone seems to understand the experience of evolution. Just as in the case of financial markets, things have been worse. Many amateurs believe that trees pound and animals grow toward the fulfillment in a straight line. If this idea is seen in social terms, people believe that companies and organizations are also subjected to condition and quarterly report discipline. Being the most strong will serve, the most weak will be extant. Investors and traders also believe, if they have to be saved, the best one will win, and the last one will take a new job, probably work on a petrol pump or become dentist. But this is not so simple. The first thing, people are using Darwin's idea incorrectly. Organizations and companies do not reproduce like a biological spillage. Darwinian idea has a mall meaning reproductive fitness. No survey. Problem is then the same randomness. The logistics have seen that the results can be quite spurious when the predominance is injected into a system. Those who think an evolution can be just a divergence and maybe even a regression. Example: Stephen J. Gould gave a concept on genetic noise or negative mutations. He tried to show that sometimes trades are surveyed that reproductive fitness doesn't fit, but he does not last much. The rule of the temple agriculture according. This idea became so controversial that many of his fellow cystists started their agenda debate. People like Richard Dawkins stood against those who were more trending in the mathematics of randomness. Another unpredictable side of randomness is the rhizome switches. The rhizome switch is when all the attributes of a system change together, so that the observer cannot recognize it. Darwinian fitness is applicable only to long-term speech development. The effect of randomness in the short term is high. Many believe that the world always getting better. It's a chronic psychotropic belief, but it's not true. It was said that the nature does not jump any. Latin was called natural non-fit Celts. This was the idea of Linnaeus, 18th century botanist who went wrong proof. Letus also gave idea to justify calculus as they believed that things are continuous. But the quantum mechanics broke this down. Particulars at the quantum level jump discretely from one state to another. Do not slide. What makes evolution a randomness beaver can? Now a thoughtful thing that people consider randomness to be a casualty believe that every animal is on maximal fitness for their time. But evolution does not mean animals fit in average, but not every individual and not every time. No animal just does not serve as he is strangest. Perhaps his sample was just lucky, just as in a business that looks best is probably just lucky. The more it will save you from the suspicious or trade a rear event, the more it will come to but will be vulnerable. If we extend the time to the infinite, a rel ergodicity of randomness says that the event will definitely happen and the species will come out when it is the event. Evolution means fitness as per a time series, and not every positive environment. Look at the viciousness of a random structure. People like John who are pure lugers in long run look more comfortable in short term. Their short-term eligibility is high and they keep their genes much chance of multiply. Hormonal effects and a signaling effect of the pose that gives it pseudo-sex's attraction. An innocent potential mate can lead to flowers and can assume that he is genetically superior, unless a rear event exposes its true face. Solon was an old Greek thinker, but tried to understand a naive business Darwinist or his rich neighbor who has been happy in the same cycle. Music followed by randomness part 3 chapter 6 SUNES and asymmetry asked and citist Stephen J. Gould that was my role model for a time found a diagnosis of stomach lining i.e. life-threatening cancer of the inside layer of the stomach. The information they found earlier was that the medieval survey of this disease is about 8 months. Hearing this, he felt like Isaiah said King Ezekiel to take his house into play. Get ready for death. Now people conduct intensive research when someone gets diagnosed with such a major illness, especially those who want to do more time to complete. God also researched and found a completely different story from the information he had found before. Expected that the average survivor was more than 8 months. They understood that the expected and meridian are not a thing. Median means that 50% of people die before 8 months and 50% of people have one more than 8 months and those who have one more have one quite long. As a normal human being, they have one an average life of up to 73.4 years in accordance with the insurance quality tables. Here is, those who die very quickly die. That's why they are saved, they won a lot longer. Whenever the outcomes are limitless, there is no need to take any of the average survival survey's medium survey. That's why Gould that has now understood the concept of cines wrote an emotional SS. The median is not the message. His point was that median's concept does not properly regenerate probability distribution in medical research. We will do another concept introduced to make Gould points simply is Pisces i.e. average or expectation. If you take a lace morbid, you can take a gamble. We will see the example of the asymmetric odds and asymmetric outcomes. Asymmetric odds mean that the probability on both sides is not equal. One side of the moon is more than another. The asymmetric outcomes mean that the amount of winning and losing does not exist. Let's say I'm in a gambling strategy that has a chance to win $1 at 999 times. The event is a $0.00 loser chance at once. My expectation will be about $9 loss. If we go expertise, our 999 and event B case of probability 1D by $1,000 and outcome 10,000 because it is a loser. This was $10. This concept is very simple. Anyone who commits normal weighting can understand. I still strangle my entire life financial market with those who don't understand this concept. This is not a new one. This advanced degree holders are also a MBA that does not understand this basic defenses. How can people miss such a basic point? Why people condense probability and exposure i.e. probability multiply by outcoming. One of its major regions is that our schooling comes from mostly symmetrical environment. Just like tossing coin, bounce coin. There doesn't matter the difference between probability and exposure. That's why the concept of the bell curve has become popular everywhere. Even the competitiveness is symmetric. This concept does not work in the asymmetric functions. The general press that is, he fills us with a bullish and bearish concept on every side. Bullish will mean the price will go up and bearish means the price will go down. But this term is not limited to finance only. People say I am bullish to Johnny's future or I thought that the boy is Nassim bearish. No sense. Actually, it's useless in words with words randomness. especially when there are limitations. When I invested a big New York, I had to have a discussion meeting every week when I worked in the house. This meeting was a form of New York trading room professionals. I didn't like this meetings, not just because it interoperated in my gym time, but because it was an intellectual pollution. The meeting consists of traders who are judged on their numerical performance. On the maternity, there are salespeople who are experts in contracting customers and also were economists and strategists of Wall Street. People there was no risk himself without prioritizing the future of the market. They had to make things like rhetoric, not the testable facts, i.e. which can be proved. Everyone had a story. There was an insight that they wanted all the ways. I'm probable from those who make a new opinion without having to research the proper, without reading old books. People with scientific minds like my friend Stan Jonas, who sat in the library overnight, takes. He is an opinion valuable. Will you hear a doctor's opinion that does not read medical research? I must live out of this. For this I seem to solve the equiment in my mind. More words helped me to clear my thinking, and if there was a good luck, I was not invoked, for the next meeting was not called. Once they were uttered to give me my opinion about the stock market in meetings. I spoke with a little style that I think the market next week will go a bit up, with high probability. How high probability? Approximately 70% of. Clearly it was a strong opinion. But someone said that you had just said that you have shorted a big SP 500 futures. That's what you've bet on the market's fall. Why did you change your mind? I said, I don't change my mind, done. I trust my daughter. The audience began to laugh. Actually now, I'm trying to shorter. The second application of the room completely condensed. So you are bullish or bullish? This strategist asked me. I reply, I do not understand any sense of bullish and bearish. If you see these different from the category of just zoology animals, as events were in a and beekeeps, my opinion was that the probability of the market is high. Shortening on the bullish is buttery, as if the market drops so much more can fall. He listened to the trader, I understood, and he also began to give some opinion, and I was not forced to come to the next meeting. Let's say your grave enemy that the probability to go over the market is 78%, and the probability of falling down is 30%. But let's say that if the market goes up, then he will just go up 1%. But if the bottom falls down, he may fall 10% down. So what will you do? Are you bullish? Let's say the event market is up to 70% of the probability, and outcoming plus 1% then will be from the exposition. The market falls down. Its probability is 30%, and the outcome 10%, then the expansion will be our probability multiplied by outcoming. Probability is 30% here. Outcome minus 10%, then exactation 3 total in both will commemorate 7 and minus 3 are commemoration minus 2.3. So what should I say now? Words such as bullish and bearish are for those who do not work with uncertainty. People who don't have the experience of handling TVs, commentators or risk. But investors and businesses don't have money on the basis of probability. Meet the basis of the dollar. Probability does not matter what happens, but when she does so much money. There is no sense of how often the profit is. The size of the profit is instant. This is a simple accounting fact that no one gets the salary on the basis that he was right or wrong. The money you get is either profit or loss. But the commentators are concerned about how often they are right or wrong. That's why the chief strategists on TV, those who come to the name of large investment banks, are famous. Actually, there are only enterers. He is the famous logical rights. Numbers offer, but it's just the audience to enter. His presentations may not be valid until they have a scientific statistical testing framework. Their analysis is not the result of a Saris test, but only their presentation is the result of the skill. I like a trader about the market. In addition to staying away from the entertainment of these front meetings, not try to give market calls. This led to personal tension with my few friends and relatives. One day a friend of mine, Sina, who falls into the category of rich and overconfident people, he came to New York visit. He called me and told me that he came from Concorde and spoke about the comfort of the plane. Just show your status. He had my opinion about the financial markets. I had no opinion. I never thought I was an interest. On he gentleman again, bar economics and the European central banks were asking for precise questions. His motive was just to see if my opinion matches the expert that his money was handled in a large investment firm. I didn't know anything that I didn't know without shame. I had an interest in the market, and I had to give the impressions. I tried to explain the concept of randomness, structure, and market calls, but they just had a prize prediction to what the European bond market will do for Christmas. He felt I'm having fun. It turned out to be so big that he called my Sina and complied. When I ask the legal question from my lawyer, he responds to me with the tamaze and fascination. He gives me my opinion when I ask a medical question from a doctor. I've never missed an expert on this 29-year-old boy who considers himself a great man. The market is forbidden to respond about the direction. The best market business of my whole life. The description is SQD bits, meaning I try to take profits from the rare events that occur occasionally. These events are not repeatedly paid out when they happen. I don't have to earn much money, but as much as possible to make money on low frequency. Why? Because the correct value of the rare events does not occur, and the rarest event, the rare, will be as undervalued. In addition to my own experience, I think this trade counter is an intuitive that seems to be the logic added benefit. People can't expect this approach because of their expectations, and that's my advantage. A psychological bias that people found me in a career were busy reading Section 2 of the Wall Street Journal instead of focusing on the attributes of random events, or the time was to see the fake gurus on the TV, or perhaps were engaged in upgrading their Palm Pilot. I've an experience trading weights, didn't even understand that frequency doesn't matter. Once a gender investor, Jim Razors, said, "I don't buy options." Buying options meaning to go to poverty. A study of SC showed that 90% of options are expired in loss. I thought that 90% of people go into the loss of purchase. Options mean 90% of people make profit by short. I sell calls if I have to be bearish. Clearly, this is a misinterpretation of the studies. If 90% of people lose money in the option, this does not mean that shorters will always win. The matter is not of the frequency. Payout. If you earn 50% of your bets in 10% of cases, don't sell aquatic options to poverty, but the palace will work. Jim Razors did not understand the difference of probability and exemption. Yet she went a lot in life. Arnickley was also a partner of George Soros, who is considered the expert of the rare events. I will talk about it later. A career event was a 1987 stock market crash that gave me access as a trader. Then I got the chance to have an involved in scholarship and intellectual wallets. His target with the first narrow chapter 1 was that he survived the effects of the rare events. It was a different approach. I am forwarder than that. I have organized my career and business that I can benefit from the rare event, meaning I don't survive the race event, but benefit from it through your asymmetric bets. Most fields don't have much of the attack. If a single pass fails to the target mater of the marks in the fail system, then only the frequency mater does. But when it comes to money or risk, the frequency does not matter, the magnitude. Techniques of economics are raised from the second field. Finance economics is still a young discipline, not in science. Removing rare events in other fields is common as their impact is very low. A professor removes highest and lowest marks when a student's grades average so as not to spoil the extreme values result. A weather forecaster can remove extreme spikes when calculating the excess of the temperature, as he is not normally repeat. This approach in finance is wrong. Ignoring rare events can become a regeneration of bankruptcy. Not only finances, people of science sometimes think of statitis. A big exam is global warming debt. When the scientist analyzed the temperature record for the first time, he removed the extreme spikes. These rare events will not be retreated in this rare temperature spikes future, so it is worth ignoring. It can be correct in calculating the temperature average for vaccination. It's a big mistake to remove extremes when we're trying to understand the long-term effects of the weather. Whether its rare events load disproportionately can have a large effect in an overall effect on a frequency. Similarly, a career event in finances came once in 100 times. If he can ruin a company, he cannot be ignored. Jim Razors is not lonely interpretation of Pisces and Midian. If it is given a fair treatment, people who work to think like philo-travel Robert Nozick has made this mistake. Nozick was a brilliant thinker who was the most responsive American philo-travel man of his generation before his premature death. In his book The Nature of Rationality, like a tactical journey, he gave an amateur evolutionary argument as more than 50% of people cannot be richer than ever. This is wrong. More than 50% of people can be richer than ever. Let's say there are some poor people and the rest will be down to the middle class. Take the net worth of 9 people if a group of 10 people is $0,000. One of that is the net worth of $1,000 and the average net worth with $7,109 of 90 people will have more money than average. The book has given a diagram showing a series of points starting from a starting point W0 and goes to WT. We can understand this in different ways. The performance of a trading strategy is the track record of an investment manager. The price of a plazo in the Renaissance time of Florence is the price of the history Mongolian stock market series US and Mongolia stock markets. This is a series of sequences, W1, W2, W3, and so on. The third side comes after the left side as we have a determined identity, just like the predictors in a world with no randomness. Everything is easier. Every pattern gives a clear and predictable effect. We can prompt the future up to a decit of a day 1 year removed. Statisticians do not need. 1 second-rate engineer could also work. 19 Any trend of the century could solve the questionnaire from the 3 of the mathematician Laplace. but we don't live in a world that doesn't have randomness. Work is easier if we are in a charted randomness world. Economics and time series analysis like fields exist that analyze randomness. You can call an economician that are generally polite and friendly. He will analyze the data put in the software. He will tell whether it is worth to invest in a trader's record. You can also analyze yourself of a $1.99 software purchase, but the world we live in is well mapped. Past data analysis can sometimes be curious, sometimes useless. We've been innovated direction can show, just to invest us wrongly. Example is the currency that had a history record stable. The currency holds the chance of being the highest crash. In 1997, investors had sucked the safe-picked currency of Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand as they did not have a volatility. Then they will have a brutal devaluation, fall faster. This investors bitterly understands it. We can either opt for past data without thinking or ignoring them. I'm a skeptic, so I just see the past time series future does not rely on people who are practicing. I just don't need data. I need more proof. My biggest reason is rear events. As seen above, it may seem that I was first emphasizing learning sessions from history and now talking about how to ignore history. The real problem is that people see the history incorrectly. People pay much attention to the recent history and speak it never happened before. On the overall history tells that what never happened before is one day. If the history is seen with little thinking, wrong laces are found. The bigger the positive, the better the learning will get. This means that we should remove the convulsions from history to naive empiricism just looking at the surface level. Rear events can take different forms due to their hidden eligibility. First seen in Mexico named academics Paso problem. The economies in 1980 were carrying confusions to the variables of the Mexican economy. The money supply was unstable with interest rates or any other indicator. Never looked stable as sudden change of unwarning. I started defining the rear event in which things that are careful with quiet water are fit. As an old neighbor who always feels cool, smarter, and an idiot city, on a day his photo comes in the newspaper that is a crazy killer that have all turmoiled. There is no past record of the event that it does not occur. No one can predict that such a wife can come from a normal-looking man. I connect the rear events to the risk that just narrow of the past time series interpretation cannot be understood. If an event is expected, it is not a rear. There's a common case that you invest in an hedge fund that shows stable returns and zero volatility. One day you get a letter that starts an unforeseen and unexacted event that is being considered a rare actors and so on. On the rear events are always unexacted. Only then he exists. Panic is the main secret. Investors begin to remove their positions simultaneously. Anyone who's proclaiming the risk of the event there is no investment before it happens. If the fund manager has already signed a rear event, he doesn't invest there. Rear events can spoil the performance of the entire portfolio. Exams by a lot of traders mortgage securities. Hedge his risk. Supporting computer models and PhD holders, he tries to control the risk. Portfolio returns look stable. Then suddenly one day, when you're expected that max 4% of loss the portfolio falls below 40%. You call the fund manager and he says it is not my mistake. The relationship is replaced with a draw sticky, and you see that the second similar funds were also chalaps. The economist rear events also speak the peso problem. Traders and hedge fund operators invest in Mexican money after long study periods are seen in Mexico's financial history. Because high interest rates are found, then suddenly crashes all without any warning. Investors lose money or leave a job and find a new career. Then comes the face of a new stability. New traders come to the markets that have forgotten past chalaps and have a bicycle repat. Most fixed income financial instruments have quite common events. In 1998 I tried to convince a hedge fund operator a peso problem for 2 hours. That's the answer to you. We do not hand the Mexican peso. We only invest in Russian ruble. He became bankrupt a few months later. Russian ruble P also refers to the bean story. Investors got stuck if they received high interest rates. Then in 1998 ruble culps became. Those who were invested in ruble gave their money up to 97%. The chapter 3 saw that a dentist does not like volatility. The more pen feels as often as he sees his performance, the higher resolution allows you to see the performance, the more variables you will see. Investors also follow the strategies due to the emotional resilience in which there are RIA, but large variance. Speak pushing the rendiness under the carpet. Psychologists has fascinated that people don't pay attention to the intensities of a stimulus such as loss or profit, but just focus on being or not. If the loss occurs, then he just seems a loss. His consciences are later understood. The same benefit also happens. People want to lose losses and profits more, whether overall performance optimization is not, meaning she sucks straightness just for short-term setup. That's why the rear event the spreading repeatedly puts people into the trap. Let's say how the life of a psychotropic structure is. Demolition of mice in the daily lab. Sliced from the world remains in the same work. Works for years without any problems. His partner can lose the profession from his top. A lure understanding that every day comes home with a smeller of mice. Then a day suddenly gets a big ridge. If one sees this culture's daily progress as time series, he will not see any approval. But really every day she's going close to the success is. Publishers also run rear event business. He keeps publishing an average or useless books after one. But if once a decade got the bestseller of a Harry Potter level, then the whole game can be overturned. The condition is to take care of the quality. Whether the probability of success is low. An interesting economist Art Davini applied on this concept films and fitness. He saw that the sixes of the movies also follow an SQD and ozometric pattern, and they also planted idea on health and lifestyle. Hey, the convulsions turned out that the human body is made for natural extreme physical activity. Hunter-gatherers, i.e. hunter collections, live lazy throughout the day. When it comes to work, extreme energy used to use. 8 is 65 years old, but they are as a half-age man. The market consists of traders from a special category for which volatility is good. This makes people lose money again and again in small amounts. Sometimes a big profit earns. I speak to such traders as crisis hunters, and I am glad I am also one of them. People who don't know the status can find it complicated. On the fact that the methods are used today are so simple that my French mathematician friends named cuisine, i.e. kitchen level maths. This is based on a simple idea. The more information will increase the concentration. How much is the question? What does common statistical method say? The production of square root of confidence level observations increases. If you increase the sample size n times, the knowledge just increases the root, i.e. square root of n times. If there are red and black balls in a mat, and you will have a level of knowledge if you take 10 times out of it. Knowledge is not double if you remove 20 times. Just 2 i. 1.41 times rises. Statisticals make mistakes when the distribution is not symmetric. If R and I, Mac has a very low red balls, then if the red ball is not found, the confidence slows down. Once the red ball is found, the knowledge instantly increases. This is not the symmetry simple. This is the complete philosophical problem which David Young and Karl Popper has also been condensed as thinkers. If you have to look at an investor's real performance, then just don't work with basic studies. Either an intelligent techniques will have to be used or the assignments will have to be done in such manners which have no role of frequency. But it's just the beginning and can be worse. If the red balls count is also changing randomly, the max compression will never be understood. This is called the problem of stationary. Let's say is a hollow matka. The hollow bottom matka in which you are taking the samples on a naughty child without knowing you is replacing the red and black balls. Whatever the convulsions you will now remove will be Pisces. You're wondering that the MITK has 50% of the red balls, but the child will replace all the red balls in black by listening to you. The market also has the same price. We analyze the past data of a homogeneous sample value and think we have increased the ability to introduce future. But if a naughty child is changing the market's compression, then if things have changed and we have pasted, the complete analysis will become useless if the data is trusted. I have read and practiced statisticals in economics for half-life since I was 19 years old. Also learned in the classroom and used as a quantitative derivatives trader. Econometrics is a science that accompanies studies on SAMs taken from different time periods. It has time series analysis of economic variables, data, and other aspects. When I didn't have something, I thought that the activities of those who either retirement has occurred or dies will work in the future of today. But the economists who knew more than me were never asking such questions. I thought it's probably a useless question. A famous economistician Harsh Mafishran gave the symbol of a simple question. Do more and better econometrics. Create further complexes of mean analysis. Apply new formula. On today, I think that a fairly large part of the econometrics can be useless. Those who know the financial trends are probably not worth knowing is, if you add 0 for 1 billion times, then you will still have an answer 0. No benefit from its complexity if there is a research base weak. The study of the European markets of the 1990s can be useful for a historian. What can we learn today if the structure of the assets and market has changed so much? A famous economist, Herbert Laxus, made a huge attack on econometrics. He had to say that if people are rations, he would change his heavier by understanding the predictable patterns of the past. This is why the data of the past is inducting the future will be useless. He won the Nobel Prize for this mathematical argument. Let traders detect a pattern. Stocks grow man. So as this pattern makes everyone understand, people will start buying stocks to the Friday. Rise of result man will be eliminated to avail man's rise. So whatever pattern is visible to everyone will finish itself. So, Any pattern that appears to be a brokerage account becomes self-canceling. This critic economists of the lucky ignore done. People thought that science worked in industrial resolution will work in social sciences as well. Marxism-like idealistic idea came the same. Pseudoscience was looking for a perfect society. The concept of central planning came from the same. Economics was the most whirlable for this idea as the frosts could be hidden behind the weight of the equine. And no one can challenge this as social sciences don't have controllable expiration possible. Synthesis, i.e. of the logic of the fake science overuse entered into finance after Marxism. Some of the technologies thought that the mathematical models will help to understand the market, and it became a new field named as financial engineering that brought to massive pseudoscience. That's what people do to risk major on the basis of the past history and think that this is the indicator of the future. The entire econometrics may be a costly mistake if the past data is not fixed. Perhaps very costly, and that's what we take to a fundamental question. The project of the induction, of which we the next chapter will talk. Chapter 7, the problem of induction. What to take from the science of hands. Solon's warning will see a little more from the philosophical angle. How Victor Niederhofer taught me the impression of empiricism, and I added the deduction, i.e. conclusion. Why is it not a science to take serious to science? How did Soros apologize Popper? The bookstore and the bed of Pascal with 18th Street and 5th Avenue. Now we'll see this problem with a large perspective with the philosophy of the scientific knowledge. The prologue of an infans is the prologue of known as an induction. This problem is irritating the science from time to time, but hard science did not have the impact as social sciences were, especially on economics and the most financial economics. Why? Because randomness inspires and increases it. In the world of trading, this product is the most relevant and is the most ignorant of it. Scottish philo-travel David Hume put this issue in a simple manner in its book Treatise on Human Nature. Later, John Stuart Mill is Black Swan problem named. Whether the white swans are seen as white swans, it is not possible that all lass are white. But a single black swan gets a single black goose, it immediately goes wrong. He was imitated, irritating that science had shifted from scholasticism, i.e. Pantai in 19th century, which was just grounded on logic and deduction, and the real world was not granted observance. Extreme empiricism caused by Francis Bacon, i.e. just took the stance of based science on experience. Bacon believed that knowledge without any just like a cobweb of learning useless net of the practical result. But there was a profit. If the proper is not a method, the empirical expression can also be misleading. Hume had done this version that knowledge needs to be systematic and interpreted. This is called epistemology, the study of the nature of knowledge. He was the first modern epistemologist who consists in applied sciences. He is also called methodologist or philosophers of science. Technically is not just saying, but his viewpoint was even more extreme. She is an objective septic doubt, a true causal link between any two things that never believed could be a real reason-result relationship. But here we're explaining them a bit softer. The story of Victor Niederhofer is both a treasury and in testing, as it shows how difficult it is to balance the extreme empiricism and logic together. Only empiricism means to come to the deception of redominance. Niederhofer, like Francis Bacon, also took a stand against the University of Chicago and scholars with his efficient market theory, which at that time were quite dogmatic. His work was to find anomalies in the financial data. He showed that reading a newspaper doesn't get any predicative advantage. The Erical style of Niederhofer was that he just analyzed the past data without perceptions and stories. He erected an industry called statistical arbitrators, but their story tells that only executive data is not quite a bit. Methodology also needs. He was a fundamental principle. Test all the testable statements. As our brains, we just rely on Wegha's imperfections. In case of a testable statement, it is that automobile accidents are often near the house. To test this, we can see how far the accident's average distance is from the driver's house. Suppose 20% of the accidents are occurring in 12-mile radius. But here a naive reader will speak in naive. That means that if you are driving in your area, then the chance of being in an accident is high. This is the classic exam of naive empiricism. What? Because probably people drive much to their home. If 20% of the time people are driving in 12-mile radius, the obvious is that the same will be more accidents. Another big problem: I can make a propagation from data wrong proofing an idea, but can't deliver the right. I can use history to dismiss a theory, refute, but not to condense. If a market never falls more than 20% in a period of 3 months, we can test whether it has ever happened in the past. If a single exam, this statement will be wrong proof if the market falls more than 20%. But if there is no exit, it does not mean that the market cannot fall even more than 20% in the future. It did not happen in the past. It does not mean that the future will not have it. This is the progress of the induction. Removal of convulsions about the future from the past can be unreliable, and because of this, randomness and uncertainty should not be ignored. You can use the data in a more safe way to regain hypothesis R, not to condense. What? Check these statements. The statement is no swan is black because I saw 4,000 gooses and not found any black, and the statements are not white. I can't say the statement illogical whether I saw any white goose in my life or see in the future. If I got a 100% shyness of all laughs, but the statement B is possible to say just a counter exam. Actually, if the statement is Australia's discovery, it's wrong. Proven because there was a gooseberry that was exactly the jet black. If you look carefully, here's a thorn of Popper's ideas that both statements have an asymmetry that is hidden in the base of knowledge. This is the core fund of decision-making inside the uncertainty. People never test the testable statements. I said that people often don't test the testable statements as people don't have to handle their consensus if the result is in front. Watch a classic exam. The life of the president Bush has a detached static analysis. After about 21,000 observances in 58 years, he never died once. So, I can say with statistically proof that he is immortal. Immortal. This is an absurdic Bethika consultancy, but people take the past data in a similar, literal manner, without logic and methodology. The biggest mistake of Netherhofer was that he took the past as a predisposition of the executive future. His strategy was that the market never did so. So he sold his wallets, which then the profits were earned until the statement was true. But once this statement proved wrong, everything was ruined. A market crash of just a few minutes can seal their 20-year performance. When there is a big financial event, people say that it never happened before, just as there is no event in the first record. So it means that it would be a surprise. Why do we assume the same worst scenarios that have happened in the past? If the pastor's surprises were different from his old past, the future is also today's past will be different from. This is the big mistake of our thinking. Netherhofer's biggest lesion was that he saw the market as a game in which he can beat his opponents. His entire approach was based on the ego status and the psychology of winning. But the market is not a squash match with fixed rallies. Realty does not have such symmetric losses. His computative nature took him to the excitation of winnings. But as we saw in the previous chapter, the market in life is not a simple win-loss game. Loss impact wins too much more can. Maximizing the probability of winnings is not necessary that your overall exposure will also be maximized. As if a Russian rally is playing a game that has a bullet gun to run, rare is the risk of loss which is bankrupt every few years. They almost will always win except that one day will die. I must definitely remember Netherhofer's contribution. Learning from their mistakes is essential. One thing I learned from them: don't see anything in a way to win the game until it's a game. Even then, the artificial structure of competitive games seems to be a me-scamping tooling. I'm away from people with competitive nature as they divide the world into just a scoreboard. How many papers have been published in which ranking my house, library, or cart is bigger than you, thinking that you're first in your category when you're sitting on a time bomb? This is the stupidity, and it is a degenerate combination of three things: extreme empiricism, computing, and logic deficiency. If it's three things together, yes, the exposition is almost guaranteed. Now, I'll tell how I discover Karl Popper through another trader. Perhaps it's a merchant that I really responds. I do not know whether it is applied to people and people. But no matter how much I have a Suresh Reddy reader, I don't make my behavior a long-term effect. A book can put strong impression, but that impression gradually fades. When a new idea replaces it, I have to discover things myself. Remember Stowe's hot section in chapter 3. The most lactating that are self-discoveries. There's just an exemption that's set deeply in my mind and is Sir Karl Popper's idea. I discovered them, or perhaps reclaimed the trader and the self-styled journey through the writing of George Soros, a philosopher understand philog. Soros did his entire life organize as he promotes Karl Popper's idea. But what I learned from George Soros wasn't probably the way he wanted we learn. I didn't like their economics and philosophy statements despite admiring the personality of Soros. The first thing professionals believe that the strength of the source, their strength is not philosophy, but he considers himself to be a journey that creates a unique and interesting personality. In his first book, The Alchemy of Finance, one side he uses large terms to deliver the scientific explanation such as dietive nomological. These things remind me of postmodern writers, those who try to become philosophers and scientists, thus by using complex words. On the other hand, he does not understand the concepts deep. For the exam they made a trading expedition, and it was confirmed that their theory was right. This is a useless logic. I can also prove my realist bios by rolling the dice and speak that the favorite resumes have proved to me, just so that the source's speculative portfolio has earned the profit. It does not have any dapper piling. Random environment does not have any proof from a single experiment. repetibility, and causal the link should be. Sauce regained the entire economics that are perhaps even right, but he did not research the proper. For the exam he writes that the economists take the bill of an equilibrium on its just in some of the spatial cases of the new classical economics. There are a lot of economic things in reality that says that price levels can lead to depolarization and much higher divergence. In the game theory, the work of Harsanyi and Nash and the Stiglitz, Akrof, and Spence in information economics means the entire economics to the same putting in the category is unfair and logical vaccine. Yet I got attraction from Soros's idea. I had a feel despite the habit of escape from some of their useless logic and their trader's image. Soros also seemed embarrassed as a trader like me. Trading for them was just a short part of their intellectual life. I've never impressed people with money, and I've seen a lot of people in my life. More rich people for me often come up with an epic heroism greatness that I don't like. But Soros was a single trader who matched with my value. He wanted to be a treat like a Middle European professor. That's just the strength of your ideas. When the intellectual world did not adapt to them, he used his money to show an alpha status. Try to impress a girl like a boy Ferrari. Subscribe even though Pilinga is not full. She knew handling randomness. Their mindset was critical. He could change his opinions without shame. Yes, its side effect was that they could treat people like napkins. He used to make himself a faulty mistake and was powerful because he used to make his mistake, while others were stuck in their ego. Sauce understood the Popper deeply. Don't visit their books. He was the Popperian life G. Popper was not a new name for me. I had heard the time of Europe and US education in teenage and early 20s. But then I didn't understand their idea, and I thought it's also a useless concept like metaphysics that work in life now. Then there was an edge in which it was necessary to read everything, and this haste does not give me a deep focus on anything. So I didn't understand Popper access. It can be a regeneration. The time of intellectual, which was the effect of the chick. It was very much of the intellectual fashion of Plato, Marxist, Hegel, and pseudo-scientific thinkers. A lot of congestion systems were read as true. I was reading too much at that time, so did not find a bridge from the real world. Popper, my brains were peeled off on a brain cell without having to, because an inexperienced boy had nothing that could hold it. In addition, when I started trading, I went into an anti-intellectual phase. I had to earn free money, non-random bug from randomness, to secure your new lost future. I was evaporated in my wealth Lebanese war. Before that, my thinking was just so that a comfortable, comfortable life is alive. As my family had lived every generation for the past 200 years, a sudden on me financial insecurity feeling. I was afraid that I don't have to become an employee of a firm who made me a corporate slave and heard the lecture of work ethics. When someone talks about the work ethics, I consider it to be synonymous with the concept of the influential measurable thinking. I had to back up my bank account so that I could buy my time to think and make life enjoy. The shortest thing I found is to think of the philosophy or work in McDonald's. Philosophy was a thing for me that just did the people who had free time. It was the work of those who do not know quantitative methods and productive work. I had a pastime in my mind, time-cutting way. The next day's schedule is lighter when some drinks have occurred at a campus bar at night. And if you forget that episode by the morning, then even better. More philosophy can put a person in trouble. Perhaps Marxists can make ideology. Popper did not come back to my mind until I secured my career as a trader. It is said that people remember when a big idea and what place in their mind entered. Religious poet Paul Claudel recalled the expressed spot where his Catholicism in the Notre Dame Cathedral was convulsed. I have a moment. The Bamboo and Noble 18th Street and the 5th Avenue 1987 came into the influence of Soros, and I read 50 pages of the Open Society and then purchased all the books of Popper in the excitement such as stock finishes. It was a side room filled with a slow light and a fragrance of the fungus. I remember that moment as clear as a revolution is going to be an anchor in a light mind. Popper absolutely oozed came out that I thought about the philologs. He was no nonsense away from rubbish. I had an option trader for 2 years. I was getting the recitation from the Academy of Finance as my income was coming from the failure of their models. I spoke to Finance Academy in the work of derivatives, but he was not ready to understand the basic financial market points. He was more confident in his models that he was not looking for reality. I always think he missed some instant point. I don't do exactly pinpoint it was. The thing was not what he knew. The thing was how he knew. I was eminent. Popper gave a great condition of the problem of induction estimate. So it was the answer to me. The government deeply influenced science, even though very professional philosophers consider them as naive, which is their quality according to me. Popper's idea was that science should not be taken as seriously as people think. He is not as great as Einstein's partner. Only 2 types of thinners according to Popper occur. The things that have been wrong because they have been tested and redirected. They can say falsified. and the second is that the thirst which has not been wrong proved so far, but which can be proved wrong in the future. There is no right. Right because we never know if all the laughs are white. The popper took it from the idea Kent which focused on the mitigation of the reflection. Testing mechanisms can be fate, but a black swan exists. This statement is possible. A theory verification cannot be done. The baseball coach Yogi Berra has good things in past data, but the bad part is the one that is true. Thierry can be exempted only by temporary. The two who do not fall into the categories do not think. If a woman cannot tell what condition she will be wrong, she may be called Schletinism. That's just a nonsense if it's impossible to regain a thine. An astrologer can always give no regeneration. As in Mars lines there was a little off on the line. Just as a trader does not change his opinion. That's not really a trader. Newtonian physics falsified by Einstein's relativity theory. This means Newtonian physics science as it had a scope to prove it wrong. Astrology cannot make any philosophy as it always adds an auxiliary hypothesis. That's the difference between science and nonsense. This is called demarcation problem. Real boundary between science and pseudoscience. I saw more practically the popper was very difficult from the status and statisticians. He refused to accept this blindly that knowledge always grows with new information, which is the main concept of static in finance. Yes, sometimes it can happen, but we don't know which situ will be in and which ones will not be in. A lot of smart people like John Maynard Keynes also reach the independent on this component. Popper's critics believe that if an experiment is repeatedly successful retreat, then it should be confident and increased. I positioned Popper then and when I started clearing a rear event in the trading room. The popper was afraid that some knowledge can be the same that does not grow with new information. It is difficult to find out which knowledge is such as the exam. I think the proper is the instant for traders, because the main question of knowledge for them was not what we know, but it was what we do not know. Popper's famous quote was that these people come with the psychist large ideas. Test your own thinking very critically at first, try to learn that their thinking was not wrong. This is a big education and also try to regain the same educations. People can be a psychist. Actually it can be any agnost of the growth of Popper science brought to a rebellion. He gave his ideas in a deposit when the philosophy verbal and rhetorical were out of literal and irritant and becoming scientific and rigorous, severe and stiff. Into chapter 4, the discussion of the NS circle was an executive of this shift. This is what people say logical positives. The 19th century came from the positivism movement of Auguste Comte in France. Positivism means to see everything through science, meaning to bring industrial revolution in soft sciences in a way. Popper was the antidote of this positivism. Verification is impossible for them. Verificationism is the most degenerative thing. If the Popper's idea is taken to extreme, it may seem to accumulate naive and primitive old. Work on it. Critics has slammed naive falsificist. I am also an extreme naive falsificationist. What? Because you can do such surveys. The extreme oblation towards my Popper works in this way. My every activity is based on a theory that shows a spatial visual, but I follow a RAL. No rear event should harm me. Rather, every conceivable rear event brought me a benefit. The concept of my science is different from those who call themselves a psychist. Science is just a speculation. A congestion is a formulation. Falsificationism of Popper is linked to another concept. He is the open society. One open societies are the one in which no parent is true, in which counter ideas are delivered. Popper and his friends economist von Hanke had shared the similar idea. High capitalism was supported as the price system could spread the information accordingly, while bureaucratic socialism suppresses this process. Popper's falsificationism and open society are connected with a solid method of handling both randomness. If working with randomness, it is important to have an open mind. Popper believed that any utops or any of the ideal society is a closed system, because when a model does not bring its own refutations to his own protests, the totalitarian becomes the dictator. I did not just learn the difference of open and closed society from Popper, but also an open and closed mind. I found a reality check about Popper's personal life. Those who knew them were unpopperian. Oxford's philo travel Brian Maggie, who knew Popper for 30 years. His friends. Popper was a man who was different from the world. Just you're focused in work. Popper remained the last 50 years of his life isolated. One way separate. He was disconnected from the outside world. He gave firm-sounding ads to people on his career and personal life, while they had no knowledge of these things themselves. All this was the age of their professed and the genuine Billies. People of the Vienna Circle tried to avoid them, not just because of their different ideas, but it was a social problem. He was a brilliant on self-focused immersed himself, simultaneously insecure and arrogant there were a bad listener. There was just the movement to win the order. Group dynamics had zero understanding. I wouldn't make this tactical disconnection that the ideas that think do not work. On me, it seems to be an interesting behavioral problem. People prefer to remove logical and rational ideas, but they do not have to apply them. This point recently is discovered. We are not fitted to be genetically rational. We just fit our genes to deliver to the next generation in an unsophisticated environment. Another weird thing is that George Soros, who considers himself to be obesically self-critical, looks more than Popperian in professional behavior, i.e. close to the principles of Popper. Human memory is a large machine that works to create inductive inferences. Just think about the memories. Which thing is easy to remember? A collection of random facts that are just added, or a story that is logical lyric connected? Causes are easy to remember, the result relationship reduces brains and retaining information easy gets. When we generalize any knowledge, it takes less space in memory. The induction means creating a general component from a lot of spatial things. It is very powerful as general idea takes less space in a collection of particulars of different details. This compression reduces the ability to detect randomness. Now I tell my method of handling the prompt of induction. The French philosopher Pascal once said that the best strategy for the human being is that he build in God. If God exists, by lover will receive a reward. There will be no loss of the bitter if the God does not exist. Meaning this is an morphometric synchronization in which the biloff is a beater bit. Similarly, we have to use a chemistry in knowledge. There are a few features that can be eutistics and ecometrics powerful, but I don't want my life to dip on it. As Pascal gave its regeneration, I am also placing in order. If the science of statics can benefit me in anything, I will use it. If there is a risk or a threshold in it, I'll look at it. I need the best part of the past without her degenerates. That's why I'll use statics and inductive methods to apply aggressive bads. But I will not use these things to manage risk and exposure. That's what the survey traders have seen. He trades based on an expression. It also includes past history. But he make like a Popperian scientist that if he went wrong then be cost limited, and he has his probability do not delete data. Apart from Carlos and John, these traders already know which events will make their theory wrong. Recall that Carlos and John past history's use were both to bite and Rick Major. If they feel that their aspiration is wrong, they turn their trades. This is called stop loss, a predominant exit point that works to avoid black swans. But it's a lot of ire that people practice it. Now let me confuse one thing. Part 1. After writing, I realized that Solon's idea has had a huge impact on my thinking and personal life. When I started writing about the genius of Solon, I began to come even more confidence. I felt like the media's problem is different, and I felt the need for my business community, mostly investors and traders, for which my contemporary is growing and growing. I think I can't keep the power above me until I live between people and cultures. If I dissolve in people, if you found, you will become like them. I can keep much control over my luck if I will draw myself a couple. I'm getting a new thrill of reading the classic literature. The thrill that I had never felt after childhood. Now I'm thinking about the next step. Recovering a low information, more deterministic deposit. No deposit like 19th century, but in such a time, as many techniques are required. Benefits of Monte Carlo engine, use of medical breakthrough, advantage of social justice's advancements in meaning to get the best version of everything. This is called evolution. Part 2. Monkeys on typewriters. If the infinite mankind is laid in front of the typewriters and they are just to be typed, then there is a constantity that a mankind will be written as an Eliot. This concept in the first listening may seem infesting, but if the logic is seen, the probability of it is taken in a ridiculous way. But it is not a matter of thinking that the first time a mankind writes. The real point is that now when we got a mankind, no one else's life will the savings bet on the monkey that he writes the next audio. The second step in this thought experiment is real thought-provoking. Can there be a reliable indicator of future performance like past performance? The same applies to any decision which is just taken on the basis of the past performance. Imagine that a mankind came to your home and I have written earlier. Do you trust him and his next work will also be perfect? Let's assume. People who work to extract content from data often and more confidentially fall into the trap. The more data will be, the more chance that we will sink into it. Those who have basic knowledge of probability loss often use a flawed logic. If one is performing very well, then it will definitely be doing something right. So the track records are considered the most important. People think that if one has performed a good performance in the past, then there is a high probability of his future performance. That be aware the middle bro. Stay away from the knowledge of waste. Being a little knowledge of probability can be more denier than having no knowledge. I am not celebrating that if someone has done a beater from the crowd in the past, he may have a prerequisite of performing a beater in his future. An estimate, but this aggression can be very weak. That there is no benefit in decision making. What? Because it dips on two factors. How much is the level of randomness in his perfection? How much is the total number of minors? If there are just 5 punks and an Erd, I would like to write that there is no recurrence of Anant Pot. But if there is a billion mankind, I would be surprised when one doesn't write any Fema's work. Perhaps a mankind should be written by Kesan's memoir of my life. One can also prescribe Hindi balance, just by removing wasteful things. It enters the monkey problem business world in a more denier way. What? Because there is a much dip on randomness here. The more businessmen will have the more chance that one just gave the stellar performance from the lock. Yes, excellent performance. But I never saw anyone counting how many are the total monies, how many players are total. In real life, this is the monkey problem and also tricks. You don't have to look for another mankind. He is hidden. You just see the wilders that fail to disappear somewhere. This is why we get a left view. We do not see real probability, but the distorted version of the society appears. As we saw in the case of Narrow Tulip, people understand probability, but when social pressure occurs, the understanding fails. In part 1 we saw that people fail to understand the rear events. He does not exap his positivity or his consciences. I put my ideas that I think that properly explored has not been done in literature so far. But a randomness book cannot be supplemented unless we analyze the bias. The focus of part 2 will be much grounded. I will give us sins of the biases of randomness that have so far come to research. This bias can be categorized in 3 ways. First, survivorship bias, i.e., Mankey is on typewriters, in which we just look immersive and real odds are distorted. Then the second lock has a greater connection than the extreme success. Thirdly, our biology is a handicapped in understanding probability. In the next chapters, we will see this message and the impact of them. The chapter at to many millennials next door stays with his wife Janet and 3 children on the park venue of New York City a little happy. He earns $5,000 of the year. Sometimes the boom is ever rising, but he doesn't believe that this prosperity will remain long-term and so far did not get enough of its sudden increased subset. The man of a good fat personality lie down in 40s whose loosely shielded body shows 10 years older than his age. She has been a Louvre convertible of a Louvre in New York but has a hearty life. The rest of Manhattan on is not social. He does not hopping again and does not attend Trivka and Soho's late night party. Her and her wife have a country house. A rose garden is the same way conserves like their edge and status people keep. Material comfort facility. Health i.e. health and status i.e. Rudda. Mark in weekdays never comes home before 9:30 p.m. Sometimes it takes to the office until the midnight. As far as the end of the week becomes so exhausted that the 3-hour drive sleeps until the house. The most part of the Saturday leaves in recovery and healing in beds. Mark grew up in a small town of Midwest. His sin was a quite tax accountant who always used his sharp yellow pencils. Hey, that was so obsessed by sharpness that always kept a sharper in his pocket. Mark began to look intelligent since childhood. She performed a great performance in high school. Then Harv went to college. Then this law school looks great. What? Later his career went to corporate law. Started work in a prestigious New York law firm. Worked so much that it didn't get time to brush the proprie up to your teeth. It is no excusement. Almost accounted in every dinner office. Beauty points of body fat and partnership were being collected. Become a partner in 7 years. On his first wife with a visual human cost was separated from her college as she was bored with an Aviceni Lauren husband. Conversation was also being flat. Irony was that his wife settled with another New York lawyer who was probably as boring as her ex-husband but was happy. Mark's body is even more loose. Visits and visits to his tailor began to grow, but he sometimes tried to adjust by crash diets. When she overcame the first wife's depression, so she started dating the Janet who is her paralegal. Early married. 3 children went. Take the park venue apartment. A country house also took. Janet's social circle mostly made from the second parent of the school in which his children were going to a private school, and neighbors of his coof building were also involved in the same circle. But the materialistic standards are seen at the bottom of that group. Perhaps the poorest. In their co-op mostly holds corporate executives, Wall Street traders and top entrepreneurs. Kids, the school has children of a second or third set of trophy wives of the mostly corporate raiders. If the model of the moms is seen like Lux and Edge Gap, Jeanette also gives a homely country house with a garden vibe exactly like Mark. Mark Manhattan seems to have a ration because the timing of his work is so long that commute is not possible, but the cost of this decision is too much on Janet. What? Because they are non-sexual in accordance with the standards of Park Vino neighborhood. Once every month or 2 months, the Janet has a crisis. Either a mum in the school showed him the etude or the diamonds of another wife came out of him, or another woman in your elevator ignored her. And this question comes again and again in the mind of Janet. Why is my hand then not so powerful? He is smart, hard-working, has been Harvard and Yale. The set has about 1,600 scores. So this Ronald catch whose wife never talks to me, how she owns 100s of millies, and my handband that is so intelligent does not have substantial savings. We won't penetrate much into the deep complex dilemmas of Mark and Janet's private life, but their case is a common exam that servicing bias is how an emotional effect works. Janet thinks his handband is a failure, but he is doing the calculation of probability incorrectly. He is doing an incorrect distribution used to extract rankings. Mark has done a very good performance if the entire US population is compiled. Better than 99.5% people. If you have a high school girl, she did much better than her. If he has time, the high school of reasoning has to look at the top. If you can cope with the people of the hearts, it is a financial beater from 90% of people. Even if the real law is compare with the school friends, it is a 60-year-old beater. But if your coop is fed with neighbor, he is at the bottom. What? Because he set up his life among those who are already successful. He lives in a place in which the failure has been expelled. Not only does it look in this sample that fails, that's why Mark feels good not performing the form. If a park stays in venue, it doesn't look lures, just sea wangers. We are designed to live in small social communications. Due to this, it is impossible to access its reality outside the narrow area. The same thing in the case of Mark and Janet is the regeneration of the emotional distance. Here is another woman who has been married to a highly sexy man. On the front of his eyes is just a conservative failure. He is not able to support his handband from the sample that reflects his real comfort. There is another effect that people do not understand. When you're rich, you shift to rich neighborhoods and then you'll feel poor there again. It also has a psychological tidal effect. You become affinity, and the level of your setup goes back to a set point. This problem is accompanied by many people. After a certain level, wealth does not give them a selection. It has been a large suspect of technical discs of topic happiness. If a person who thinks in a rational manner is called Janet, read the book of The Name of the Flower by Randomness. A mathematical trader has written on the descriptions of the chance and randomness. This will help you get a static personality and feel the beater. So maybe it's right to the advice theoretically. On realistically, a book cannot change his life in $9.5. In the best case, maybe for an hour, she got the console. On Janet should be more scared than it. I have already said that being irrational or not to react on social inlets. It is not a natural ability of human beings. Low not less than our current biology. No relief from the logic. I have learned this as a trader. Logic is a vain effort to change its emotions. If the Janet needs a real relief, I will rest to him that he moves out there. A blue-collar shifts to neighborhood, a place where he does not feel an fear in front of his neighbors. If she feels the status of the corporate, she may shift to a large housing block where she may look up in the greenery. It is also a bias. This time she can use this bias in her favorites is. I read recently a bestseller, The Millionaire Next Door, a little entertainment book on a very misleading cheating. It has been written by two experts who try to tell what are the common attributes of rich people. He made a group study of the people of lently wealthy and discovered that this people won't live generally fabulous life. It is people who take ability in depositing money that make their wealth accumulate by deciding the conspiracy. Automers speak of the executors. Book appeal from counterintuitive fact on this simple comes. This people don't see generally rich. Because the rich looks and the richer the difference is. It takes money and time to look rich. Taking fashionable clothes, becoming an expert of buttocks vines, exploring exclusive restaurants is all the time consuming. And if the time and energy put in all these things, the weight accumulation decreases. The book's moral is that the richest ones are often people who don't doubt. And those who do rich act put so much drain on their net worth that their brokerage the account becomes irreversibly damaged. I'm placing in another thing side. I don't see any heroism in depositing money. If a man is just a penny, he or she takes me a flower without angling any tingling benefits. I'm not a desire that I can do my personal hackets, intellectual plays, and personal standards, just to become a billionaire. And if you become a billionaire, I have to do a Spartan, i.e., simple and kangious lifestyle. What is the point? People tend to Warren Buffett that he is so living in austerity even when rich. But I don't understand this logic. If the austerity is just as round, why do not become a stool or a social worker? We must remember that becoming rich is a selfish act is selfish. This is not a social act. Capitalism's inheritance is that society can benefit people's grid, but it doesn't need to treat the grill like a moral or intellectual achievement. I didn't have any special impressions from people with money except George Soros. If you notice, become rich no moral, there is no attachment. The real flow of the book on it is not it. There are heroes accumulators of the book that invest by delaying spending. It is undeniable that it can work straightness. If you spend money, it will not give returns. Just get the fun of spending. The book that shows benefits has been overstated. There are no two ownership bias in the thesis of this book if carefully seen. This means two big logical mistakes hidden. The first bias is that the book just studs those who are already rich, meaning other is just looking at the same lucky mankind on type writers who reach the randomly success. He didn't have any attempt to curt the staties that he's just looking at the viners. One place is not written about what the regulators have made wrong investments. In my family, there are people who have made an accumulate, but the wrong things are depositing the currency that has been devalued, or for stocks of a company that later became bankrupt. The book doesn't even infuse that many were just rich because their investment was in the viners. The people come to no doubt book. This bias is a way to perform. Understand 50% of the value of average millennial. What? Because this bias artificial is increasing the renewed net worth of millennial. If we also count belugers, then the unit number will be quite lower. If it is removed, the contents of the book are completely different. I've already done the prompt discs of the induction, but this book shows another large logical flow. This is a historical N, normally i.e. in equal events like general rule. The core education of the book is that the returns to the current asset values are paramount. This is the belief that was the first people of the stock market crash of 1929. We must remember that asset prices are going through the largest bull market in history. The last 2 decades have increased the value astronomical way. If one invested in Everest stock in 1982, his dollar grew by 20 times. And in the book sample, there may be people who have invested in stocks growing more than ever, meaning people became rich just from one regeneration to the asset price inflation financial market that started after the inflation 1982. If a human being's straightness is applied in another market cycle, then his story is completely different. Think if this book was written in 1982 when the inflation of stocks was adjusted value declining, or in 1935 when people had lost the interest in the stock market. It is a chronic problem to ignore the ownership bias and is more in the problem professionals. Why? Because we are trained just to see the same information that appears. Ignore what he sees becomes an automatic hackbit. The US and Europe pension funds and insurance companies have begun to believe that equity always returns 9% in the long term. And he shows statisticals to support this. Statistics is right, but only if I say that one of the 40,000 securities can find one that is growing up to 2 times every year. Whether we have social security, money will put on it. There is no direct connection with the future of the clearly past success. The fund management industry has to be filled with gurus, and because it is filled with field randomness, many of them fall into the trap. If you don't have the right training of enforce. At the moment there is a guru who has been a bad heartbeat develop, writing books. Together with another guru he conducted a Robin Hood policy test. The idea was to remove money from the successful manager to give losers, those who follow the strategy normals, upside. Normally people want to invest with the winning manager and withdraw money from what is losing, but the paper straightness that was just the hierarchical was not executed in real life. She showed that investing in losers can be more profitable. His concluding was that it is wrong to tick with the best managers and switching with the worst managers is better. The analysis of these is filled with a see-where flow. Any graduate student who will hold in the first reading. His sample was just the surveyor. He didn't see how many managers out of business. His data had just the same managers who were running during simulations and who are still examining today. Yes, there were also managers in their sample that were ever failed, but the only one who recovered back after failing. Those who have failed the company were not included in the sample. Then naturally, who failed for a while was the obvious to see the profits in later recovered. If he does not recover, he gets out of business and does not look at the sample. A curt analysis occurs when we first take a sample of managers acting from. Let's say that 5 years ago we're in the industry. Then run the simulation and see who serves. If a manager fails, his impact also comes into analyzing, and it is clear that the base of the failure was higher in the industry. Those who leave the industry come out because of the failure, because the profitable people cannot leave such a positive business by themselves. Another buzzword that is idly used is optimism. People say optimism observes success. Predictive can also induct the failure. Optimistic people take more risk as they are overconfigured that their chance is good. Those who wins become rich and famous. When you lose, it disappears somewhere and does not look in an analysis. Sadly is the reality. Chapter No, it is easier to buy and sell transaction fry and egg. This afternoon is the appointment with my dentist, who will mostly turn out into the brain licking on Brazilian buns. I'm so sure that he knows some of the teeth, especially if I have her clinics. Let's take pains and get rid of suquen. A person who does not know exactly about teeth will be able to treat my pain hardly. Only if it is good on that day, or if it is so lucky throughout life, it has become a dentist for the knowledge of teeth. Seeing a diploma on the wall of her clinics, I'm amazed that she has just given the correct answer to the trumpet in the exams, and the treatment of thousands of catches before graduation would be just luckily corrected. It is very low. In the evening, I go to Carnegie Hall. I don't know anything about that pianist. I forgot the name that was sounding strange and strange C. Fluent. Just know that he has read in a conservatory in Moscow, but so sure that the piano will get to listen to music. No human being has just reached the Carnegie Hall from his luck and just mutilated noise in the name of playing the piano. It's so low that it's also worth thinking about it. Last Saturday I was in London. London's day is magical. Congested on, there is no energy like a weekday machine, and no depressed press. I stood in front of Canova's own favorite carvings inside Victoria and Albert Museum without cart and no plan. My professional mind immediately began to think about whether it's just a game of randomness to become the statue of marble. This body was exactly like realistic human beings, but was a bit more perfect and balanced than nature. Can such a fineness be just luck? A quote of Ovid came into mind. Matrium super opus was better than art nature. The people who are working in the physical world or are in businessmen who have a low roll of randomness can say that. On the business world there is a problem. I have to meet a fund manager yesterday who is seeking help to find investors from me and my friends. He says his track record is good. Just I can say he has learned to buy and sell. And egg frying is more easy to buy and sell. Yes, if he has earned the first money, then it would mean nothing more. It is not always. Sometimes track record the trust can be made, but there are no cases. I am going to rain the questions on it in the presentation of the fund manager as far as I understood, especially if he is not showing humility and self-doubt in it that should be in the workman with predominance. His mind is just stuck on his past performance. I would also tell him that Metrwali said that at least 50% of the role is of luck in life. The rest of the clever minds and darings in it when the modern markets weren't built. In this chapter I have some such counterintuitive performance records, and historical time series will talk on concept. These concepts are known from some different names. Survivorship bias, data mining, data snooping, overfitting, regression to the Pisces, etc. Basically, it is all the same features in which the observer underestimates the randomness instance and overestimates the performance. This concept has quite unsettling applications. It is not limited to finance, but also goes to the interpretation of medical treatments and coincidental events. If I generate a country buying in a scientific field of financial research in the future, I will deploy the analysis of data mining and ownership bases. Finance has a significant refinement of these concepts and can work in any of the scientific investigations. Finance is a unique field as there is a lot of information in the form of the price series not contain controllable experiments like physics. This results in some fundamental flaws in this field due to the dependence on past data. I often have questions about who you are saying that perhaps my life is just because of luck. The thing that no man wants to believe that he was just lucky. My approach is simple. We can group random synchronization through our Monte Carlo engine. Exit work of conventional methods. Instead of analyzing real people, we can create artificial people whose attributes we already know. In this way, we can make such scenarios who just lock on dependent without any sketches. Just as placebo is the drug, we can make pure nobodies, those who have no effect on the talent. Just have a random game. In the chapter 5, we saw that people are sometimes surveyed due to some of the temporary traits that fit into the structure of randomness. Here we will take another simple resolution in which the structure of the randomness will be cleared in advance. Perhaps you have heard that a broken watch also shows the right time twice a day. Now we will take it a little further and show that statistics is a knife that can be cut on both sides. Let's make an extradition from the Monte Carlo generator. Create a population of 10,000 functional investment managers. Every manager will have a fair game. 50% of the chance that he earn $00 and 50% of the chance he lose $00. An extra, if 1 year of a manager was worse, he will be removed from the sample. Goodbye, and have a nice life. It was a role of a legendary investor George Soros. For the next year, half of the people will be removed from here. Now toss the coin of the Monte Carlo generator R. The first year 5,000 managers will earn $00 and 5,000 managers will lose. The second year $00 managers will win up to 2 years. Third year 1,250 managers. Fourth year 625, and fifth year 33 managers. Now think that only 33 managers are just won for 5 years because of randomness. But if one of these managers are sent to the real world, a story will be written above him. People will compliment their brilliant investment strategy. The analyst will say that the experience of his childhood made him great. The story of his parents will be heard. The biographer will write the story of his struggle and success. And if the next year his performance falls, then this is what people would do with him. He stopped working hard. he lost in his lifestyle. The first who did not do so now failed. Hakikat will be just that his luck ended. Now take the order further. In a new experience, we just make a group of income managers. This will be people whose hotsality is their age. The Monte Carlo generator will now draw balls from a pitcher. 45 out of 100 balls black and 55 red. The manager will reduce $00 if the black ball will come. He will lose $00 if the red ball will come. In every round, the manager has just 45% chance to win and lose 55% chance. The first year 4,500 managers will be in the profit. Second year 2,525 managers. Third year 91, fourth year 410, and fifth year 184 managers. These people will be just 2% left. The record will appear on it. Now if we wear these business suits, people will start writing their success stories. No one will speak that 98% of managers failed. The largest counterintuitive point is there will also be a few people in the population of pure lugers whose track record will seem perfect. If a manager came to you and said that his record of 5 years is perfect, you will not be able to recognize that he is good or just lucky. If the entire population is made of people who are just losing money, some people will win. Because randomness and volatility only cultivate such scenarios, it is a matter of understanding that volatility also helps bad investment disorders. Whatever gives us the most concern is track records maximum experts that depend on the size of most of the essential samples and not one of the managers in visual horse pay. In an easy way, the number of managers with great track records in any market depends more on how many people came to investment business to become the instead of dentists, not to be the case of their profit-making eligibility. It also dips on volatility. I do not worry at all of the average track records. I just see best managers, not all managers. This means that if the number of new investors in 2001 was more than 1993, more than 1998 in 2006 will be seen. And I have the entire concentration that happened. The concept of being the hot hand in basketball is also an exam to misunderstand randomness. If you take a big player sample, it's very expected to have a fairly long lucky stick. Actually, it is impossible that an extra long streak stick of a random player is not. It is a clear exam of the regression to the Pisces. This can explain. Generate a long series coin flip. Each time there is 50% chance that the head will come and 50% tail. If the series is long enough, the 8-time continuous heads came and or the 8-time tails can probably be 10 times. But we know that even after all these wins, the next time the heads and tails are still 50-50. Now let these heads and tails make money sense. Just as a man's investment benefit or loss, those who are looking for depression are just because of the luck, not because of the skill. Now another point, if a player has 55% chance, it's very low to win 10 consecutive times even if you win. We can also see in the big heroes of trading which were at the top at a time, then gradually became anonymous. This same principle is also applied on the height of the human being or the size of the dog. Children with a 2-age height parents are shorter than the longest child in a large group, and the smallest child who will have a child is more than he is older. This is the neural mechanism of the regression to the Pisces, and another warning is not caused by every depression regime to the Pisces. If you speak a little technical, people often think that those who are looking for a sample can understand the entire pattern of the distribution. A separate distribution is being analyzed when it comes to top formers, what we call the survivorship bias. This means that only 3% of the essential group was saved, and making money for up to 5 years was just the effect of randomness. This exam shows another thing. Ergodiness mean time with the effects of randomness become elite. Whether a manager has made profits in the last 5 years is seen further. The next time will have its performance, meaning that the manager had previously failed is the future being of both those who are still tick. This is true of long term. A few years ago, I uttered a master of the universe type cape that track records are not as many rails as they understand. He was so angry that he threw his cigarette lighter up me. This indent gives me an important thing teaching. No human beings will be able to reconsider their suspicions. Just the failure has a radish to assume. His ego was so pumped up as he was the head of a department that had great traders who were making money in the temporary market. They seemed that they've been successful because of their business unit insights and intelligence. On the 1994 New York bond market crash, his entire system was collapsed. When Helen Greenspan increased interest rates, and now after a year I barely traded any one of them search. It is true of ergodicity. Remember that the servicing bias depends on the size of the essential simulation. If a man just tells that he has earned profit in the past, he does not mean any of the information alone. We need to know what simulation he came from. We can't know the validity of track record unless we know how many managers have been pushed and failed. If you are an essential group of 10 managers, I don't think that half of your savings give the manager who is performing the same. But if there's a group of 10,000 managers, I will ignore the results. Real is the second position in the world. Nowadays, people in financial markets are coming in huge numbers. A lot of college graduates are trying hand in the first trading. The dentists are failing and then becoming dentists. Now let's say that this fictional managers become real humans like a fairy tale. So one of these can be the one who is going to meet me at 11:45 a.m. yesterday. Why did I suck 11:45? For I will ask him about his trading style. I have to understand how he trades. I can say I have to go into an emergency lunch appointment if the whole thing is just focus on the track record. Now we will see how we are left to understand the distribution of coincidences. You get an anonymity letter on January 2 that says the market will go on this month, and the same happens. On you ignore it as the January effect is well known. Stocks in January in history often grow. Then you get another letter on February 1 which says the market will go down, and then it's the same. Then 1 March is the same thing. By July, you'll find the power to see the future of Mistress Person. Now he asks you to invest in a special offshore fund. You put all your savings. 2 months later your money disappears. You cry to your neighbor and remember that he had 2 such mysterious letters. Just the difference was that the second letter was wrong. So the third letter to him never came. Now understand how it works, scum. Fraudsters, i.e. Tug pick up phone numbers of 10,000 people. 5,000 people send a letter to the bullish, i.e. the mean market will go up. Send a letter to 5,000 that bears the bearish mean market down. The next month is sent to the letter for which the previous observation was correct. Then it saves 5,000 to 25,500, then 25,500 to 1,250, then 625, then 500 and 200 victorious in the last. Just put a little bit of money on the postage stamp and earn the millies. If we are looking for a tennis match on TV, there are ads in the middle showing funds that are giving more returns from the market. The question is that an advisory will do only if his funds are outperforming. What? The reality is that the investments that are healthy due to randomness are more likely to come to you. It is called adverse selection with economists and insurance. There is no selection random, which means you can find the key to failing the randomness of the investment that you come to occurs. Another exam: if I go to 10,000 fund managers and find them to invest, then 2/100 keys that I will choose a fake surveyor. But if a fund manager is playing the doorbell of my house and asking me to invest, then the chance to be his fake will be close to 100%. So far we talked about the spurious surveyors, people who look happy because of randomness. Now think about another thing. People who are skilled in the unit still fail. This is the upside effect of the servicing bias. Only 2 bad years in the finance industry can end up a career of any investor. No matter how good the odds are. Game over if she came 2 years wrong time. So what do people do? Black spun like wrists. Just as John and Carlos flew the entire portfolio, which most of the time worked, once failed. Data mining data filter is the easiest exam for the birthday paradox. It is not paradox. Just human is a trick of perception. If you get a random man, then you will have 1/365 chance that your birthday will be match you. On if 23 people are in a room, 50% of the chance that any 2 will have a birth beans. What? Because it is not necessary to match your birthday with a spatial person. Just one can match the birthday of 2 people, and this is an interesting rule of randomness. Sometimes when someone meets a friend or relative in an unexacted place, he says in surprise, "It's a small world." It's not impossible to unilaterally. The world is bigger than we think. It's just because we've been a spatial person and place. There is no chance to visit the spatial time. We're just looking at what the chance to meet in any place from any person, and this probability is very high. Maybe thousands of times more. If a believers test a pertinent relationship such as a connection to the political account and stock market volatility, then its results may be valid. But if the computer is simply left on the data, the random connections will come out without any spatial hypothesis. Like stock linked to the length of the market's women's skirts, and people are rounded with such random coincidences as the birth paradox occurs. What is the chance to win the New Jersey lottery twice? It happened on 1 in 17 trillion with Lynn Adams, meaning that destiny sucked. No, mathematicians Perce Deaconess and the Federal Mosler clarified that nowhere else is the chance of having it ever. Some people also take data mining into use release. As old people tried to see the future from the intestines of the bird. An extreme exam is to the given Bible of Mala Drogenin. Drogenin was a journalist who was not a basic knowledge of studies. He decoded the secret code of the Bible with the help of a mathematician that predicted the murder of Israeli Prime Minister Isaac Rabin. He also vowed the Rabin, but obviously Rabin did not take seriously. The book was talked about finding statistical patterns inside the Bible that could predict future events. The book was so popular that it also came to civil, which came to the hindsight and new prediction. The system also works to become a Kaspersky thirst. Just as the Bible code seems like a perfect logic, the Kaspersky theory also makes people feel real. For the exam, I can download the data of hundreds of paintings of an artist or artist. Then I can find a common pattern in those paintings. A round of that pattern can create a secret conspiracy theory. That's what DeWitchy did. I've come to visit the most fun bookstores. I have no direction, go from a book to another book. Disassemble book cover, blur, and little introduction, read that I should read this book or not. The problem is that I confuse a book from the best reviews of the book reviews that should tell the quality. The publisher will never put negative revenue on the book cover. Just write the best things. Some of the overers take it to another level. He draws good things out of an average or negative review and rewards him as a book is an exam. That is Paul Wilms, one financial mathematician is. I had given a book his first negative request, but he wrote as the press on the book cover by selecting the good line of that review. We both later became friends, and she also gave the endorsement for my book. I first understood this bias when I bought a book at the age of 16. Manhattan Transfer, John Dostoevsky. It's a simple statement that probably worth it was written either intoxication or in extreme enthusiasm. On this one thing made Dostoevsky a legendary in the European intellectual circles. People began to understand that it is a consensus that 10 Passos is the best writer, while actually it was just a single best remark. No universal truth. At last, there was a time interest in his work. Nos Passos has become anonymous today. A programmer made a back tester with my help. This is a software program that is connected to the database of historical prices. I have any access to trading with complexity, can check the hypothetical past performance. I can apply a mechanical trading rule for the exam. Just as NSDC stocks close 1.83% more than last week's average, buy them, and immediately I'll see that roll's past performance screen. I can change the percentage if I don't like the results. As 1.2% can see, I can also create more complexes. I'll now keep a try until you get a RAL that works well. The same thing I am doing is the process of finding a survey in any data set. I am fitting RAL over data. This is called data snooping. Once I've tried the new roles, you'll definitely get a role due to the lock that will work on past data. Random data always shows some of the detectable patterns. I believe that any tradable securities in the Western world will definitely be 100% correlative of the temporal changes of the Ulaanbaatar of Mongolia. A new research paper that Solon, Timberman, and White have also been shown to have a bigger problem. The paper says that all the 6-faceted trading routines in today's time can probably only result in the survey bias. The first investor made a trading routine that was in thousands of different combinations. More attention was given to those who worked in rules past and were considered serious contenders. Forgot the people who have failed the roles. If there is a lot of RALs tried, there will be some RALs just because of the lock that randomly superior performance show, even if they do not have real positive power. This means that the surviving RALs that are visible may be misleading, as the whole set of essential trading RALs was not conceived. I have seen some extreme cases of back testing in my private career. A very popular product is the Omega Trade Station. Thousands of traders are using this. It also has its own programming language. What does it do? Those who train on computers in the day are filtering data in back testing overnight. Random type writers on AdMaggies. Without thinking, a good story will be written somewhere. That's what. People find a hypothetical gold mine, and it seems to be blind. My buds, that prestigious degree holder, were so lost in the deeply virtual trading world that he lost the sense of reality. I don't know if there was a little too common sense inside them, but I saw that his natural skepticism was over as he was skeptical in the wrong place. Music method of medicine in history, trial and error. This is a more upset angle, meaning bases on pure statistics. We now know that sometimes the connection between systems and treatment is just random. Some medications just pass into clinical trials due to random results. I am not an expert of medicine. I have been reading medical literature for the last 5 years, and after I've got to worry on the standards of this field. What is problem? Medical restructures often do not occur. Statisticians are not medical resurrectioners. A lot of medical workers are also not diagnosed with data mining bias. Yes, it can be a small role, but it is definitely a present. A recent medical study showed a link between cigarette smoking and breast cancer that contradicts from the previous studies. If it is seen from the logic, it seems to be the rigid doubtful. Perhaps this is just the result of a connection. The analyst of the vaults is trained to find accounting tricks that the companies use to hide their earnings. Sometimes, even from the company beater plays this game, but they are not trained to understand randomness, nor do he introspection what is the limitations of their methods. Stock analysts' past performance and a quick record are also useless from both weather forecasters, but still he understands himself much better. If a company does not pay any special attention to the growth of its agencies once there is a growth, the computer screens begin to see its name, and if 3 times are constantly read the agencies, then find the left records. Starts. Thinking is a group of 10,000 companies that pay as much returns as treasury bonds, just like risk-free rate in average. But all this is involved in volatile business. After a year, 5,000 companies will become stars whose benefits have grown, and 5,000 companies will become dogs that have failed. After 3 years, 1,250 companies will remain star. Now the investment houses in 1,250 companies will list the strong bias. Your broker will call you Argent. There is a hot commentation. Invest now. A long in your inbox list will come. You'll purchase 2 companies and the entire list will invest as your 401 retirement plan manager. Now let's say you're standing in 1900 and looking for thousands of investments. There is a stock market in Argentina, the stock market of Imperial Russia, the stock market of the United Kingdom, the stock market of Unified Germany, and more. You invest in Russia and Argentina, not just in the US, but also in Russia. On the rest of the story everyone knows. UK and US stock markets lacked good performance. In Imperial Russia, the hands of those who invested were just a waste wallpaper, meaning that the country's well-formed was a small segment of the pool of the start. Some of the investment classes will show extreme success because of randomness. I laugh to think that the self-serving experts speak that the markets will always go up in any 20-year period. Do they know this reality? Another big problem is the compression of the outperformance, meaning difference between 2 people or 2 entries. We in single-time series randomness is full, but when 2 people or any benchmarks have a connection, it becomes more extreme. What? Because both are random. Exercise a little thought. One person and his brother-in-law, both are locked. 50% of the chance to be lucky and 50% of the invalid. What is possible outcomes? Lucky, no defense. Unlucky, no defense. Lucky is a big defense and a great defense. Meaning is the major factor randomness of a comparative success. I have an investment manager. The conference had to go. There was a lot of DAO speakers that were confusing traders. He was working to select fund managers and bundle them into an investment package. This process is called funds of funds. I was looking for his boring numbers on the screen and then felt a shock. I remember that this is my old budge. Previously it was sharp, energetic, and friendly. Now it has become boring, thicker, and more comfortable than its success. I felt that money now inspires everyone in different ways. Some people take the success seriously, nothing else. The second shock came to me when I understood that it has been flowers from Banda randomness and not just a little bit. A back of the enveloped calculation showed that 97% of which it was discussing was simply noisy, and because he was comparing performance, the synchronization became even more. When I return home from the Asian or European trip, the jet lag often rises very quickly due to it. Sometimes I have TV on to see the news of the market. On the morning, I admire another thing. Alternative medicine. The claims of people selling are loaded due to the AIDS chief morning advisory slots. How are they proofed? A very convincing testimonial is shown. A man tells how his cancer was just cured because of his medicine. Once for the exam I saw a former throat cancer present that was selling a pack of 14.95 of vitamins. May it be true that it is probably red end of lifetime supply. Even when there has been progress in science, people believe more on such testimonials are. A psychotropic research can also not convince people as an emotional and senior testimonial, and the testimonials always came from a normal human being. It is not necessary. People will assume if they claim in the wrong field on a Nobel Prize wizard, like Linus Pauling, who had found Nobel Prize in chemistry. He believed in the medical properties of vitamin C. He had a lot of DOS accounts daily. He raised the bile of vitamin C's medical benefits in people by using his reputation. But when medical studies have done them, if you want to disorganize the claim, then people ignore it. What? Because Nobel Prize winners' testimonials were more strong than scientific proof in the mind of people. Most of the claims are just the way to make money. There are also some serious effects on it. A lot of cancer patients who can take psychiatric therapy trusted in these treatments and eliminated their lives. Those who are orthodox medical treatment scientifically prove and left them. The biggest problem for science is that people alternative medicine speak the medicine, while alternative medicine does not occur. If there is no therapy puberty, he is just a tiring. People can also think if a present really cured, then did this mean the work of the medicine? No, it has a scientific explanation. Spontaneous remission. Cancer patients in very rare cases are cured without any spatial regeneration. Their immune system destroys cancer cells from itself. If he just used to eat a Wearmount spring water or a dry beef, he could recover the same and be the spontaneous remission can also be not as much spontaneous. Perhaps there is no hidden regeneration that we have not yet understood. A famous scientist, Carl Sagan, who is the promoter of scientific thinking and the largest critic of pseudoscience, he made a study of Lourdes, France. Lourdes is a place where people claim to be healed from the water contact. A lot of cancer patients went there and believe their illness is cured. When the Sagan did this study, he found a shocking fact. Those who went to the Lourdes cure rate of actually spontaneous remission less than statistical rate, meaning people who did not Lourdes have much of the cure cases. So now a Stagian can take the conclude that visiting the Lourdes leads to the avoidance of cancer presence and decreases. At the beginning of the 20th century, the scientists began to develop new techniques to understand the randomness. Professor Carl Pearson has first test developed that can detect randomness. This test was looking for the deviations of basically normal distribution, which was a way to check randomness. Pearson, in the month of July in 1902 Monte Carlo casinos roulette wheels millions of rants observed, and discovery is shocking. The outcome of the roulette wheel was not becoming randomly distributed. His calculation saw a high statistic significance. Was there a pattern? Or a probability 1 was in a billion? So what did this mean? Was the rate wheel really not random? Pearson became shocked. What was the real price on? No system does 100% randomly. The mechanism of the rate wheel will not be perfect. Perhaps the wheel is slightly unbalanced or the ball is not perfectly spherical. About us reference case in statistics is called problem, meaning that pure randomness theory exists in the real world not. Now the real question for a manager is whether this non-randomness can be used to earn a use profit. I took part-time generator work, better than if I find just $1 million after I put $00 bits. Here is a serious problem that is associated with non-randomness. People who are considered the father of statistical science, he also forgot that having a pattern in a random series, it is not necessary to look random. In fact, if the data is absolutely patternless, it seems to be auspicious, as a person has created and artificially. If you have a deep analysis of a random data, you will definitely see some pattern, as no random run shows some structure. Professor Carl Pearson was one of the first scientists who were interested in creating artificial random data generators. He was round to create tables that could be used for random symbols in science and engineering. This Monte Carlo simulator, there were ancestors. The problem was that he wanted to have no regularity in these tables. Unreal randomness does not look random. Look at a common scientific phenomena to understand this and clearly. Cancer clusters. Suppose there's a square with 16 dots falling randomly. There are equivalent chance of falling dots everywhere. If we divide everywhere. But what exactly will happen in the average? There will be no dot anywhere. 2 or 3 dots anywhere will be. There is a lot of rare chance that every single square has one dot. Now let the grid overlay on the real world map. No newspaper headline will write that cancer cases are high due to radiation. Wars will start approaching the presence for the court case. The real reason was just randomness, and no hidden reason. This is also applicable on logic scientific research. Science is filled with survivorship bias. Research that does not show any new results is not published. But it does not mean that there are no valuable things in them. If a newspaper is written every day that there is nothing new today, it will look after. It is also an information. The Bible had understood this concept very long ago. Nothing is new under the sun. The problem in science is that absence of findings and finding of absence are considered the same thing. Sherlock Holmes had made an inflatable observation in Silver BLZ case. The most strange thing was that Kutta is not the dwarf. Sometimes there is no need for anything. And a big problem is that the scientific results, they are also ignored, not statistically significant. But this does not mean that it is invaluable. I often ask the question. You can say that this is not just a lock. Some randomness-based productions are the ones that reduce the risk of locking. Like casinos tend to randomness. Finance is probably not every trader. There is a category of market makers who work like bookmakers or shoppers. These people do not earn money from speculation but earn fixed margin from transaction R. It takes as a defense profit between the buy price and the sale price. Who come to this category? Floor traders who work on the stock exchange. Bank traders who trade in order flow. Middle East money changers that work in the market. These people have a special skill set. The power to think fast, always to be alert, to be a voice of high energy levels and a human being. If someone has this skill, he can make a long career. Perhaps a decade up to 10 years, but it's never big form. These are incoming limited as it is just a dependent on customers. At probability people survey. This is the dentist of the finance world. Small, steady, and predicacious income. Also once I don't know any clear answer which is lucky and who is invalid. I can just say that person A seems to be less than person B, but my confidence will be so low that it does not mean any. So, I like to remain skeptic. People often understand my thinking wrong. Not every rich man is idiot and every unconscious human being is an adult. Just said it's better to reserve the mandate until the information is done. This is the cipher option. Music followed by randomness part for chapter 10 La's texts all on the non-linearities of life. Life is unfair in non-linear manner. I'm looking for a new angle with life easy unfair. Twist is that life is unfair on non-linear way. This chapter explains that a small advantage can also give disproportionate i.e. unbalanced rewards. Or just a small randomness can take a bigger jackpot even though there is no real adjustment. But the first non-linearity is defined. There are many ways in science. Sand pile effect is a popular concept on. I explain this with an exam. I am on the Copacabana beach of Rio de Janeiro. No readings or writing stresses, but I'm breaking my own thing by writing this license. I board plastic beach toys from a child and trying to make a sandcastle. Mean a short tower of Babel. I'm adding continuous sand, trying to find out when will this structure fall. A little baby is looking at me in the shock, perhaps wondering that this big people play games too. My sandcastle inevitable falls for some time later and baby's happiness. If someone says the last grain of sand is responsive to the entire castle break, he will not be wrong. This is a nonlinear effect. A very small force, a small sand particulated it sang a sizable ridge, complete structure collapse. Popular wisdom there is such an exhilarating calm in the straw that broke the camel's back. A last drop that breaks the waist of the camel. The drop that caused the water to spill. A last drop that sheds water from the glass. In science, it is called cows theory, which is wrong because it does not take any of the cows. This theory mainly looks at the functions in which the effect of a small input is dispositionate, such as filtration models. If there is a little differentiation, either a species will be exempted or extant, and a butterfly in the weather patterns India shakes its wings and in New York can become a greener. Classics also show the same thing. Pascal said that if the nose of Cleopatra is small, the history of the world is different. Cleopatra was slim, and sharp features made both Julius Caesar and Mark Antony. On Plutarch says Cleopatra's magic was in its conversations and intelligence, not in his looks, and I aggravate this. Now think what happens when randomness enters this game. Make a waiting room, imagine with actors for a large audition are engaged in the line. Just a few will be perfect that will later become Hollywood stars. The rest of the Starbucks will be serving cafes. Fighting your biological clock between the audios. Is there any separate talent in what the lead role is? I have disagreement with this. Acting skills are in which actor selects, but the rest also happens. He is here. Fame has a separate system. A uniter is just because people know him, meaning fame walks in a bicycle is. A small randomness can make a person a star. A small random detail can be brought to another. Now go back to the audition room. Agamenarth the last day is met with a closet that resembles actor with a last name audition. Perhaps his mood would be to select the actor. If you don't get, it's probably serving coffee at some actor star B. Just so much. A small random factor decides a large destination. Researchers often offer a host of quality keyboards to explain this. That's how unfair the dynamics of winning and losing in economy can be, and how the final ridgelet often seems to be the hand of an unrivaled winter. The keyboard layout of the typewriter is a perfect exam. That is how a useless way can also be successful. The design of the QWERTY keyboard is non-optimal. Ineffective means it was built to slow down the typing speed and not for fast typing. It was done so that the rubber jam of typewriters is not jammed, because it was designed to accumulate without electronics. When Sun typewriters and computerized if the word processors came, the keyboard was tried to rationalize. Nothing came to work. What? Because people were trending on the Audi CWT and their habits were so strong that changing the almost impossible. This is the same effect that takes a unit to stardom. People support the same thing that is already popular. If you want to force the ration dynamics, it will be superfluous, i.e. vain, but impossible. This is called path-dependent outcome, and it's trying to predict accurately to the behavior in the mathematical models failed. Today's information age is making the test uniform of people, a similar to which unfairness and growing. Everything that wins captures. A small success can become a monopoly. The largest executive is Microsoft and Bill Gates. Nobody will deny that Bill Gates is a hardworking, disciplined, and intelligent human being. What is the best? Does he deliver his success? No, clearly. We are all using Microsoft's software, just because other people are using the same. This is a circular. The effect is. The economists call it network externalities. Someone never said Microsoft's software is the best, but all went to the same. The Gates components are covered with their access. They see that they are strangled. While gates have captured the market, all of these classic economic models are developed. The first economist said that the ridgelet always comes due to a spatial regeneration. No role of unsurprising. Always win good cow. Meaning that hold skill and technical superiority the same will be able to save the same. On the latter, the economists were diagnosed with path-dependent effects. Clean Thought Institute's Brian Arthur wrote that chance events and positive feedback delivers more economic features than technical superiority. What technology does not mean. Matter does who captures the market first. Unexacted orders can become a regeneration of random diseases, economic dominance of random business meetings and managers. Now let's understand this problem as a mathematically. Conventional finance models Brownian random walks are based. Probability of success does not change with every new step. Just the accumulated wealth increases. On Arthur adorned another complex model. This model is mathematically difficult. It's easy to understand from the Monte Carlo simulator on. Imagine care is a pot that initially has equivalent black and red balls. The game is that you have to guess every time which color is going to get. On this is a rigid game. What? Because your guessing abilities are uncovered from the first resume. If you win, the chance of winning your future grows. The chance of losing your future if you lose. If you simulate this process, you'll notice that some people will find extreme success. A lot of people will be able to get a complex failure. It is called skuness in statistical language. Now compile the process with a normal process. Let's say you're playing roulette. Does your next bit win when you win? No. At the polio process, so why is it mathematically so different? Because it breaks down the independence rule. Independence in probability means that a draw does not have an effect from another. Past results in the polio process influence the next results. And when the independence is violate, the conventional probability death fails. What is the mistake in creating science to economics? The answer is easy. Some of the intelligent people just started to use the mathematics as they felt their work would seem rigorous. Only then it will be called science. Anyone sooning mathematical modeling introduced. The choices were Leon Valras, Derrida, Dabu, Paul, Samuelson. Without thinking that the mathematics he was using, he was probably quite restorative for those problems. Quite limited, or then they had to understand that the fascination of the mathematics can force people to assume that the solutions act. While not really. Recall Karl Popper's theory science can also be degenerative to over-serious. The mathematics in reality did not work in the real world. May we new and advanced mathematical processes needed. Instead of accepting it, he insisted that whatever is the best. Probably the option of not having mathematics is better. Then the complexity therapists that began to solve this mess. Santa Fe Institute was working on centrist nonlinear quantitative methods in New Mexico. The work of physical sciences was proved to be effective. New models were developed in social sciences, but no longer got the signature. It would be just because if these people fail, the ultimately mathematics is nothing more than secondary help in the real world. Another great thing that Monte Carlo simplification gives us is that we can remove the results even if the mathematics fails. Join equine. We can also try with the mathematical limitation. In chapter 3 I said that mathematics is just a way to think and meditate. Nothing more than in the world of randomness. Today, the dynamics of the network are growing very fast. It was popular only when the book The Tipping of Malum GL. In this book, it was reported that some variables such as epidemics begin to spread over the explosive speed after a surgeon level. Just as the fashion of the snakers in the inner city kids or any reliability idea become the same viral. The same happens in book sales. Once a word of mouth is crossed, the book becomes the bestseller. Now the question is why some ideology or releases become viral on the same. What are the most important things? How does a trend or fashion spread like a perfect flame? If you like the traditional randomness models, everything becomes more unpredictable if the vine is out of the curve. Example, Google gets so much clicks, but not the website of National Association of Retired Veterinary Chemical Engineers. What? Because the more connected is a network, the more people come to it, and the more people they come, the more they connect. If there is no capacities limit on the network, it becomes a self-reinforcing process. On a problem is that it is default to production critical points. May it is not a point, but a presentation. Pareto power loss clusters are formed, but apart from physics, it is difficult to practice accurately. That's why we understand that nonlinearity experts do not just try to create models. The work of the Benoit model Broad is therefore valuable, as he told that randomness has a wild type that we would never understand the accurately. The biggest limitation of our brain is that he cannot understand nonlinearity. People think that if the two variables cost, if the link is then the second piece study output of the study input in one. But reality does not happen. If you study daily, you should learn new things from the project. But if you're going to read and there's no progress, you'll get demorized. The real world works on it does not do so. You can't learn something for a year and then get into understanding everything from one day. The movement will never come if you leave it to motivate in the middle. My partner Mark Spids Nagel expels it from an exam. Value collect, you are practicing piano every day. For a long time you're just playing chopsticks. Then once a day you can play Rachmaninoff without any warning. This is the real nature of non-linearity, but people can't do it. That's what reason to exist Sax's roots to be bit of randomness. They are very low. Just the same people see Saxes that keep the mental stamina to go up to the extra mile. It looks even in my field. A trader has a security that gives profits when market prices fall, but that price doesn't react at the same time until a critical point is reached. Most people sell by loosening the profession and miss real rewards after the critical point arrives. Random outcomes non-linearity is sometimes a powerful tool for breaking this stalemate. Collect an exam, non-linear vein, i.e. small push that can put the disposition at effect. Think of a donkey that is placed on equivalent distance. It is also hungry and thirst among the water source and a food source, and if he will die from both his appetite and thirst if no one goes first on one side. But if a slight randomness is injected in this condition, randomly to the donkey is pushed on one side or on the side of the water. Now he will be forced to take a decision, and then either will fill the stomach first and then drink water, or drink water first and then fill the stomach. A simple random Nassim Nicholas broke. Perhaps you've ever played the assault's version of Borden. When you flip the coin to a minor decision for occasional randomness in decision making, it reduces stress, or lets Lady Fortuna take dissipation and joyfully exempt him. I also use the donkey concept of burden with the name of mathematical when my computer is freezed between a couple of things. It is done in the randomization optimization problems in technical language, when deferring a function so that new sessions are met. The 14th century's visit to the philologian Burden was named, and his own death is also quite interesting. Put it in a bag and throw it into a sewer given in which he plunged. The people of his time considered this story as a sophistus, i.e. tap at full argument. They did not understand the concept of randomness. Badon was ahead of his time. I'm getting a strange realization when I'm writing this license. The bipolarity of the world is hitting me very hard. Either a person finds wild success that untreats all the money or does not earn a single penny. The same happens with books. Either will all people want to publish it or you will not get your phone calls applied. If the second case is, I delete the name of the person from my address book. Now I am convinced that there is a single nonlinear in anything. A handful of people who support your work palatately are better, just from thousands of people who unpolish the casualty. The lying of 100s is better than getting the love of people across the dungeon. It also applies to the book's sales, the spread of the idea, and the overall features. And it goes to the conventional logic. Information Edge is making this effect an extreme. I made it very uncomfortable staying. My meditatorian culture gets restless from the access of the traded metrics, the most common causes of suffering. See what kind of rich and FEM people are punished. More failures can also be broken. I need a third option. No more success, no more failure. Chapter 11 Randomness and Evermind VR Probability Blind. Why is it difficult to think of your vacation like a combination of Paris and Bahamas? Narrow to lip can probably not ski in the shorts again. More than bureaucrat to not ask questions. A brain made in Brooklyn. We need Napoleon. The cystists bend in front of the King of Sweden. And the things that the journalism and the problem. You can die so far. Paris or Bahamas. You have two options for a small vacation in March. Visit the first Paris. Second, go to the Caribbean. You are indefinite between both options. You will have a life partner final decision. Different images of both options come to your mind. In the first image you stand in front of a Pissarro painting and the Musphere a cloudy sky shows. The cool staining sky of Paris is an umbrella in your hand. In the second image you have to take on a towel. You have the books of your favorite writers Tom Clancy and Ammianus Marcellinus, and a waiter is making you all about the diet. You know that this is not both the states together possible. One time pay can be one place. One of the two is then to confirm. Probability of both yours is 50%. It's fun to think about your vacation. It motivates you and your daily boring journey to bearable creates bearable. But as per the ration thinking, you should apply 50% of Paris and 50% of the Caribbean. Joe mathematically is called a linear combination. Your brain can process it. You may think your leg is in the waters of the Caribbean and your head is soaking in Paris's rain. Your brain can extend just one state of time. If you don't have a deep psychological problem inside you, now try to think about a 85% and 15% combination. You will find it. Think a bed that you have with a budge $1,000 is installed on the account which is exactly fair in your account. You'll have either $or $2,000 probability up tonight. Mathematically is the fair value of bit. The linear combination of both positivity is $1,000 here, meaning 50% asterisk by dollar plus 50% asterisk by $2,000. These will come $1,000 when we add. Can you image this value? Not just calculates, but can visualize in mind. No, you can just think of a state or $2,000. If you live in a name, excitement of either the fear of being dollar or the extra $1,000. Now Nero's secrets show. It was a black swan. He was 35 years old. 35. The front of New York's pre-war buildings looks good, and their back is quite dying. A window of the doctor's education room was on the backyard of the same building. Nero will always remember how much he was boring from the backyard front. Whether it takes 50 years and there was a next pink backyard in front of him. An old style was visible from the back of the window. A medical diploma on room wall he read at least 10 times until the doctor came. He was a little eternity for him in an eternity because he had a doubt that something is wrong. Then the doctor came to Sirius. I have your pathology report. It's not as bad as it looks. This is cancer. Every here, New's body ran as an electric shock from behind to knees. He tried to scream. Does not sound. He was not afraid to hear the news, but he was afraid of seeing the face of the doctor. As his mind is processed, already his body understood that it could be even worse that the doctor is saying and was the same. He was sitting in the medical library at that night when he had a diagnosis. Completed. He walked in the rain for no hours, and now there was a little water hidden around him. There was an attendant who could not pay attention to the screaming Dante. He just looked on his side. The shoulder was laid and went. After a while she read a sentence. 72% 5 years is the equity, i.e. the adjusted survival rate as per the insurance calculation. This means that 72 people are saved out of 100 people. If there is no new system of the disease for 3 to 5 years in the body of a human being, is declared precisely. According to his age, the period was close to 3 years. In that moment, there was a strong feeling inside him that he would escape. Now you'll be wondering what 28% of death risk and 72% of survival chances do. None of techniques. But we don't have to be made for mathematics. 28% of Nero's brains meant that the smallest details associated with his zombies, his funnels, and his death. At 72% meant he survived and albums esking in. During the whole trouble she never thought herself 72% alive and 28% Mara. Just as people consider 75% of fat-free hamburger a different thing. At 25% of the fat ones are unhealed. While there is both beans, statistical significance is similar. Specialists also accept or redirect anything without seeing data. Recall the dentist whose mood was dependent on the recent performance of his stock portfolio. As we see, in the world with rules the subtle difference is not working. If a person has to kill his neighbor, he will either kill or not kill. There is no middle way. Be it half the martyr or a little. It is a useless and dangerous concept. Our MOs are made to react us immediately and not to think deep. In the rest of this chapter we will see how these limitations of our thinking appear everywhere. For a considerable time, we kept the wrong exercises of the strength of thinking. We think we've been a smart machine that's built to deepen things, on actually missing an important thing in factory settings. Knowledge of our real limits. The biggest problem to think is that it cultivates illusions, and frankly thinks can also be a vest. Think you're standing in front of a government clerk in a socialist country, where to be a bureaucrat is considered a responsive work. Now your papers have been stamped so you can export the test chocolates to New Jersey. What is the work of that officer? Do you think that he will think about the economic theory? Not at all. The job is just to check if you have signatures of 12 different departments. No worries of trade balance or economy. If he thinks of it, you will never work. The entire career, 40 to 45 years, will be a little to stamp the documents and then go home to the year drinking and football. If you book Paul Krugman's economics, then it will either sell it in the black market or give it to your nephew. Rules are valuable. We don't follow them because he the best is rather because they make the work fast and easy. Think if a man saw a tiger and he began to think about what kind of personality or how degenerate is it. He will die, but he escaped without thinking that if his cousin fled from him, the tiger ate to him and saved him. So people who think die, those who follow the rules and go straight are surveyed. It is a fact that our brain cannot work without shortcuts. First of all the human beings explain this. He is Herbert Simon, an interesting man who is considered a big thinker in the history. He started as a political scientist, but they weren't like to call political writers who write about Afghanistan in magazines like Foreign Affairs. He was an artificial intelligence pioneer, researched in computer science and psychology and cognitive science, philosophy, and applied mathematics. He also found the Bank of Sweden Prize for economics. He said that if we have life in every step will take infinite time and energy to optimize, so there should be a natural system inside us that stops anywhere. This idea met him with computer science as he spent his entire career in Carnegie Mellon University, Pittsburgh, a top computer science center. Satisfaction was his idea. It was a combination of satisfi and sufis, a mixture of contentment and sufficient, meaning that shan almost seems to be right. If you're looking for a perfect answer, then you'll be able to disassemble a little bit. You may feel infinity. We are irrational at the limited ways to bounded rationality. Sim believed that our brain is a large optimizing machine that works with built-in rails, but perhaps this is not. In the last 2 centuries, who put the most impact on economic thinking? Not this is John Maynard Keynes. Alfred is not Marshall. Paul Samuelson not even, and Milton Friedman then not at all. The answer is not even 2 economists, rather 2 Israeli psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky. The work of these 2 people was to show that humans do not have a ration in a natural way, and they are also vague in probabilistic thinking. The economist spent a lot of time on the concept of unsurprisingness, but he did not understand anything new. Equity felt that he understands the uncertainty, but he himself fled into it. In The Economist, some sharp minds such as Chess, Knights and other people on the Sasho were not able to understand the basic concepts. On the other hand, psychologists saw this problem in different ways and gave real results. Economists create models by looking at the past, and those pay mathematical discs do. But Kahneman and Tversky did direct experiments that were controlled and repeatable. In case, these experiments can also be repatched in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. But the traditional economist does not have this luxury. Kahneman and Tversky took exactly different directions from Simon. He showed that human beings are not a ration, but the roles of our decision-making are shortcuts that work different from the logic. This rule is called heuristics, experience-based methods. It's not just a rationality, i.e. logicality's simplified version is rather a separate category. He said quick and dirty heuristics. Dirty so because these shortcuts also create the bias in our decision-making, as it is essential for us to understand the risk in the robust manner. Behavioral finance and behavioral economics, creating a new field after the research of Kahneman and Tversky. This is completely different from the traditional new classical economics that teach concepts such as efficient markets and ration experiences in business schools and universities. Now comes an instant destination: normative versus positive science. Ideal and real. A normative science is an ideal science that explains how things should be. Example is an economist who follows the efficient market theory as a release. He says human beings are rations because he is the best of mathematically. On a positive science shows how the human actually lives. Physics is a positive science. On the economics, especially microeconomics and financial economics, is a normative science. Normative economics is like a release, just without her aesthetics. An important thing is that Daniel Kahneman and the experiential economist Vern Smith were the first true scientists to take the Nobel Prize of the lean economics in front of the Swedish king. This increases the credibility of Nobel Academy, especially if you are also among those who take Daniel Kahneman more serious than serious-looking Swedish. Another proof of the scientific solidity of this research is that it is also available for people outside of psychology. While the papers of conventional economics and finance are so jargon fields in mathematics are that it is difficult for people in the field to read them. If a modulated reader can read the papers of major heuristics, i.e. empirical methods and bias, in 4 volumes in the condensed form. At that time, the concepts of the economists weren't too interested to hear. Homoeconomics is a normative concept. It was easier for them to adapt to Sim's regime that humans are not perfectly rations and move on to life appliances, especially when the stakes are not too big. Stake more, don't be big. But he was not ready to accept that the human being is flawed. This is true at the deepest level, not just the imperfect and complete. Carmen and Daki showed that it does not disappear even after receiving bias incentives. This means not just shortcuts that have been created for cost savings. It is a different way of regenerating that has a probabilistic regeneration week. If your brain works on different disconnected roles, it is not necessary that he is always constricted with each other. Global level will work on multiple, local level may fail on. Think you have a lot of books in your mind. Your reaction will depend on what page you're opening that book and understand from a socialist exam. Having been the Soviet Union Chalaps who went to Western businessman Russia, he saw an unknowing and fun cheese. There were contrasts in the legal system. The same system had conflicting laws. That's what you're looking for. Did the Russians do this in the Pranak of Jan Bosch? Probably they do not see the jokes without Operation War. The ridge of the confusion on it was that it becomes necessary to violation another law to follow a law. How to make this smoothie model of different systems, this entangled framework, checked from the central system without adding a little bit by a separate launch. It was the same in France at the time of Napoleon. He created a top-down legal code to solve this that was based on pure logic. Now the problem is that the mind of the human being is not just a legal system. We have more complexes and our efficiency needs even more. Our brains will react in different ways in the same manner. It will depend which chapter you have opened your thinking. We take dissipation without a centralized processing system, in which a deceased can hit the conflict from another. You like apples more than oranges. Oranges prefer more than drinkers. On drinks prefer more than apple. This bias comes because we cannot hold and process all our knowledge at a time. A central thing that in heuristics, it ignores regeneration. The catalogs of different heuristics are invaluable and also have a lot of overlapping. Don't give a point list here, but understand the intent of becoming them. Totley was unaware of traders' behavioral research for a considerable time. He saw that probability is a gap in the base thinking and the perception of the people. He named these gaps. I am as good as my last trade effect soundbite effect man morning quarterback heuristic. It seems obvious later. Next in the heuristics literature reveal that they have a scientific name. Anchoring of the perfect heuristic hindsight bias. It shows the connection between the two worlds. First of all, I'm as good as my last trade talks about heuristic or perspective loss bias. This means that every new day or month gets reset from zero. Whether your accountant does this or your mind. This is the largest distribution that brings the most concierge. If you want to understand the things of Bruder in a broad context, then the problem is that there is no knowledge on a time in the mind. You recall the knowledge of your need in small parts. The result is that your reference point is arbitrary, and you just react on the defenses from that reference point, and not the emulator reality pay. A famous trader is a magazine that life is incremental to grow slowly. Think if you're an investor, you'll see your performance in the time interval, full record of monthly, daily, life to date i.e. till date, or every hour. Your 1 month resume can be good. Which one day's bad period will affect you? If you're your risk and reward will depend the response that you're looking for a total or the changes in it. At real life, you'll just see the changes as losses are more painful and the effects of gents are different. You or your more than total wealth will react to your last change. This dependence that occurs on the local status, instead of the global perspective and the stranger impact of laissez unchecks your well-being. Think you get a $1 million profit. The next month is the loss of $3,000. If you've used this new wealth level, it will beat the loss emotionally of $3,000. You don't have much stress if you get $000 together or get $300 in 2 parts and $350. Your brain is expert in detecting differences, but absolute values no see. This means that the redemption of the which or the pure is relative. Psychologists call this effect anchoring. You may have a thinking change depending on the number or point you've compiled. If we take this logic to a limit, we can understand that the wealth itself does not please the human being. Positive changes in weight can be done, especially if the study i.e. continuous increments. It will talk later when the option blindness discs will. Another interesting thing, you can use different anchors in the same resolution. When a number of people are uttered to estimate the number that is already in their minds or will estimate in the respite of what has heard right now. See an experiment of Kamen and Vyshevsky. He asked people how many countries in Africa are in United Nations. On his first, people uttered writing between 100 from a random number 0. The people who wrote a big number were too big. The people who wrote a small number were less than their guess. In the morning, I asked the hotel assistant. Airport will take 40 minutes. He said about 35. Then asked the lady at the reception, is the journey 20 minutes? He didn't log about 25. I recorded the exam time 31 minutes. It is the regeneration of anchoring that people do not react on their total wealth, but those who react on the changes that have the number set up in their minds. It is in the age of the economic theory. The economist believes that if one has $1 million in the bank, he will be more than one who has 500,000. But we saw John had $1 million at a time. Then she $1 million come on. Happiness is significantly reduced. But when she had just $5,000 and she started with 0, she was much happy. Recall the dentist whose mood depended on how many times his stock portfolio was checked. So people react with changes that are not from total wealth. I went to a health club between the day and there was an interesting Eastern European man who had 2 PhD degrees in a physics and in a finance. He worked in a trading house and listened to a small storehouse of the market was crazy. One day he asked me again and again what the stock market will do that day. I replied a general, don't know, probably go down. I say something else if he asked an hour ago. The next day he came into tension with me. He began to disassemble how my crudency ended as I misplaced the market's direction. He made my production and my crudeness on the basis of the same expression. Now if I call and change my voice and speak it. Hilo is speaking of this doctor. from the Academy of Lot, and I have an interesting statistical problem. If I present the same as a statistical paddle, he laughs on me and says, "What did the doctor get you from his degree fortune cookie?" What? There were two problems in this session. The mathematician did not use his static brain, but used a separate thinking system. He overstated the small sample size instance. Creating a concluding on the basis of the same expression was the biggest infantile mistake. Mathematician theory consists of an expert on real life. There are big pathetic mistakes. When Tetsaki and Kamen had studs on the mathematical psychologist, he was shocked to see that those who write statistical textbooks were also doing basic errors. He refused that people tend to confidence much on small sample sizes, while their statistical judgment ignoring the sample-sized instance. The most shocking thing is that the people knew better were still doing mistakes. Some more heuristics talk to experience-based shortcuts, so availability heuristic people estimate the frequency of an event to the basis of how quickly the event comes in their minds. The chance of being a semantic in example California seems to be more than being a disaster throughout the US. People understand more high than the chance of death from tourism to general death. Second, reproductiveness heuristic. People experience the probability of a human being who is part of the social group. Just match her personality. Exotic a feminist style philosophy student to people feminist Bank Taylor Moore. From Simple Bank Taylor. This is called Linda problem. Third, simulation heuristic. People mentally make an alternative scenario imagine of an event. What happens if I don't miss the train? How rich today is if I sold my stocks on an Nasdaq bubbles? And the fourth, perfect heuristic. People judge their probability on the basis of events associated with an event. Afterwards, research released the problem. We have two different regeneration systems. One has heuristics. The second is part of the rationality. Remember that the second in real life on the bud which used a brain in the classroom. Have you ever noticed that a person who is expert in physics does not apply for driving basic physicals? Researchers used our brain activity in two categories, System 1 and System 2. If you understand the System 1 versus System 2, the System 1 will come to our automatic, i.e. automatic associative related rapid parental parallel opaque invisible to us without a fortless. Emotional consignment, i.e. solid social and personalized, i.e. individual systems to have effortful hard work controllable deductive concluded slow serial, i.e. gradual self-aware self-conscious neutral abstract sets based group based social and depersonalized. I always felt that professional options traders and market makers who practice probabilistic decision-making take more strong probability-based intent development than the rest. I have at the confirmation found that system is integrated with forest experience and can adapt elements from system to system. You use the system to use when you start learning chess, but after practice, your symptoms become automatic and intuitive. You can just understand the strength of your opponents to see the board. Now we will see from the perspective of evolutionary psychology to see how it was developed. Why we don't get married for the first date. A new research branch that evolutionary psychology says, this sees the problem in an absolutely different way. This parallel moves and sometimes also brings tension in the asemic debates. But there is no serious. Evolutionary psychologists aggregate that humans like the school of Kamen-Porras are vague in standard probability reasoning. But it is important to understand that the price is not that we cannot regenerate, but the environment that we are optimized for is different. He says that our mind is not for truth, but for survival is. Steven Pinker, a public spokesman of this school, says by simply, he says we are not left. It's just left because we're not using our brain in its natural habitat. Surprising is that the Kamen-Tarski school found no serious resistance from the economists, because the credibility of the traditional economist was so low that in real world or science he did not take any serious. But the challenge that the sociobiologists came from social biology. Disarmament was on whether evolutionary theory is considered to be a base for human nature. There was a great debate in science. On this, two groups aggregate at an instant point. We use heuristics instead of thinking when we take choices. We make serious mistakes in today's world in probability reasoning, whether it is a real reason. The same divide is also in new economics. There is a scientific economics branch that came from the Kamen-Tarski school from the behavioral economics. The second scientific economics branch is the evolutionary psychology comes from the IKV. Man economics, in which economics like Terry Burnham works. I will not go too deep in evolutionary theory as I am an amateur in this subject despite having time spans in the library. But it is clear that the environment for which we are genetically optimized is not today. I don't speak the directness to my buds that they have the habits of caveman in making their decisions. But when there's a big bull move in the market, I have the rush of Ernal like a leopard me trading discs are moving around. Some of my buds that break the telephone when the money is lost. Probably more connected to our common origin in psychology. If you read the Greek and Latin classics, Old Greek and Latin compositions, then perhaps you find it obvious. But every time it is thought that the people of 2,000, 3,000 years ago were emotional as the man of today. When I was short and visited the museums, I was fond of seeing the Greek stucas that their facial traits are just as people today, just a little more symmetrical and aristocratic seemed. High class. I found wrong that 2,200 years have a long time. Craze has written that people are surprised every time they find the same emos in the Homeric heroes, ancient Greek heroes who feel today's human beings. The genetic standpoint that humans were 30 centuries ago as the Homeric heroes. Their genetic makeup picks up stuff in today's grocery store is the perfect being from the human being. And not just 30 centurions but 80 centurions ago that a man was first called civilized. We then even today. Natural habitat means we reproduce the most masses in which we reproduce the most. Anthropologists aggregate that we have been acting as a separate physique from 133 Algan years, and mostly part of it is passed in African savanna. To understand that we will not go far away. Think if you've won in an urban settlement over 3,000 years ago. This modern time happens from the genetic point of view in the fertilizer semiconductor zone in Fertile Crescent. Information just physical came through transmission. You could not travel quickly. Whatever the information comes is short and concierge. Travel was dinosaur, the thief, the hood, the wild beast everywhere. If you're born, there were more signs that you'll be sold wild. Just migrate when the famine or any Valentine trip attack. This means you get a lot of people in your life. It is easy to find guilty if there's a crime as the circle of the suspense is small. The world we live in today matches our brains with the everlasting design no. In today's world, he has become biased and irritable behavior. If you are wrongly declared guilty of a crime, you will be cleaning yourselves in a simple manner. You will give you straightness. I was not there because I was praying in the temple of the hair and I saw the Maha priest at the time of the evening. Then you will also add that Obadisamish, who is the son of the city, seems to be more guilty as he gets the advantage of this crime. Your life is simple, so your probability space is small. Music, what is the real price? As I said earlier, natural habitat doesn't have much information, so we never have to compute probability. If we need this, we have already developed the concept of probability. It is also a reason that the mathematics of probability did not overlap until the gambling literature arrives. Many believe that the release has blocked tools known as determinism. Dharma blocks tools that are opposed to destinism, and this probability research late. But this is the idea douche. Then we make probability so calculating because we were afraid. No, we didn't need it. Our great problem is that we've got much faster than that of natural habitat. And our genes are the same. And the worst is that our genes did not change at all. Evolutionary theorists agree how the human mind will work. It dips on how things have been released before him. About this there may also be a result of thinking in different ways. We use a separate part of our brain to detect the rags and to each other to swell the logical problem. So people can take the inconsistent choices as the brain performs a little different job. Those who are quick and dirty for heuristic psychologists are fast and frugal for evolutionary psychologists. Some thinkers like cognitive scientist Gargensers were completely gone to the apostle of Ken and Tursky. His work and his adaptive behavior and the work of the researchers of the cognition group tries to prove that we are aquatic ration. He says he has created a rationality that is called ecological rationality. We are hardwired for the probabilistic behavior, only when the information is given to us correctly. In the for example made selection we show the natural probability-based behavior. We can also logicalize food. We can also make the right selection if the stocks are properly generated. Guggeners make sure we are vegging to understand probability as it is very important, but we react on the frequency as it is more real. If you speak to people that the chance of a gene is 0.1%, then it can be confused. But if you speak that one of every 1,000 is a person, he will immediately understand. It believes that our brain is not a centralized processing system, but is like a Swiss Army knife with small tools that are made for different tasks. The framework of the psychologist is the defense pay based between domain spatial and domain general optimizations. Domain specific adaptation, it is made to a particular problem solvent. The long neck of the example giraffe makes him eat the leaves above. The color of an animal is adapted to the camouflage. Domain general adaptation is happens to the global problem solved. People adapt to the ugly physiological adaptations. It is difficult to adapt when it comes to a mental adjustment. Our mind structure is modular. One interesting is that we can use different brain modules for different instances of the same price. And we don't know it. It has a feature of encapsulation, i.e. casing, meaning we cannot interoperate in the functioning of a module. The most powerful module is to detect the chitter. Only 15% of people are given to people if a logical water is given, but if the same powder is given in a cheating format, all the people give the right edge. Neurobiologists also have a different angle. He believes we have 3 different minds. The oldest brain, i.e., reptilian brain. It controls heartbeat and is common with all animals. Second, limbic brain. This is the center of the emotions. It's common with mammals. And the third is neocortex, i.e., cognitive brain. It makes primates and humans different. Music. This concept of trans brain is somewhat oversimplified, especially when the journalists explain it, but it provides a good framework to understand brain functions. What does the brain do? It is difficult to point the pin to which part of the brain does the exam, but neuroscientists are brain mapping from some method. The first, brain damage analysis. A muscle whose brain is damaging in a spatial area by tumor or injury. The scientists are ovarian about what the effects had on that function. The work of what is uncovered was the same damaged part. Second, brain imaging and electric simulated. Space-facial brain arrangement activating is seen whether the responses are found. But many instructors such as Visit and cognitive scientists are very photoskeptical. He says that understanding the complex interactions of different parts of brain is difficult because of nonlinear. Mathematician and cognitive scientist David Marr, who is the pioneer of the field of object recognition, he gave a perfect analogy. You can't understand their flying mechanisms by studying the bird's wings. You have to understand the aerodynamics. The book Dakar of Demusio gives a simple theory presentation. If you are a person, one part of the brain is surgically removing, and one of the ways to remove a tumor and just change that it is going to have the ability to recover human feelings. What will be the rest of IQ and the strength of thinking? You separated the intelligence of a human being from his feelings. Now this man became a pure ration human that is free from emotion. What will happen? De Massey observes that such a person does not take the simplest decision. Getting up from beds in the morning for him also becomes improbable. He stays stuck between the entire day disguises without any final KY. Shocking is a convulsion, as human beings can't take dissipation without immunities. Mathematics also says, if you try to optimize a large number of variables, then it would take a lot of time for a powerful brain to take a simple decision. Meaning emotions deliver a shortcut. Psychologists call it lubricants of region. The oil of the logic. Joseph Liddox is also powerful. He says that emotion is not just a reaction, it also controls our thinking. He discovered from the emotional system conveniences are strung up to the cognitive system, but there are connections weak from the cognitive system to the emulations. This means that we use our neo-X to find an imposition in the limbic brain and then its application. As we saw in the discovery of clap rate, opinions and assessments about our risk commodities may have a result. The trial of the O.J. Simpson is an exam that how today's modern society runs from the rule of probability. Because the information has been expelled on one important, the basic loss is not taken care of when it comes to taking the symptoms. We can send spacecraft by March, but we can't run the criminal trials for loss of basic probability. While evidence is linked to probability by itself, the concept of evidence. I remember I bought a book on a probability from the Borders bookstore. That was just a bit away from the Los Angeles courthouse, where Trial of the Century was running. This book had a highly caustic quantitative knowledge defining. So how so many big knowledge gaps are there? Wars and jerseys did not even touch those who are so close to the time of being criminal as the probability laughs give us an fate. That's up to the left of a shadow of doubt. That's just the reason why we've been trying to understand the concepts of basic probability. Similarly, you can also prove to be guilty for a crime that you have never done, just because of the wrong interpretation of probability. For today, the courts proper is the way to join probability. Events can't calculate the possibility of being together. I was in a dealing room. TV was on. Then I heard a louver that at least 4 people in Los Angeles are those who match the DNA characteristics of O.J. Simpson. But he ignored the joint probability that we'll understand in the next paragraph. I stopped the angry TV. As the traitors were bad, I thought the sophistry would have eliminated the high standards of Republican Rome from the legal cases. The worst thing on a Harvey's war was giving an incorrect logic that just 10% of men who cherish their wives. The same reminds them. That was an unconditional probability. Does loss not happen to the truth? The right approach is to see how many cases the victim's hand and had already been her physically harmed as 50%. Because the concept of conditional probability comes here. That Osh hit his wife. This probability should be seen when it is believed that he was already killed. No general probability to kill your wife of overall OJ. When a Harvard professor who is an expert of probabilistic evidence can give so basic wrong statements, then how can we expect to understand randomness from a common man? The most strings and Lauras that make mistakes in the concept of joint probability. They do not understand that evidence is linked to each other. Suppose I have a probability forest in 1000 to be a respiratory tract cancer and a pink caterpillar from similar accident being probability is also 1 by 10,000. so the probability of both together will be just 1 by 10 million. Because there are two independent events, they will have a multiplication. But in the case of O.J. Simpson, War said that there was a chance of 1 by 500,000 against him that he is not a killer. Because they gave the same logic that 4 more people have been in Los Angeles with Bean's DNA tight. But if the facts are added to it as if it was the handpen of victim and there were even evidence, then this probability will continue to rise and the chance of trillion against him will. Smart people make even bigger mistakes. I can surprise people by saying that the value of the joint probability can also be lower than the visual probability. In the case of invaluability heuristic, people consider the probability of the event to be more than the big event. Aged people also make this mistake in the Linda problem. I am a trader who takes advantage of the bias of people, but there is fear of living in such a society. Kafka's prophetic i.e. prophecy-like book The Trial of a Man Joseph's straggle about who gets unrest without any regeneration. The book was written when people did not even hear about the methods of the scientific totalitarian regimes. This shows a scary future in which bureaucrats are running by creating an absurd system with new roles being created without any logic. This literature of the absurd made a big part because perhaps the world itself is a huge contrast. I'm really afraid of some lotions. In the trial of O.J. Simpson, the arguments were given and those who had an impact. I really feared thinking that one day can be rested without any regeneration and I have to fight in front of an unreaded Zari in understanding randomness with a clever lore. We said that just the judgment can be quite in a primitive society. A society can live without mathematics, or traders can trade without quantitative methods. When there is a space, one dynamic of possible outcomes. One dynamic means we're just looking for a variable, not a collection of different events. One security price, one dimensional occurs, while multiple securities are priced for allocation multidisciplinary and need mathematical modeling. Because from A and C to I, we cannot see the full collection of the portfolio's posits and we cannot even reproduce it on the graph as our physical world is limited to just 3 dynamic visual reproductions. Further, we will tell how we are taking the risk of bad models that are really or are mistaken to exap ignorance, in which we are leaning on the one side of the layer that we do not know the maths and the other on the side of the mathematician that uses its own mathematics incorrectly because it does not have the right model ratification. In other words, we can make the mistake of listening to the nonsense of the lore on one side that regains the science and on the other hand to apply the flawed theories of the economists who take the science in the extreme way. The beautifulness of science is that it makes space for both types of errors. Good is that there is also a middle road. It is bad that people do not like to walk there. I at least 40 in the behavioral literature along epistema see that systematics are different from ration behavior and which is common in every purification and field. I am giving a down well non-test count that is an Ambersing exam for medical processing. This test I have taken Deborah Bennett's exclusive book Randomness. Test of a disease gives 5% false positives. It takes 1/10 people in digestion. People are going to test randomly without having to see if they are suspected of being delied. The test positive of a present has come. So let her get sick. What is probability of? Most doctors gave 95% of the answer as they just saw that the test is 95% accurate. The correct answer is the conditional probability, which is about 2%. Only one of the 5 professionals found access to this age. Now, a simple answer to this is from the frequency approach. Let's say that false negatives are not the wrong negative ridges. If there is a test of 1,000 people, there is an expected that will be sick of the disease. Tests from the rest of 999 will incorrectly tell 50 people as the test is 95% accurate. The error of 5% will be so the correct answer will be that a randomly selected person who is showing positive test will have probability to get sick of true positives plus false positives, i.e. 1 in 51. Think of how often you will be given a drug that has degenerative side effects just for a degenerate that you may be with just 2% chance. Being an option trader, I've seen that people don't have the right idea of the options as they can't make maneuvering tools that uncertain payoff. Whether it's a complete understanding of them come. Regulators also support this ignorance when he explains to people that the options are a deciding or vesting assets. If there is an option out of the money, it is said that he will lure his value as his premium falls between 2 dates. Now the option from a simple exam means, let's say a stock is trading on dollar and no one lets me write i.e. cross obligation that I can buy it in $110 a month later. It says call option. It would be worth to use only if stock from $110 a month go up. If so, it's called out of the money as there's no benefit to exercise it right now. Now let's say I bought this option in $1. What will be its exclusive value after 1 month? Most people will think that gyro is not right. There's 90% chance of the option that it is gyro up to the expiry, at 10% of the chance that he is of $10. So if any I'm selling an option $1 so he's not making free money. he could sell it in $120. A seller bought himself in stock dollar and hold up for a month. So just earn $1 is no free money. So the option is not a wasting asset. Even though professionals can be wrong, he gets confused in the expected value and most likely scenario. The exclusive value here is $1. On the most likely scenario is that the option will be gyro. People overtake the mentally most likely state. I believe that the market will not move exactly, but the option has a weighted array of positive values. Another kind of setup option gets to sellers. This is a steady return and reward feeling called the psychologist flow. The fun of going to work in the morning increases when there is a chance to make a little money, but this strength demands you to adapt that small losses will continue to be regular, whether it is profitable in the strategy long term. I've seen that a lot of options traders can hold long volatility position R. That's a position that will mostly lure a little money until the expiry. Sometimes there will be big profits. Very few people found that every expiry has a loss of $1. Sometimes a big $10 profit comes from whether the game is fair. He wins more than $10 9.1%. I divide the option traders into two categories: premium sellers and premium bears. Premium sellers who sell options make this TD money, as John did in chapter 1 and 5. Premium bears reverse this. The option sellers eat like chicken and go to the bathroom like elephant, i.e. take small profits. A huge one when the loss occurs. Most of the options traders found in my career were premium sellers, and when he is blow up, he often blows money to others. Why do professionals make mistakes? How do professionals who know simple maths come to such positions? As the first discus did not move from our acres of rationality, we think of our feelings. There is no way to avoid it. The same for those who are inverted rations. They also work like smoking or Fidos that are not of their work. People sell options, whether they know it's not right for them. One category is finance academies that don't adjust their functions as per their thinking, but adjust their thinking accordingly. This makes people feel free with status to justify their actions. In my business, this is a victim of self-deception and to satisfy options selling by misuse of statics. What are the most important things? 100 times in the loss of $1 or once in the loss of $1? Obviously, the second one will be less painful. Our sensitivity leads to decryption. So a trading strategy that makes $1 every day and then lets you lure a day and it looks good from the header's angle associated with joy. Whether it's an economically foolish, people hold a story for such a strategy so that it can justify themselves. Scientists expenditure people what I had done in the prologue that people take the risk due to the risk underestimation and not because of the debt. In an experiment, people were speaking that an upper and lower range of security prices in the future, so that they feel that the price in 98% of the cases will remain inside that range. On reality, their estimates failed up to 30%. This is another great problem that people overvalue their knowledge and underestimate the probability of the wrong. Think which contract is more valuable. A contract that $1 will pay when the stock market will fall 10% a day, or another one contract that would give $1 million when the stock market falls 10% just because of the terrorist attack a day. I select that most people will suck the second option. The first option on probability-wise is more valuable as the condition of the terrorist attack reduces probability and performance. A journalist is trained to keep his thing well and not to understand the depths of things. In the media, people are more expressive not necessarily knowledgeable. My medical doctor friend says that a lot of medical journalists don't even have the basic understanding of medicine and biology, and they also mistake the basic level. I can't confirm this as I am an amateur Amazon trader in medical research, but I've seen that generally structures understand probability in medical research wrong. The most common misinterpretation of the mystery of evidence occurs. He confers the absence of evidence and evidence of absence. If you understand, in the exam, suppose a chemotherapy drug Florcil was tested for upper respiratory tract cancer. The result found that it's better than placebo, but only marginally, meaning that the survival rate exceeded 100 to 24 at 21. Now, if the sample size is small, it can be an impression of 3%. Only the predominance. I will write in my paper that there is no clear evidence yet that this medicine enhances the survival and needs research. On a medical journalist will raise this and speaks of Professor and then Locke's proposed that fluorouracil FLUORA-CIL has no advantage of it. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Now a naive doctor is sitting in a small place. It will read the news and become a mental block in his mind that this drug does not work. However, if one is proofing in the supplement, the drug increases the overall survival. He will not use the doctor. With the coming of the financial TV channel CNBC, the financial community gets quite benefits. But it also gave a chance to some people who are much extrovert and do long-term things on the threshold so that he only a few minutes to keep a TV time. Often we see that responsible people give such statements about the stock market that seem smart sounding, but the exits are absolutely absurd. Some of these statements break down the loss of probability. I heard a statement again and again when I was going to the health club regularly. Real market is just 10% down from its high. Average stock is up to 40% down on your high. It was trying to withdraw that there is no major difficulty in the market, there is a fair market. There is no problem in reality, no incompatibility. If the average stock is 40% down on the market, which is an average of all stocks is just 10% down, we must understand that all stocks do not reach their high at the same time. Because stocks are not 100% correlated, so stock can be high paid in January. Stock may also be high paid in April. The average of the two may come in February. If stocks are negatively correlated, then stocks may occur when the stock is also on the minimum if there is a maximum. Both stocks can be 40% down from their high. The market can still be on its high. A law of probability is the distribution of the maximum of the random variables that say that the maximum of the average is always less volatile than the individual maximum. This reminiscent of another probability valuation that TV financial experts do. These experts are often selected due to their looks, attractions, charismas and presentation skills, and not because of their sharp minds. Once I have a prime-time financial guru saw a major logical spread. An average American has 173 years. If you are 68, you should plan to live 5 years. Then she felt the perfect expert investment strategy to tell how to plan for 5 and year. Now think if there's a 80-year-old life expectancy 7 years, what is the mistake? This unconditional and conditional life is condensing the expectancy. If a newborn baby's life experience is 73 years, it does not mean that the life of 73 is expectancy has grown. As we grow and don't die, our life experience increases. What? Because those who died have taken your place in statisticals. If you've been surveyed by 73, your expert life can be nin and years. If you've been surveyed by 82, you'll be able to keep an expedition of living in 5 years. A 100-year-old man also keeps his positive life experience. This statement is as soon as it is the mortality rate of our surgery is 1%. So far, we have implemented 99 comments. You be 100 presents. This means your die probability is 100%. This condensation is mostly harmless. What's on Denny's is when non-professionals who are not an expert of the field give an impression to professionals. Now we come to the largest sculpture journalist. On my disk is a Bloomberg machine named after its legendary founder Michael Bloomberg. This is a secure email service news provider, historical data retrieval charting system, and analytics tool. Most important, this securities me and shows live prices of currencies. I've been so habitual of this machine that can't operate without it, as I'm cut off from the world. I use it to sort out quarrels, to contact friends, configure appointments, and put a little spice in life. In the circle of my traders who do not have a Bloomberg, we do not act as they have to use ordinary internet. There is one thing I like at Bloomberg: the nonsense commentary of the journalist. What? For this people explanations are so busy to simply increase the condensation of the left column and the right column. Not just Bloomberg, but I didn't read business newspapers in the last 10 years, as I like to read the real prose. Real literature. A table equal Bloomberg if C headline do 1.03 points go up because of lower interest rates. Another $0.12 ion went down because of the higher Japanese surplus. Journalists are trying to give an expression of something that is just a random noisy, if seen correctly. 1.03 move when due 11,000 paid, just 0.01% change. No need to create a valid application. There is nothing that can be explained to the logicality, and no one's human being can justify it. What? Journalists are taking money to give extraditions. They will say anything so that news exiting began. This is exactly the same as literature professors make nonsense thinkers to work. The resolution: Michael Bloomberg should stop the money of giving the commentary to his journalist. A simple way to disassemble this is a small analogy. Suppose you are a mountain bicycle race in Siberia with your friend. After a month's race, if you won from just a second, can you say confidently that you are faster? Not at all. There may be no external factor help or just randomness. He is not a second difference so significant that no pucka convulsions can be removed. I will not write in my diary that the cyclist at which spinach account is the beater from the cyclist feet, which is the tofu count, as he wins from 1.3 seconds in 3,000-mile race taken. If the defense is a weak, I analyze that tofu is responsive or another factor. Another problem is, let's also take the statistical signal recognition app. Then there will be a link to the costs and effects. Post hoc ago proper hoc means having something after anything. That doesn't mean the first thing was its cost. Suppose hospital A delivered 52% of boy in a year. Hospital B delivers only 48% boy. Does this mean that your homeboy was so because he was born in hospital A? Cavity is very complex. It is difficult to do a single cause isolate when there are even factors around. It is called multivariate analysis. What can the stock market react on? US domestic interest rates, exchange rate of dollar versus engine, dollar versus European currency, European stock markets, US balance of payments, inflation, and 12 and large factors. If the journalists want to give the correct execution, they have to conceive all the factors. How to see if they are different and together in the history has been the effect. Sustainability will have to be checked. It is influence component or not. Statistical test must be consulted so that the right factor isolate. If the confidence level of a factor is less than 90%, the story becomes dead. For this reason, the counsel that we were in the past for obstetrics about the coziness, the mad and the likes did not exact. I've set my Bloomberg monitor to see the world's most resilient prices and its percentage change. Like currencies, stocks, interest rates, and commodities. I have seen the bean set up for years. Because of this, an institution has been developed when a real event is happening. What is trick? I just look at the large percentage changes. If one doesn't move more than his visual daily percentage change, he's just noisy. No realization. How does percentage move work? 2% move means 1% move doesn't just have a much more signal, but 4 to 10 times higher. 7% move from 1% move to the billion times may be more relaxed. If the do 1.3 points move today, it does not even have a billionth will. In the conference of the 7% crash that came in October 1997, people ask you to learn the statisticals? Yes, because many people read wrong executions and people don't understand the institutiveness to nonlinear apps of probability. Engineers use a method to separate signals and noises. Let's say you're talking to your cousin in Australia or South Pole. You automatically identify the difference in static noise and their real voice. What is a method? Those who are small or noisy probability is high. The probability of the signal increases when the magnitude increases. This method is called smoothing kernel. Our auditory system cannot do so. Similarly, our brain cannot understand a signal price change in a random noisy's defense, unless he/she is filled with an unsampled journalistic noise. Music professionals forget a huge reality. More than the productions is what the confidence level is. Suppose if you're going to a trip at fall season, you have to think about what to wear. Scenario 1 Arizona. Excitation is 60 degrees Fahrenheit plus minus 10 degrees Fahrenheit will take neither snow cloths. You will not have a fan. Scenario to Chicago. Excitation 60 degrees Fahrenheit on plus minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit. So you will have to pack both winter and summer clothes. This means that more than the temperature expectation here, the variability matters. Scenario 3-1 and the plus minus 500 degrees Fahrenheit on Fahrenheit. What will you pack now? That's the market. My market depends over error margins, over activity, or any random variable inducement. In the end of this chapter, I want to extend an important thing. I also have a tendency to become as much as possible. Whether my profession is anything, no matter what time I've put in to become expert, this problem is with everything a difference on. I know I am weak in this area. My human mind will try to cheat me, and I always have to be alert. I've been born to become ridiculous from randomness. It's deep analysis. Part 3 will do. Part 3 wax. In my years, Odysseus was a typical of homework, which is a hero. He defeated his strong enemies by using clevers. I think that his most magnificent mindfulness was not against anyone else, but against himself. Odysseus' book 12 Faces. Odysseus from Cyrens. Cyrens lives on an island, near dangerous cliffs of Crasive and Scylla. His song is so sweet that he makes sailors crazy, and he jumps toward the island of Sirens by losing control, in which they die. The beauty of the voice of the Sirens is the dropping that there are wide-boiled lashes around it. Those who go there and are dead. Odysseus had already done the cirque, so he went a trick. He filled the entire wax in the ears of his entire team so that he cannot hear. He binds to the stalk of his own ship so that he could not participate. Give sailors the strict order that no matter what happens, don't free it. When he arrived to the island of Science, Samandar was absolutely quiet. Only there came a voice from above the water that was very sweet in the world. The most sweet. Odysseus control lost and put the whole energy to try yourself. But his men tied him more tight until he went away from the song of this death. What do I find? The first lesion. I will not try to become an Odysseus. He is a mythological character. I do not. He can be tied to the poles of his ship, but I can only be that I become a normal seller whose ears contain wax. My biggest realization of randomness, I've understood that I'm not so intelligent when I'm so strong that I can fight my feelings. Anyway, I need my feelings so that I can think new ideas and get energy to get them done. I'm just smart enough to understand that I'm making Netterly to become a wilderness from randomness. And I am an emotional human. I am a slave of my feelings. But I am not happy with this. I'm like those I fun in this book. Probably, I'm more useless as Byleth and Be here may have a negative correlation. Deference is just that I know I do so, and I take care of this thing. Whether any of the probability reads as many as the concept understanding of randomness, my impressions will react on another logic that my genes have fixed. My mind is probably a matter of signal and noise, but not my heart. It is not limited to randomness and probability, just a bouquet-filled wearer. I don't think I'm so reasonable and play no idiot, driver horn, just so I don't get angry if I'm running on a nanosecond like green light. I know that this anger is self-destructive and has no advantage. I also know when I got angry with every stupid thing. It is not at all the occasions of a small day. It's essential that we can do the properly function. Our body remains that the hospitality has to be answered from the hospitality. I have enough enemies that put a little spice in my life. Sometimes on spice think and should be movies see less. Do not need a little drama. Life is very boring if there is no enemy in which we can afford our energy. A real trick that comes to my work is to derive an eye contact from anyone in traffic. Not even in the rearview mirror. What? Another emotional part of your mind becomes active when you see someone's eyes. My mind seems to trick. I am amazed that the front man is a Marian. Alien human no. Sometimes works, but the best works when the front veteran feels like it's another sapphire. Though, I'm the diva of road cycling. Once there was a slow cycling in a rural area and a little woman who was in a joint SUV began to give a glimpse from the window. I didn't matter. I didn't need to be distorted so much in my thinking. When I'm on my bicycle, those in large trucks are just a denier animal who can give me threat, but I don't get angry can. As every strong opinion holds closes. I also have creatics. Finance, academics, and economists are imitated to me because I expose them to the misuse of probability. I don't like I'm called pseudoscientist, but I can't control my feelings when I read their wasteful things. My best condition is, I read them. Some logic is applied on the journalist. I don't read the market expressions that I've given in news as it's just emotional energy vests. I have decided that the unsolvented comments of this book will not read. My ears have wax. Should there be a mechanism that convenes the authors that he does not read the comments on his writings? Just take feedback from those who respect the intellectual caliber. This is a probabilistic method called a conditional instrument. If the qualifications of the sources that give the statement is not too high, the statements will revive much about the other and not that the information about what he wanted to give. This is applied in matters with a judgment. Whether a book review is good or bad, the reviewer tells more about the character, less about the content of the book. I also say the ruler of Wittgenstein to this concept. If you don't have a rule if you're doing a table, then you're actually hanging the rule of table. The less you trust on rulers says it in probability. The more information you need to remove about the people and the less information you will take about the table. It's not just limited to information and probability. It goes up to a deep study of epistemology, i.e. knowledge, science, probability, and conciseness. Next we'll see the extension of this concept along with 10 sigma problems. What is its practical impact? Amazon pays an anonymity reader's comment just about his character. If a qualified person will write a request, he will be just about the book. It also applies to courts. A juror of the O.J. Simpson trial said there's not so much blood. This means he wanted to give the assignment of the statistical evidence. But this statement tells itself much about the abilities of the user, less about the evidence. Information ratio is reversed if it is forensic experts. I don't think of my heart. My mind is not my emotional system is a simple proof. It's always good for anyone to come from. And the manpower people know well. Book review and my risk management strategy with comments. I'm proud of the most proud is that I stopped watching TV and news media. Today, my condition is that I feel more energy than writing and watching TV. But it was not possible without tricks. If the tricks do not use, the information edge does not survive the toxicity. TV runs all day in my company's trading room and CNBC commentators and CEOs all day round the probability and logic. What is my trick? I keep TV's volume full mute. What? Because when the TV is silent, the rubbish that is speaking seems even more ridiculous. When there is a voice, she feels serious. When there is no sound, it seems to be a clan. A joker, you're just looking for a man who is moving his lips. Facial muscles are twitching and making yourself serious. There is no sound. Due to this, a visual auditory denomination is created. A contraindications she shows face excitation. But because there is no sound, he feels more useless. This is the same contrast that philosopher Henry Bugson told his book at the Treatise on Laughter. When making a gentleman falls on the peel, he is very serious. Constituent is comic. This is the only thing of TV's pandits. Pandits that seem to be intimidating earlier begin to seem unhappy. For some things that are not absolutely important. Only writer Graham Greene had refused to go to TV. I came to an idea trip. I had a jet lag and I heard a spike in Cantonese that I didn't come at all of translation. Because I did not understand 1%. What was speaking, the vor lost his dignity. Then I understood. I can counter each other bias by using an inbuilt bias. People take the information to the natural serious, but if you remove the language, it just seems to be a waste movement, and it works. This book's last part covers the human aspect, how to deal with the uncertainty. I am failing to completely avoid personal randomness, but some little tricks have learned that work. Chapter 12, Gamblers, Sticks, and Pins in a Box. How are the little habitations of gamblers in my life penetrated? How bad taxi cab English can you make money? How I'm the biggest wilderness. The difference is that I know I'm inevitable. How I am unfit for genetically randomness. There is no chocolate box under my trading disc. First, a flashback of the early days of my trading career. When I was a trader in New York, I worked in Credit Suisse First Boston, which was between 5 Seconds and 53 Street near Madison and Park Avenue. It was called Wall Street Farm, but it was in the mid-Taton. I often told people that I work in Wall Street, while in reality, I was just 2 times real Wall Street. After the east side of Newark, New Jersey, Wall Street took me the most repulsive place. Then I lived in the Upper East Side of Manhattan, in an absolutely empty apartment in the Insider on a book filled. I liked minimalism rather because every furniture store gets a bookstore in the way I penetrated, and the furniture takes a lot of books instead of taking. As was expected, there was no food in my kitchen, just had a bad espresso machine. I had to learn cooking recently, and that's just a little bit. I took a yellow cab every morning that dropped me to Park Avenue and 53rd Street. New York's taxi drivers are just as bad that they are untamed and totally unaware of city's xylography. Sometimes you can find a driver who is not just unaware of the city, but also on the basic roles of the aromatic. Please. One day, my luck, or perhaps was that I found a driver who could not understand any language, including tag cab English. I tried to convince him that he went from 74th Street to 53rd Street, but he was stubborn. He crossed an extra block and dropped me to 5 Second Street. On the same day, my trading portfolio made a huge profit as there was a lot of turmoil in the currency. My career was the best day. The next day, as I was always from 74th Street and 3rd Avenue, take a taxi. Last driver show nowhere. Perhaps it was deported. I felt bad because I had a strange desire inside me that I have renamed him with a big tip. Then I uttered my new driver to drop me over 52nd Street and Park Avenue's northeast corner, the same place where the last day was unloaded. I shocked for a second by listening to my own thing, but it was late. I remembered another strange thing when I saw my reflection in the mirror of the elevator. I wore the same tie that I had last day weared, with the same coffee stain that was last day lucky. It's different thing that is my same addiction coffee. There was someone in me who wanted to believe that Anderson's choice ties color and markets behavior connected. I felt like I'm doing a false acting, in a role that is not mine. I am shy with myself. On the one hand, I try to become a scientific thinker, play to become an expert of probability and randomness. On the other hand, I have won in superstitions like a common pit trader. Do I now should a horoscope also be purchased? I've probably understood that my whole life was running from the smallest superstition. I am considered an expert of options and probability, a rational trader. The truth was that I followed quite a little superstitions even before. It was probably the effect of my Eastern Mediterranean roots. Eastern Earth, Central Sea. Never take a direct salt with someone's hand, but there may be a quarrel. If you make a compliment, knock on the wood. There is no look and a lot of Levantine, i.e. Western Asia's, by levies for thousands of years. This billywiz sometimes seems serious, sometimes just a fun witch. Superstitions can put a poetry in daily life. I first felt that superstitions were getting into my professional life. My profile was like an insurance company, performing a probability-based calculation of everything, taking advantage of the mistake of others, making money from those who do not understand randomness and understand the kiss forest of their destination. On my occupation, randomness was flooded so that I could even waste Bilov's pay. The walk began. I noticed that the smallest habit of the gamblers was gradually developing into my wifey. I know without. It was very simple, very subtle, and barely detectable, barely visible. So far, this little bit was saved from me. My mind was trying to see if the connection of my facial expression is not from the outcoming of an event. If you take the exam, my income begins to grow when I found out that I have a little closer sightedness and I started applying glasses. Light weakness of the eye. Although the glasses were not necessary, only night drives were done, but I put them on my nose. I felt unconsiderable that maybe the glasses and my performance are connected. This was a completely fake static connection with my mind, because the sample size was just an instance. But still my inside was not taking any advantage of my experience of Natural Statistical Institute hypothesis testing. About gamblers, it is known that he takes some strange ways to develop the behavioral distortions becomes an incorrect psychological connection between the outcome of a bet and a physical action. Gambler in my derivatives purification is the term as a single. I see gambling as an activity in which the human being gets thrilled. facing a random outcome, whether the odds are in their favorites or not. The mindset of real gamblers is somewhat different. If the odds clearly is against him, he believes that his destiny has chosen him for a certain corpus. In the behavior of cautious people in casinos, there is no logic that appears. I found the world-class probability experts. On the side had a hobby of gambling and blown all their knowledge into the air. A former budge that was one of the most intelligent people I ever found. And they went from Las Vegas to make money so much that casinos gave him complimentary luxury suites and free transportation. He once consulted with a fortune teller, tried to ask for its reimbursement before and after taking a large trading position. I had zero knowledge about behavioral sciences when I was 25 years old. I had made my education and culture that the superstitions are just culture things and it will disappear automatically once the science and logic is entered. I thought that as the society would be modern, the superstitions would be automatically eliminated. My case was completely upside down. As I and intellectually was becoming a couch-sticated, the flood of renmains was penetrated inside me and I was becoming more superstical. I now understood that this is just a culture, there was nothing. It was biological. During my groan on the dominant thinking it was that the Malir Mater does. No nature, but now I began to see that my glassing and the connection of the random market outcome was just a waste illusion. I used to use any of the parental intelligence in no relationship to my trading performance. The color of my tie and the market's behavior was also just a random connection. There are some things that haven't been found to be properly developed in thousands of years. Me still remnants in my old brain, i.e. derailing from residue. If it is deep proof, we have to look at how causal associations in lower form of life, i.e. connection with the cause-effect. A famous Harvard psychologist B.F. Skinner made an experiment. He designed a box for rats and doves that had a switch that the dove could press and operate with his beak and was an electrical mechanism that delivers food. Original Skinner's goal was to study general behavioral properties. On 1948, he came a brilliant idea. He made labor ignore and just paid attention to food delivery. They set the machine to deliver random food without any logic. She was shocked to see the wearer of the ridged doves. He paved the movements like rain dance of the same strange and caustic type. A dove keeps its head repeatedly stuck in a particular corner. The second upside began to rotate your head. Every pigeon took a spatial revision that gradually became hardware in his mind that it is connected to his food. We differentiate naturally independent events not created to see. If we see two events A and B, then we assumed automatically that the coined B, the opposed A, both are connected to each other. Three cases. My bias was that I was trying to reassemble a causal link, even when there was no logical connection. This can be just a small cost for a new trader, as extra taxi fare. This spurious for a scientist on an incorrect and fans can be quite deniers. Science consists of type 1 and type 2 errors. Type 1 error when you get a hypothesis wrong, reject, and type 2 error when you accept a wrong hypothesis. It should be easy to do a logical ignorant act. Toggle smart act on. It is more difficult to adapt to the emotional ignorance. So rejecting a hypothesis to the situs leads to emotional sputum. We have a famous saying, happy is the human being who thinks behind things. It's very difficult to stay silent for our mind, whether proper or not. More serious take. I didn't have any idea of a problem with a low resolution of static instance. In the chapter 3 I had done the technical defense discus of noise and meaning. Now, talk on the exam. The Greek philotravel Pyrrho, which was the supporter of living a life full of equanimity, i.e. balance and inference. Losing your control in a critical movement. Once a bull was parting behind them, Hyox, and he stood part of fear. People criticized them that they do not execute themselves on their philosophy. The answer was the simple. Sometimes my humility it seems difficult to get rid of. If the Pyrrho can't even avoid becoming a complete human, so how can we become the rest of the people? Who makes perfect desertion in economic theory? I saw that I could be able to perfect the calculations of probability, yet she doesn't imply my conduct deeply. I was getting the same prologue that had happened to the doctor with chapter 11. He had diagnosed with 2% probability, but the present was still treating such as the probability of the degenerate is 95%. My brain and my institutes were not working together. Being an egizical trader who claims every trader is that he is. I've already spoken that noisy and signal have a defense. Noise is ignored. The signal is to be taken seriously. I have a reliable method on some symbols that let me calculate what is the noisy and signal ratio in my trading performances. If I made a profit of $100,000 from a strategy, then the probability of it would be just 2%. 98% chance that it just is noisy. If the profit reaches $1 million, then the probability will be 99% that the strategy is the aquatic profitable. A ration will lead a person to dissipation according to this probability and control his expectations. But problem I was happy with the results that were just noisy. I had a gum on losses that kept statistically zeros. I was not in control. I knew this is the irrational, yet I was doing it. I get my energy from my feelings. So the solution was not that I would like to overcome my heart try. I had to take some serious action if my heart and mind are not aggregated from each other. I made a row. I will not see my trading results until my performance hits a preset threshold. It's just as if you have chocolate additives, then the best condition is not to use your willpower. That's why you don't keep the chocolate around you. So I ensure that there is no chocolate box under my trading desk. My most irritating conversations those with what I give at lectures how I should do. True, we all know what we should do. Problem is not of knowledge. Problem is of exam. I am tired of a slow thinker that gives me a molarizing lecture. Just like flows every day, eat an apple daily, go to the gym. That's why it's not just a New Year resolution market. Don't ignore, just watch real performance. It's easy to give the advice on it. Follow impossible. We need tricks, no lectures. We are just animals. We don't have a high logic, but lower tricks that keep us in control. If you have to understand that a person can understand the risk and probability as a result of a rational effect, talk to a cigarette smoker. Every smoker knows that the rates of having lung cancer are high, but still he smokes. If you're still not sure, check out the service entry of the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in the Upper East Side of New York City. Their dozens of cancer nurseries and maybe doctors will also stand up, cigarettes in hand. Inside, hopeless cancer patients are going to the hospital in the wheelchair, and outside are drinking cigarettes themselves on people who are trying to save them. Chapter 13 Carnets Cummins to Rome on Probability and Skepticism. Musicato fired candies from Rome. Mozart and Narpois forgets its old opinions. Avoid the psychist. Don't treat the idea like a wedding. The same Robert Anton who took the author to the map. Science is an evolve from one of the futures to another is. What is probability if you ask your local mathematician? So he just tells you how to calculate him. At the chapter 3 we saw the probabilistic introspection. Probability is not just about horrors. Probability is the bile that does an alternative outcome costs or a motive act. Mathematics is a tool not for computing, for meditation. Therefore, we must again go to the old fellows, because the probability for them was just a subgive and fluid major that captured the bile. The Greek post around 155 BC came the classic philo travel Carnes of Share in Rome. He was one of the 3 ambassadors of Athens who had come to demand a political favorite from Roman Senate. A fine was imposed on the cities of their city and wanted to convincing the Senate that it is unfair. Carnets were reproaching the academy, the same open-air institution where 300 years ago Socrates made his interlocutors that they killed him. Now that academy was named as New Academy and was still argumentative. His entire anthem there was a name to be the epic center of skepticism in the world. On the day that the speech was going to happen, everyone was expected to hear something different. Carnets came to the stage and in the compliment of a brilliant speech the justice. He told that justice should be one of the biggest motives of a human being. The whole Roman audience lost in their spike. His charisma was drooping. His orders were powerful. The beauty of his thinking was eloquence and mesh. His language was pure. There was a unique energy inside them. People became hypnotized from their word. That's not the point that its proof wanted to. The next day Cates came back. The same place, the same audience, the same energy. But this time he sprinkled against justice. He punished the whole logical way that justice is just an illusion. He broke out his own arrangements yesterday with the entire sincerity and reconfigured the audience while doing this. Cato the elder, who was the censor, was also in the audience there. He was of old thinking anyway, and introspection in Rome did not like at all. He convicted the Senate that the ambassadors came with Carnets and him immediately removed from Rome. His regeneration will spoil the young minds of our republic and weaken the military culture. Cato had banned every Greek Triogen who had been a settlement in Rome during his censorship. He was so practical that there was no place to think inside him. Earlets were not the first skeptic, but this indent of his skepticism made the biggest exam of the impatient. He wasn't just a skeptic, he was a dialaction. He's ever any premise to absolute truth did not admit. He never assumed a concluding final. He battled against his entire life anagant dogma, egoist theory, and the same true thinking. Very low credible thinkers can reach the rigorous skepticism of the Carneades. Separately Haunts were just pauper that took skepticism to a psychotropic methodology. What was the main teaching of skeptics? Nothing can be adapted with 100% of the certainty. Concludings can be made from different probability. Human control over the basis of these probability guides are, if we go back and then the use of probability first found in the Greek Sicily in the 2nd century BC. Firstly, the rhetorical debate was used in probability courts. The people who had undergone a case were trying to make a route. First of all, Noon was the Triogen coex of the ends. He taught people how to use probability to win arguments. The core of the method of their augmentation was a simple concept, most probable. For example, if deciding a ground owner, if there is no physical proof, he will receive the cape which he is known as the most. An indirect student Gergius of Coex took this method ethics. There happened to method and also developed. The concept of this most probable reasoning teaches us that we should see the possible contingencies separately from each other and have a probability attachment with every single event. As long as the monotheism in the Mediterranean basin Iagodism was dominating, which is just a truth, it promotes thinking. Skepticism considerably the shadow was in thinkers. It was spread across the world. There was no release in the way near the Romans. He was so tolerant that no one wanted to do a troth exempt. They had a collection of different flexible and synchronous superstities. I don't go into the theology here. That's why we had to wait a complete dage in sanctuaries to reap critical thinking in the Western world. A large strange pattern also appears. The Arabs' critical thinkers when the Christian was thought dogmatic in the Middle Ages were roles mysteriously reversed after Renaissance. Music, if we look at the past, you get an auth that gives us the proof of this thinking. Cicero was always giving probability much more than the surgeon. Some people say that there was a convenient for them because they could have done the Egyptians. This is a good trait for today's self-critical thinkers. Popper has taught us that sticking to your past statement is a vaccine. Cicero never considered an opinion just because he didn't. Sometimes it was said before. Today's literature professors will criticize that their things were not met with each other, but it took a long time to come to modern times. A Gritty was written in Paris Student Movement, 1968. We demand that we will be able to control ourselves. Self-contrast has been made a shame in the modern world. This can be degenerative for science. Marshall Proust's novel In Search of Time Lost features a diplomate Marcus de Norpois character. From the arrival of the first diplomat's fax machine earlier, just one social life meeting in saloons. Naval's narrator sees that Major de Norpois openly is going against an opinion that he had previously laid. When she was reminiscent of her old opinion, she said that she did not remember her. Proust criticized him. Major de Norpois is not lying. He just forgot. People forget that they do not have a deep thought. The things that come from the influence of imitation or the surroundings change and change their memory with them go. There are also policies. He does not remember his old opinions. The habit of lying there lies not by the lack of their memories, but because of their ambition. The point of the prompt has a flow. He didn't have the conceit that perhaps Major de Norpois changed his thinking. The modern society teaches us that it is a true human being to be full with an opinion. If one changes his thinking, he is considered a traitor. My negotiation should be a traitor. A best of my career's traitor from which I got. Nestle Babbage holds a separate mindset. That's not at all the habit of sticking with its old bibliography. In the morning, if he slammed a currency, he can also bypass the same currency on impulse for the evening absolutely without any shame. If he asked him why he changed his thinking, he does not need to give expulsion. In the public life that the human being is the best of the state is George Soros. Soros can reverse its opinion without any hesitation. French trader's John Manuel Rogan, his own autobiography that was written in Naval's disguise, described an incident. Rosen played tennis in Hamadoms with an older man with a funny accent who was eccentric George Soros. Sometimes he also had discrepancy on both the market. Soros is a big trader without knowing it. A weekend Soros took a lot of pleasurable thinking about the market. His orders were so complex that Rogan did not understand. Roon was wondering that Soros has taken short positions in the obvious market. After a few days the market was violently rallied and record reached high. Rogan thought about Soros that he would be ruined. When the next tennis session came, Rogan asked Soros, "Did you lose big?" Soros smiled, "And we made a huge profit. I changed my thinking. We covered shots and went long." Sauce's straight had once finished Rogan's career almost. Les Soros in 1980 gave Rogan 20 million speculation for speculation. Rogan started a trading company. After a few days when Soros were visiting Paris, lunch during the period of the Soros began to be different. After a while, he withdrew the entire money without an explanation. Rosen was in shock. There is a major trait of real speculators that their decisions are compliant with the path independent. He never attaches to his old position. Every new day for them is a blank slate. Path is a simple test of dependence. The Economist calls it the Enment effect. Think you have a painting that you bought in $2000. Now its value is $0,000 due to the heart market boom has been. Do you buy in $0,000 today if you do not have that painting already? If you don't mean you're connected to your position, there is no rational regeneration. Keeping a painting that you don't like to buy at its current price. This is just an emotional investment. Many people stick to their idea as they are a marriage that is to play until they die. If an idea does not dominate just because he was the first idea that came into mind, he says path-dependent belief. Maybe our evolutionary programming such we have forced us to add emotionally to the ideas we have invested time. Think if a trader wakes up every morning and disassembled at 8:00 p.m. what would it be to stay with his spas or to invest with someone else? Or think of a politician who is so much the Russian that he would immediately move to another political party by changing his old thinking as soon as he comes to the new addance. If all this is normal, rational traders who use their trades in an unexplained manner are a genetic auditory i.e. strange mutation. Research says that being a pure ration of humus is caused by amygdala different i.e. due to the probable of the emotional processing system. A person who does not have an emotional evaluation in his beliefs or attachments can be a psychopath. Is there any flux in George Soros's genes that make him a pure Russian decision maker? This emotional attachment with the idea is quite rare. As we nurture our children so that they propagate our genes, that's how we energize our ideas so that they survivify. A academic who has been a OBNP famous will never speak anything openly that sucks his old work. People who change the political party are called traitors or renegades. And the biggest crime is to leave your release, which takes place in many places to death penalty. There is another origin of probability that is different from the origins with Carnot and Cicero. During the course of gambling theory and probability mathematics, there was a computational tool. Today a complete industry expert who works to rush majors do. These people work to smear in social sciences by using probability methods. Can I really be a risk? The odds can be calculated if the game's movements are clear. On the real world's help, nature didn't give us clear rules. The market is not like a deck of cards in which we know how many colors we have, but the people still play to the tabler as they get money. Previously we talked about Hund's problem of induction and black swan events. Now let's see that it's a fake Rick Tablerman who is the psychist. I have been fighting the next war of the financial economist for quite a time. Collect an exam. Harry Markovides was given Nobel Memorial Prize in Economics. On its not real Nobel Prize, the Swedish central bank had crimped in Alfred Nobel's memory. What was his attachment? Creating a calculation method that can predict the future risk. If you know the future uncertainty-ality, this method works if the world is like a Monopoly game in which the clearly defined rule is written. I once a cab driver explained this concept. He can predict the future of a Serentis market in a direct goose. It is worth laughing. The financial system was close to being collapsed in 1998. Long-term capital management i.e. LTCM fund, which was going to be a complete fall in the Greenwich Connect ticket. Who was its principal? Robert Met and Myron Scholes, both Nobel Prize winners. These people thought that they can make scientifically the risk major. But for a second, he didn't have the positivity powder that his method may be wrong. This was not a hypothesis for them. When I was working on Black Swan, people were not taking me seriously. But when the LTCM crashes, people began to take the interest in sadly I think. Matin and Skews called a 10 sigma event to his losses. On this statement, in a Whig science ruler's problem, there are only two positivity if an event is 10 sigma. Either is the knowledge of the absolute level of probability science to the person who is the almost impossible, or something about probability to that person no address. Disassemble the reader-listener himself, which of these two seems to be more likely. The concludings that we're drawing are just not on those economists but also on the Nobel commute. Those who made these gentlemen's ideas secret. If it could be all events, whether it means that Nobel committee had made a mistake or it was just a rare event. Is Nobel committee's judges infallible? Where's the Charles Sender from the Spur to explain to us on the PayPal infertility i.e. pop can never be wrong? Where is Karl the Popper that we shouldn't see how serious we take to science? We will see Nobel economics community as soon as we look at the scientific institution of Middle Ages. The same institutes that promoted the agenda of the observational evidence that the heart is a heat-producing center. We've always understood things wrong in the past, and today we laugh at our old institutions. So should we treat today's instances? If the psychists make a mistake, then the logic should be that he is a new science developed that you learn from that mistake. But when the financial economist failed in trading, he found another way instead of updating his theory. A real scientist should be adapted that he was wrong and should say that yes, we made a mistake, now we have learned something about the real world. But nothing happened. Instead, he put a blame on the market participants who were attacking their failure like worms. Accepting reality was a nightmare for them, because if he assumed that he was wrong, his entire academic career becomes invalid. Whatever the economist LTCM was discouraging on the collapse, he simply gave the adhering explanations and just said it was a rare event to defend his theory. The problem of induction, how he decided that it was a rare event. Instead of understanding how the market works, just put your mistakes in resting. Perform these economists from George Soros. Soros speaks openly everywhere that he is fallible to make a mistake. I have learned a lesion from Soros. We start meeting first, we'll always try to prove that we are all idiots that don't know anything. we know that we have a rare privilege on. The psychiatrist has undergone considerable research on when his ideas are receptive. A concept is of attention bias. We consider it to be your smile when we are feeling satisfied. When we fail, we speak to horrendous. It expels that LTCM economist uttered a 10 sigma event to his failures. He thought he was right. The bus lock was there August. The reality was that he was wrong. On your self-esteem to save he could not exhibit. In 1954, Paul Mail had a research that shows that people fail to understand the differences between their abilities and aquatic performances. It gives proof that people overestimate their instruction skills. Attribution is another effect of bias. This gives people an illusion that he is a bidder in what he is working. So, 80 to 90% of people in service think that he is now average in anything. Now an important thing people not difference in science and scientists understand. Science is a great system. There are psychic degenerates as they are human and they also have the same bias that occur in every human being, perhaps even more. If a scientist does not have a stub, he will not be able to put so much time and profession in the Herculean task of the PhD. The problem is that a scientist does not pray the truth. He can act like a chief defense lawyer. A doctoral thesis is defended as a case is defended in the court. You will never see if a PhD student defends his thesis that's what you're saying right. I was wrong. He will always try to prove his thing. Science is more strong than the psychist. A famous quote that science evolves from fernal to fernal. LTCM would be a new financial economist immersion after collapse. All this knowledge will integrate to its science. But the old economist will do his resistance and finally the new economist will serve him as he will be more close to his future date with the old ones. Chapter 14 Baxi Abundance Antony Music Mathlin's Death Stoicism is not just a stiff uplip, but an ignorance of the renest victory of mankind's renmains. How easy it is to have a hierarchy, randomness and personal alias. Henry de Motherland was a classic and aristocratic French writer. When he found that his eyesight is overdue to a degenerative disease, he swayed. This is a classist. It seems because the true principle of the Stoic philosophy is that if you have something in control, keep its control. Accept what is in the hands of randomness. In the end, there are only two choices. Accept what is given by destiny. Either he left his life. There is always an option for an unsurprising. This etude was not just the Stoa. Both the world's two most influential philosophical sects, Stoicism and Epicureanism, had given the philosophy to control the randomness. Both of these have just a few minor technical defenses that pilings consider common today. He is really wrong. Being a hero does not mean you have to die in battle or kill yourself. Suicide is just in an extreme circumstance. He is considered as a cowardice. Controlling randomness is a hero's job and it can be expressed in both small and large things. The classic epic heroes were just judged by their action and not from their riches. No matter how smart you do, whether you control the randomness, in the end, the last word is the same. So we have only one condition left with dignity, i.e. dignity. Dignity means a behavior protocol that does not depend on circumstance, please. It may not be optimal, but he will make you feel the best. When you're in front of a powerful man and you know that you'll still benefit from getting rid of them, it is grace under pressure. And the exam will only save your gesture when you're ready to fight a duel. Another when you prefer someone refuse to fall down from the dignity. Listen to the exam, I love you. You are my world. You will never see me again if you have redirected me later. What is the connection of randomness now? Hard science and epistemology will not occur. This will be an ant and philosophy. Ants had no real release. Before the spread of monotheism in the modern sense, he did not believe that the proprietor may have a destiny change. His world was quite unpredictable and degenerate, loaded with invasion, reversibles of fortune, wars, and randomness. So they had a structured thinking about how to deal with randomness. We will now disassemble the same thinking. If a stock philosopher comes to today's world, then it's a particular poem to its own repravishment. There were a very large poet, C.P. Kafi. He was an Alexandrian Greek civil servant. His last name was Turkish or Arabic. He wrote Elean poetry in a mix of the first classic and modern Greek that was different from the Western literature of the last 15 centuries. Greeks consider them a national treasure. Most of their poems are based on Syria, Asia Minor, and Alexandria. His aesthetics was free from a stripped down and sentimentality at the same time. People who do not like melodrama for them is a relief. When J.K. Kennedy was becoming a funnel of the onesies, Morris Templesman read his Las Casas a Kevafi poem. The name of the poem was Apollopon Otheos Antonian, the god Abundance Antony. This poem was about a defeated General Mark Antony who had lost the Agnos battle of Ocpheus and who had also been biked by Bacchus, his protecting god. This poem elevates, as it is the best exam of the deity and his stoic acceptance. Poem Mark addresses Antony, who faces a crushing reversal of fortune. His enemy Octavius has won. His horse has also gone to the camp of Octavius except him. He is a bitter broken human. Poem gives it an advice. Antony Alexandria is now going away from you. Let him say farewell. Stoic advice. Antony was not able to cry his bad luck. Don't go into the details. Don't think your ears and eyes have betrayed you. Do not trap yourself in hopes of uselessness. Don't act like a quar if you get emotional. The world is random on your act to be deified ought. When you are moving from emotion, there is no stiff upper lip. It is not an incorrect or undisclosed thing to keep animations. We are the only ones who are unmanned. The mistake is not that you are emotional. The mistake is that you don't react in a heroic or at least dignified manner. That's the true stoicism. It's trying to revenge with man's randomness and probability. I don't have to break the parody of the poem, but not getting a little cynicism control. Cave did not follow his philosophy. After Sunday, he Dr. Fregator Dr. Tayors, he gets mainly emotional. What people think about stoicism is very different from the actual concept. It was started as an intellectual movement by the praet Gino of Kiton of a Phoenician. By the Roman times, it became a complete life system that was based on virtues. At the Antecedent times on virtues, worm was meant to be one thought in which worm is a reward in itself. A social model developed a historic human being, as Victorian was the gentleman of England, a person who has a perfect balance of wisdom, honesty, and debt. Stoic human life gets immune from ups and downs. He wins or loses at the level in any resolution. There is also the denier of taking puertoism to extremes. Cato was so extreme that human feelings seemed to be unique for him. A more human version meets in Seneca's letters from a Stoic, which is surprisingly readable. I book distributes my trader friends I. Seneca had also swayed when it came to the corner of destiny. I am an agonist of the unsolvented advice and life laces. There is no sink in any logical idea brain when it is activated. We think of rationally just in the classroom. Self-help books that are not written by the fake gurus are also the mostly useless. Whether you give you a friendly advice, it will work for just a few minutes. The core of the Stoicism is that it works on deity and personal aesthetics that are part of our genes. On personal lenses in your next misfortune note, apply the art of living in every session. Wear your best dress if you have an outfit. Make shaving careful. Think of the death squad on the longest impression. If you have cancer diagnosed, don't become victim. Don't tell anyone, just the doctor. People will be able to treat you if they will give you a child. Keep the deified at tud so that both wins or loses are heroics. Don't get angry with your assistant if you're looking for money. Even if your partner is attended with a young model or ski instructor, except you do not show self-pity. Do not blame. Ivan EFF people deliver blemishes. Don't change your attitude if you've come to your business crisis. One of my friends, when the business is down, the attitude is the same on a low business written in Hiyaki. Log random is on dignity is a choice. Apiloxal and told you so a few years later when we left Nero as John's cigarette drink. His escapism came to his work. He defeated 28% of the odds and turned out to be full recover. And with the same, he also won a series of personal and professional victories. Just there is nothing to be rich, but rich at the right time. Nero grew his will when large people from Wall Street were getting poor. If he wanted to buy the magnificent luxury assets of the same people at discount. But he did not. Nero bought a lot of things and not exactly what people with Wall Street take fancy stuff. Sometimes he also indulged in extra velocity. Friday afternoon's traffic nightmare in London. Nero began to spend much time there and then his obsession of a new way departed. Traffic James was a day he was going from his office to a cottage of Cosworlds, where she lived in weekends. He fired all 5 hours in traffic jam. This frustration grew so much that she thought to have a new way. Learning helicopter flight. He took the license of helicopter flying by a crash course in the city of Cambridge. The train is more practical than it should be an extravagant stomach intelligence. And another result of the same frustration came. From the flat of his Kensington to the office coming on the dangerously by. The Nero who was operated with probability in his provocation did not register in his personal life. Her helicopter crashed while landing near Battersea Park. That day the wind was running fast. He was lonely in the helicopter and finally saw the black ascend find his man. So much for today. We will then find you with a new book in a new episode. Thank you.